searching each vehicle to make sure that they're safe. So those are most likely explosive units, the dogs, to ensure that there isn't anything that could cause harm to anybody from an explosive perspective. So they'll render those vehicles safe. And I think, as others have said, that you've seen in this last move here significant progress and leveraging the use of Metcalfe Street in order to break the crowd up. Which makes it easier now from a tactical perspective. You are reducing the size of the crowds, so it's a little more manageable. But you have to have the resources in place to do that, and obviously they do have the resources. So you have a continued crowd on Wellington Street, and now you've got them pushing down Metcalfe Street.
Mr. Bordello, let me just interrupt for a second. I want to go to our colleague on the ground, Thomas Degg, and we're seeing a truck now coming out. Thomas, tell me what's happening there.
We're on O'Connor Street near Queen Street here, and this is one of the big rigs, one of several we've seen pulling out just in the past few minutes. The threat from police has been very clear for some time now. Leave now, or your vehicle will be towed.
Get that on fucking camera.
This is a man who is just pulling out, giving a thumbs up to protesters, high fives in some cases, and in some cases, people are leaving from the crowd on foot. It's unclear whether they're going to try to set up another site where they're going to be protesting and then again pushed back by police, or if they're now planning to go home entirely. We see at the top of the hill now another big rig pulling out, honking, being cheered by protesters. This is part of the operation to clear these big rigs that have been parked along Wellington for the more than 3 weeks now. And they've refused to leave. But with this aggressive police action today, gaining several hundred meters, pushing back protesters, and in some cases, I believe you saw some windows of vehicles and big rigs being broken. This is getting those big rigs to move. Some of the protesters we've spoken to say this has been a victory. They've gotten their message out. It has led to copycat protests overseas in France and New Zealand and elsewhere. And so they're painting this as a victory, even though many of them said they would stay camped out here until that the public health measures were dropped. Clearly, they have not all been. People walking towards our camera location here. Others, we're walking toward Wellington now, just to give you a sense, Hannah, and people at home who are not familiar with downtown Ottawa. There are still a number of protesters, despite the police operation. There's still many just standing around here. They've been divided. Some have been arrested, but we've not witnessed a significant series of arrests ourselves. Mainly police operation to clear the roads, clear the streets downtown. As you can see, there's still no traffic flowing here downtown, but the big rigs are moving, certainly.
Yeah, Thomas, that building straight in front of you is where the emergency debate on the Emergencies Act is taking place currently. This police operation is currently underway. I'll let you catch your breath and get up to Wellington Street and then wave when you want to come back on. I want to bring in Murray Faulkner, former London, Ontario Chief of Police. Mr. Faulkner, when you see those trucks leaving, they have had multiple warnings to leave up until this point, face arrest, fines. Will they still face fines at this point if they have left?
I would suspect they will. Not only fines, but outstanding parking tickets. $1,000 parking ticket is kind of unusual. Currently in the province of Ontario, if they're from Ontario, you can't renew your license plate unless you don't have any fines outstanding. And so we've heard from the mayor and that he's expecting that these parking tickets will have to be paid. So there's consequences. Whether there's criminal charges against these truckers, I'm not sure. There'd be pros and cons against both maneuvers by the law enforcement agencies. But it's now not surprised to see that more trucks are leaving, and so they don't want their $300,000 rig to be damaged, as we've seen already. I think that now that the police have kind of divided the groups up, you'll even see more action today. I think today is a pivotal day. I think that when the sun sets tonight, you'll have a different complexion in downtown Ottawa.
I think there are probably a lot of residents breathing a sigh of relief after 4 weekends of this. We also just saw another truck leave from the downtown core. Currently, it seems that they have split off some of the protesters onto some of the side streets. In the bottom shot, we see another truck leaving the location. As you mentioned, Mr. Faulkner, they probably don't want their very expensive vehicle damaged. Let's just listen in. We're seeing some more trucks leaving. Let's just listen to the natural sound here. Mr. Bordelo, I want to bring you in here. One truck after another, after being, again, repeatedly asked to move. It seems that the police action that is happening in that downtown core is finally convincing them to leave. Tell us, you know, yeah, sorry, go ahead.
No, absolutely. I think what you're seeing happen is the fact that these truckers now realize that not only if they leave their trucks there, they may get damaged because they have to go in and search them, but they're going to get towed. But more importantly, they're going to get seized, and they will no longer have access to their vehicles. This is their livelihood, and they're seeing that real possibility now because of the excellent police action moving in like this today, that they're bailing after 22 days because their vehicles could possibly be seized as a proceed of crime, as indicated in the new emergencies legislation. So this is a good sign that these vehicles are now finally leaving. That should hopefully deflate the other demonstrators, and you're seeing a lot of them actually start to leave the downtown core, which is a positive thing. So I think this is a good sign as well as far as how these events are unfolding today.
Okay, I want to bring in my colleague Thomas Degg, who's doing a fabulous job in the downtown core there. Now, that is the area where we saw lots of, children at one point. There were puzzles set up. I think I even see a little truck there that kids play with. There was the bouncy castle. There was the hot tub. There were pigs being roasted on a spit. Thomas, what are you seeing in that location now?
Police are on a megaphone right now saying in both official languages that protesters need to leave, or I believe the wording is now, or you will be arrested. We are on Wellington, just adjacent to Parliament Hill, as you say, Hannah, where these big rigs have been parked for the past 3 weeks, where there's been a bouncy castle and weekend parties. The interim police chief of Ottawa said that this weekend would look much different, and indeed it does look very different. If we could just pan over here, big rigs were parked in large numbers. Some are still parked here, still blocking the way, despite police orders to leave repeatedly. We have seen a number just in the past few minutes of big rigs pull out. They've been honking. They've been cheered by protesters. There is a whole lot more room to move around here than there has been for the past 3 weeks. But still, protesters just hanging around, having a coffee, despite the repeated order from police to leave or be arrested. One thing we have seen as a recurring part of these protests, both in Ottawa and in Windsor, is protesters live streaming everything. They have a deep distrust of the media, and they live stream everything to their Facebook followers. As you are seeing now here as police move in. Police also on horseback just down the street. You might not be able to catch that because we're about a block away. But if you're hearing protesters boo, it is directed at those mounted officers who just moved in just a block away. The operation continues, but a bit of a standstill here at the moment as protesters are being directed to leave, but still just standing around.
Okay, Thomas Degg, great work on the ground there. I want to bring in now my colleague, Ashley Burke. And Ashley, just tell us where you're located and what you're seeing.
Hannah, right now we are on Wellington Street on O'Connor, and as you can see behind me, there is a new police line here. They are squeezing protesters together. This just formed. You can hear over the monitor. Listen to this. You'll be arrested. Anyone found here will be arrested. They've been slowly moving their way up and pushing these protesters together. We have seen trucks pulling out of here from this direction. They were doing donuts with smoke around them, coming out one by another as protesters waved and cheered as these trucks peeled out. We've seen at least 5 this morning leave this area. I want to show you one more thing going on right now. This direction, we just heard everyone yell and start running and booing and saying that the police horses were coming. This is a tactic that started being used yesterday. It looks like it's going to be used again today to try and disperse the crowd. It's something that protesters here have been upset about. One more important thing we saw this morning was someone being carried out, a female demonstrator being carried out in severe pain. People were hauling her into a tent just down the street there, and she was upset, crying. It was very loud and chaotic, and we asked demonstrators what happened. They started screaming in the camera, saying that she was, quote, shot in the face with tear gas. They were upset that that had been used, that kind of method. We did look off in the distance, and we did see that there was a lot of smoke in the air. So people here this morning coming up to our cameras very upset with some of the methods police are using today, a more aggressive approach that they are taking to try and clear this crowd out. But they have seen multiple trucks move this morning. And what you're looking at right now is this line of police moving forward. You can see there are tactical officers also here on site. Look at that. They're moving a little bit forward now, getting closer to these demonstrators who have been yelling at them, saying that they are not going to leave. And look at, they're moving quicker than we saw yesterday, the pace much faster. They've been really focusing on giving demonstrators a back door to leave this area. So the back door no longer is down where they're standing, but behind us on some of these side streets. That's where they're hoping people will exit. You can see everyone's got their cameras up.
Yeah, Ashley, what's interesting?
Instead of you asking me questions, you lie.
Okay, Ashley, I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you go. It seems that you have to get to a safe location. I just want you to take care of yourself. We are looking now at a shot of a protester who has their hands in the air. Clearly, let's remind people these protesters have been told to leave the area. Standing there is not a good idea. I want to bring in right now Charles Bordelo, former Ottawa Chief of Police. Mr. Bordello, what we're seeing now, it seems, is that police are coming in from both ends of Wellington Street, and now there are becoming very limited exits for these protesters.
Yeah, it sounds like they're going to be using, I don't know if it's O'Connor, to allow them to exit as well. They will always leave them an opportunity to safely exit this area. But at some point in time, the goal is to get them all through, but at some point in time, certain individuals will be eventually arrested. And I heard the report of tear gas. If there hasn't been the use of any tear gas at all, it would be very evident if tear gas was used, and that is something that is used as one of the last resorts. There was most likely a distraction device used earlier on to disperse the crowd a bit, which causes a bit of smoke, but not to the extent of what tear gas can do.
Let me give you an update on that. It's, again, very quick response from Ottawa Police on Twitter. Ottawa Police are saying on Twitter just minutes ago that protesters continue to launch gas at police. Police response will be with the public and officer safety in mind. It goes on to say one protester launched a gas canister and was arrested. Police response will be with public and officer safety in mind. Police remind protesters to remain peaceful. So again, very quick response to try to ensure that the messaging stays crystal clear out there as protesters, try to spin it in their direction. The Ottawa Police are making it clear that they did not release a gas canister or any type of smoke bomb of that sort. They're saying it was a smoke bomb from the protesters. And Mr. Bordello, do you want to jump in on that?
I'm really pleased to see them do that, because in this day and age, misinformation is problematic, and they're trying to be as transparent as possible as to what they are actually doing minute by minute, and contradicting or correcting any misinformation that is appearing on social media and live media, which is a good thing to do in order to make sure that the public knows exactly what is taking place.
One of the things we heard earlier was that loud explosion. It was when David Common was down towards the Prime Minister's office, and I'm looking at the tweets from Ottawa Police, and they're again informing the public what that was. That loud noise you heard was from officers on the line, and it was used to resolve an unsafe situation. Can you dig into that a little bit more for us, Mr. Bordello?
Now, whether it's because the crowd around that area may have been more aggressive and condensed, so they may have wanted to use a distraction device to disperse and cause some unknown element so that the people would move back quicker. I'm speculating, but that would make sense unless there was another reason why they would use that type of device.
Now, I want to bring in Murray Faulkner, too. Murray Faulkner is the former London, Ontario Chief of Police. We're fortunate to have two former Chiefs of Police with us to help us through this very dynamic situation that is occurring live on our screens. So it's so helpful to have you explain what's happening for us. We're looking at a line of police again. You were saying, I think it was you earlier, Mr. Faulkner, saying that they make a move and then they take a breath. And at that point, they're reassessing. Go through that with us again.
Sure. Well, first of all, it's to give the officers time to, quote, catch their breath. It's time for the commanders behind the line to assess next move and the command center to make a determination of how they want to move the crowd. I want to thank you, Hannah, for reading out the text from Ottawa Police, because you had a reporter say that the police actually used tear gas. And this is a prime example how information gets twisted quite quickly, where people say things that is not substantiated. And so when you're covering a live situation like this, it is so important to be around their knee a bag. Well, yesterday there were many officers that did not have that, and that's tear gas masks. So they've come prepared for this, and they know that this may be a use of force option that they'll have to use today.
And we can tell that, the posture has changed. Am I right in calling it that? The posture has changed with officers today as opposed to yesterday? Mr. Faulkner?
Well, I think, yes, it's changed because they realize that the group of protesters has changed today, and that the tactics used yesterday will not be as effective as the ones they've used today, i.e., the large batons that they brought out first thing this morning is definitely a psychological effect, as well as an instrument to be used to move people away. So there's a number of things that are different today. The bottom line is, regardless, is that the safety of the protesters and police is paramount. And so that's why, again, they're moving slowly, methodical, and are doing a proper police maneuver of public. Fewer egress for the public or the protesters to leave, but still they have an option to leave before they get arrested.
Okay, I want to show viewers a shot there just before I leave and hand it to my colleague, Michael Serapio. It seems that the police are even backing up at this point. Can you just explain that quickly for us, Mr. Faulkner?
Having a different tactic. They may be backing up, not necessarily to give up the ground, but to deploy some of those officers in a different area. I will suggest that they'll probably keep a minimum amount of police officers there, but they may be circling around to do another maneuver. So time will tell what will happen there.
Okay, this is live breaking coverage of police moving in to clear the downtown Ottawa of protesters into its fourth week. of demonstrations. We see all the coverage here. I'm going to hand things over now to my colleague, Michael Serapio, and we will continue to have this live breaking coverage with all of our reporters on the ground, as well as Murray Faulkner, who's a former London, Ontario Chief of Police. We also have former Chief of Police for Ottawa, Charles Bordelo, and now I will hand it over to my colleague, Michael Serapio.
Hannah, thank you for that. And we do continue our coverage right now, the breaking story happening in the nation's capital as police move in on this, the second day, and close in on protesters who remain on Parliament Hill and the surrounding region. Now, we will continue to bring you the very latest. Of course, the action changing very much so in the last couple of hours or so as police tactics took a big, huge step forward. In fact, they were able to push protesters away further down the street, closer towards Parliament Hill and away from the Chateau Laurier to the east of Parliament. And we're now looking down Metcalfe in Ottawa, another street that leads to Parliament Hill. And with that, as we track the very latest, let's bring in David Common, the CBC's David Common, because he's, I'm going to switch over to Thomas Degg, who is actually on the ground as well for us, one of our reporting team in the nation's capital. So Thomas, walk us through where you are right now, what you're seeing right now.
We're just in the shadow of the Parliament buildings here on Wellington Street near O'Connor in downtown Ottawa. Michael, where police have taken a few steps back. They had a line, a face-off involving police and protesters at this corner in the past few minutes. But as you see in the distance, police in those reflective vests have moved back. There are officers on horseback, and they have the military-style armored tactical vehicles from the Ontario Provincial Police and RCMP on the scene as well. This is the area that police have been focusing on for the past hours, pushing back the crowds of protesters from Wellington Street. And you can see off in the distance there is a crowd of protesters there, and there is another crowd here. And as you heard David Common report earlier, this has been part of the strategy from police, visibly separating groups of protesters instead of having protesters continue to move in the area and potentially outnumber the officers. Now they've spread them out, and maybe I'll just try to jump on this pile of snow here to get a better vantage point. The crowd, I mean, had dwindled earlier, but I would say there are a couple hundred protesters still standing around, waving Canadian flags, facing off with police who have repeatedly, over the past half an hour at this corner, gotten on the megaphone to say in both official languages, "Leave now or you will be arrested." Protesters, you may have seen them here, holding up a photocopy of what appears to be a legal document or the Constitution. In any case, the people have been repeatedly pointing to legal documents here, claiming that this is a peaceful, legal protest. They've said all week, and since they parked their big rigs here, that this is safe, a good family environment. But ask the neighbors, and they would disagree with that. Police as well. Police who have and government authorities, both here federally and provincially, declared this an illegal protest. And you can see off in the distance, I believe police are pushing protesters back once again. Where we're standing, it is a standoff between police and protesters. There's a distance now, about a half a block between where the protesters are standing, where the police are lined up. We haven't seen many arrests up close today. I saw one earlier when we saw a protester ignite some sort of device that lit a small flame and then a burst of smoke. Police took him down very quickly. But the main operation here has been to divide the protesters, has been to push them back where from this area of downtown Ottawa where they've been firmly entrenched for the past 3 weeks. It is Saturday, many people off today and coming in, joining in the crowd. We saw this a week ago in Windsor. I was there when, despite the police operation, despite the threat of arrest, protesters kept arriving to join the protesters who've been entrenched for the past 3 weeks. There is the repeated threat of arrest here from officers, and we'll see what their next move is. As we say, they have retreated slightly, if only to deploy officers to other parts of downtown, perhaps. But the crowd of protesters appears to be growing at this hour, actually, Michael.
So certainly something that we're going to be watching as this day goes on. If it is growing, of course, that is the exact opposite effect that police are hoping to accomplish on this day as they move in on the second day of action. Thomas, we'll speak to you again a little later in the program as we take a look right now at some of the protesters as they stand against the police line that is currently holding its ground but has been moving in throughout this morning. Now, as we take one more skyline view of what is happening in the nation's capital, let's go now to David Common. As I said, we have multiple reporters on the ground for us today. David Common is joining us once again right now. So, David, I hope you can hear me right now. Tell us where you are and what's happening around you, please.
Yeah, Michael, I want to take you through what we do see and what we don't, because both are actually very interesting. So here we are on, again, one of the front lines. There is not just one, but this is one of the front lines involving police and protesters. Now, what we don't see is a large number of protesters, and that's because as they have carried out the operation today, they've actually moved people out and separated them into smaller groups. It becomes easier, I suppose, for police to manage at that point. So one thing that we have not typically seen is more police than protesters. We are seeing that now, that there is a very large police presence. If I look up this building here, he's just tucked away, but you know, there have been police spotters on top of that building. Of course, that building is the Prime Minister's office. Now let me take you through what we aren't seeing, and we're going to go in the other direction here for a moment. And that's because this wide open space, this morning it was full of trucks. And they're gone now. We saw a number of them pulling out. This as police moved, very quickly through this area. And what they have been doing as they move up there is smash through the windows of trucks, of campers, of other vehicles, gone inside, taken a look at whether there are people or things in there, tactical officers moving through. And what you do see is this sort of committed group of protesters continuing to clap and chant and sing "O Canada" and chant freedom, sometimes very, very close to these public order officers. I keep getting told, don't call them riot police, although that is a term that more people will be accustomed to. They are branded as public order officers, and they are in their helmets. They do have batons. It's hard to see through these front lines, but they have black batons. And someone earlier was describing that, that is actually something that we didn't see in earlier days. We can push through just very quickly into this front line just to give you a sense of what it looks like. But you do hear people yelling and asking the police to, protesters asking the police to stand with them. Now, what we continue to see here is that the police hold a line, and then after some interval of time, they very rapidly move forward. They have at times used what seem to be flash bang grenades, which are not really supposed to cause harm, but they are supposed to distract. It's a very loud noise, a very big bang, and they have used that on at least one occasion, it would appear, to move people through. A lot of the support structures that we saw here, kitchens, places where people could get soup, other supplies. The police have moved through those. Those were in tents and other structures, and the police now essentially control that ground, and it appeared they were dismantling some of it. You can expect that the heavy tow trucks, some of which came from the Ottawa transit system, OC Transpo, we can expect that they will likely be brought in to pull some of these vehicles out that are now behind the police perimeter. If you look a bit further in, you do get the sense that the police are ready for whatever they need to be. And again, it's hard to get up because we're just standing on snow, which tends to sink. But there's some. Okay, I think we're getting ready to move here, so we're going to move back.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
David, why don't you just get out of the way altogether? We're happy to just take the pictures and the sound right now as we take in the scene.
You can continue to stay on our. Yeah. That's good. So, Michael, it does give you a sense, when they move, there's a very, very quick command, and then they go. And that's happening now. Now, we've seen that at times they move about 10 meters up. That does seem to be the case, that they've moved about 10 meters up and now stopped here, holding the line. The line's continuing to move forward, moving backwards. If I point you over in this direction just very quickly, you see how, people do get pushed, people do get pushed back. And we can turn back to the line here, and you see that in behind me, someone's gone down very quickly, gets up, gets pushed by police. They continue to get pushed. And police are using those batons. These are Peel Regional Police officers in one area, Ottawa Police in another, RCMP beside them. So you get the sense of how there is a large interagency operation here. We are basically passing center block of Parliament here now. I would not have predicted that this would have gone as quickly as it has gone. I think there was a sense that it would take more time to clear this crowd, but with the removal of those trucks by drivers, big rigs that have actually taken them out, it has made it easier to move, and they're continuing to push through now past some of these support structures, Michael, that have been used to provide supplies to trucks that are now largely gone. I'm just gonna be quiet here for a second, just so you can take it in.
Fair enough.
You see that?
You fucking Nazis! This asshole's pushing me in the car. Help us!
We're going to keep listening and taking in the scene, but I do want to quickly apologize for some of the. Excuse me, David. I do want to apologize to people at home right now who may be hearing the profanity. Obviously, that's something we cannot control, but we do want to take in this scene right now. David, I'm going to ask you to stand by for a sec. Let's take another look and a listen to what's actually happening. This is in front of Parliament Hill as police make their way down Wellington, pushing protesters back away from their positions. Let's take a listen again.
The only thing is that truck. So that truck they're going to have to stop for the truck.
Well, they'll push past it, then the tactical guys will just go in after it. Yeah.
So this is our Osama. We got a clear runway back.
David, I'm going to jump in once again. I want to. Do you have any sense as to where they're trying to move protesters to? Obviously, they're moving west along Wellington, and for people who've not been to Ottawa, that's the street that runs on the southern border of the Parliament Hill complex. Exactly where are they trying to push protesters to?
So let me try to situate you here, Michael, for a moment. First of all, if you've ever visited Ottawa for Canada Day, like that center block right there, you see the fencing that went up a day or two ago, and those are Parliamentary Protective Service officers who are there behind yet a second fence line. So the protesters, had been all the way down at the War Memorial, which is, I'm just sort of guessing here, 300 or 400 meters down the road, and have been pushed and are again now being pushed as this line advances. There is another line of police that's only about 50 meters away from us. So I think the idea is that they're trying to push them off Wellington, down O'Connor, and just get them out of this area. They will likely smash the windows on that vehicle, on that truck there. They're doing it on the other side. In fact, right now, they're tactical officers smashing the windows. They'll go inside, look if there's anything. What the idea here, I think, is that we're going to try to get right back here just so you get a real bit of context of it, but they're trying to get people to go down O'Connor, and that does seem to be happening. If we just sort of look down this road here, they are pushing down that road, getting protesters out of the way. So the police have, over the course of this morning, really taken control of what had been the main protest zone right in front of Parliament Hill, where it was 3 weeks ago yesterday that trucks moved in, parked here. Now, police control that ground. The only thing that's left is in behind here, where there are additional trucks, but you see a line of police, and the idea is they're trying to get protesters to come down in this direction, which is where we're going to go to. See,
And for people to
yelling
understand,
at the protester to get off of the ground there.
fair enough. And for people to understand, O'Connor is actually a north-south access point in downtown Ottawa from Parliament Hill, and it brings you further south down towards the Museum of Nature. And that's exactly the route that police are now is taking, as we heard from David Common. Police pushing protesters west along Wellington Street, that is, again, on the southern perimeter of the Parliament Hill complex, and then pushing them further south along O'Connor Street. Walk us through what's happening now, David.
Okay, well now we're actually just seeing mounted police, and these are Toronto police who are coming in. You'll hear the loudspeaker in the background, and it's saying that you must leave this area or you will be arrested. Now you see mounted officers. These appear to be Toronto police who were used yesterday during the protest immediately before some arrests took place. We know that Ottawa police say yesterday a bicycle was thrown at one of their police horses, causing it to fall. Okay, so we're getting closed in here, Michael. So what we're going to have to do is get over the fence line just to get out.
Yeah. David, if you need to take a moment, we can break away from you.
Michael, yeah.
We can break away from you. Why don't you reposition?
Just to give you
Reposition.
Yeah, we're doing that. We can do that on the fly here, Michael.
Okay.
So they have now closed people into this area on O'Connor, pushing them into here. And I would presume that the mounted police will come in and push people back further. But the idea is they continue to move people away from Parliament, Michael. And I'll just be quiet here and let you take this shot.
Yeah, we'll take the shot. David, we'll come back to you when we can. But right now, this again is the scene. You can see there the center block and the west block of Parliament Hill. And this is where protesters are being moved away from, moved west along Wellington and now south. And that is the direction that the camera is walking backwards towards, south of Parliament Hill right now, again, away from the Parliament Hill complex. Now, as all of this is happening, I also want to point out that certain ministers are taking part in a news conference right now, commenting on what is taking place in the nation's capital. Among them, the Public Safety Minister, Marco Mendicino. And he has just said during this news conference that the police are moving methodically and responsibly. These are his words. He says it is encouraging, but operation not yet done. And certainly this has been an operation of hours and now into days, as the action against protesters in the nation's capital did begin in earnest early yesterday morning. And here we are now, a day later, and they are still breaking up the remaining protesters. With that, I want to just get some guys. Can we go back to David at this point? I'm asking in the control room for those at home. And if not,
yeah,
David, can you hear me right now?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Okay, so at this point, you've repositioned. What are you now seeing?
Yeah, so we're repositioned. So this is O'Connor that we're now on. You see some of the Houses of Parliament buildings in behind me on the other side of Wellington. Wellington, that had been occupied for the past 3 weeks, is now under the control fully of police in this area between the War Memorial and O'Connor, a vast area that had big rigs parked on it, but it was down this street, maybe in the last hour, that we have seen multiple trucks leaving. They came to their last stand, and that was the moment, and they left. The crowd now singing "O Canada" at the police officers, who I would expect are going to continue to push down here. Around the left corner, you've got mounted police officers from the Toronto Police, and they may be utilized here as well. Of course, all of this happening at the backdrop of the Emergencies Act being, in fact, debated, discussed just inside Parliament. If you look up the building, I'm just going to point up that you see officers, tactical officers, who are on top of the building. Those are likely for optics. They are, in other words, they're watching the crowd, trying to assess crowd dynamics. We've got a larger crowd here now, but it is in part because they have been pushed here by officers. The chants of freedom, which have become, frankly, ubiquitous with this protest over the past 3 weeks, are once again being heard here on the streets of Ottawa. You will notice that seemingly everybody has a phone up and is streaming it, just as we are able to get our camera operator on top of a bit of snow just so he can see a bit further. But you see how many people stream this live. Now, some of those people are able to fundraise. They're able to generate a small amount of money by doing that streaming as people watch and contribute. Others are doing it and hoping that reinforcements will arrive. But what I can't see, Michael, is what's happening further down the road. In other words, are the efforts by police to barricade entrance into the core, are they working? Are people trying to get here to reinforce numbers and not succeeding? Are people getting through? That's the thing we don't know. The final point that I would make, much talk about whether tear gas has been used. I can only speak for the areas that I have been in. I'll tell you, I have been tear gassed before. It is very uncomfortable. And people in the city of Montreal may be more accustomed than anyone else in the country at what tear gas smells like and what it does. I haven't smelled it here today. Ottawa police say it hasn't been used. We do know that pepper spray has been used in past days on particular what the police have called agitators. But right now, what we see is an operation that involves a lot of pushing. It most certainly does. But what we have seen from our vantage point is the use of force really at the pushing level, pushing people back with their batons. It's not hitting necessarily, at least not from what we've seen, but pushing people back. Up in the sky, a drone. We know Toronto police and the RCMP have been flying large drones over the crowd again for surveillance, trying to get a sense of where people are moving to, try to get a step, I suppose, ahead of them. Next question is what happens now that we're here and we've got a fairly large group. As you zoom out here, you see that there are in this one city block probably 200 or 300 people from this protest movement who are now in this area. They are not kettled. They can get out. They can go backwards. And if police move again, I would expect that's what would happen. That in the ebb and flow of this morning, and what a morning it has been in terms of the speed that it has happened at. What a morning it's been to watch people being pushed back. I don't know that it was expected, at least by casual observers, that things would happen this quickly after being entrenched for so long.
David, thank you for that. I'm going to ask you to pause for a moment. Let's keep your picture up. Let's take a listen one more time to what is happening in Ottawa as protesters are pushed back onto O'Connor Street away from Parliament Hill. Now, you heard there the chanting of freedom, 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 which of course echoes through the valley of buildings that lie just south of Parliament Hill in Ottawa. And to speak to someone who knows the city quite well, policing it in particular, we're reaching out right now to Charles Bordello, former Ottawa Police Chief, now public safety consultant. Mr. Bordello, thank you for being with us.
Good morning, Michael.
I want to first and foremost begin with your reaction to this, the second day of police trying to break protesters up. Compare what we have seen this morning compared to the slower action that we saw yesterday morning.
Well, I think it's very clear that there has been a change in tactics, not only by the aggressiveness as far as the movements, the equipment that is being used by frontline police officers has changed. Yesterday is more what we call a soft hat approach, where officers are protected, but they don't have the batons, they don't have the helmets on, and they had some success in clearing some ground. But based on the behaviors of the demonstrators yesterday, commanders obviously went back and revisited the strategy, and today decided to take a more postured approach to send a clear message that they are moving quicker today. So you see batons, helmets, for frontline police officers moving the crowds back. You're seeing them, from what I can estimate now, they have gained control of Wellington Street, which I'm sure was probably one of their key objectives, is to secure Wellington Street and start searching all those vehicles and taking those away. Now you've got them pretty well on O'Connor Street. They will always have the opportunity to leave the area safely, but at some point in time, if you don't want to displace the protest to another part of the downtown core, you want it to end. That is their objective, is to finish this and have people leave or have people arrested. So that's probably what they're thinking about now is, okay, so what's our next? We've got them off Wellington Street. They're down on O'Connor now. I keep pushing him back, but at some point in time, you don't want that area now to be the center of protest. So how do we end this?
And for people, again, who don't know the nation's capital, O'Connor Street does run right between the Museum of Nature right up to Parliament Hill, but a few blocks south of Parliament Hill, it becomes a residential neighborhood. So as they're moving them south, will there be a line that is awaiting to arrest them, or are they hoping to disperse by the sides? What exactly is the strategy here? Because they are, if they continue to move further south in O'Connor, going into far more residential areas.
Well, there is a perimeter that has been established in the downtown core, and I would expect they won't be allowed to leave that area there. So as more demonstrators decide to leave of their own volition, which is a good thing, the numbers should reduce. But there'll be a core group, no question, that will want to remain. And at some point in time, not necessarily today, but at some point in time, they will be arrested and taken into custody because the objective clearly stated by the Ottawa Police Service and their partners is this will end. And this will end with arrests or you leave. There's only the two options.
I don't have a lot of time here, but I will come back to you a little later in the program, Mr. Bordello. But I do want to ask very quickly, because as we watch what is happening in Parliament Hill, the political debate in the background has to do with the Emergencies Act. Was the Emergencies Act necessary to bring us to this point where police are now breaking up this protest that has occupied Wellington Street and parts of downtown Ottawa for 3 weeks now?
So there's some tools in there that the police services have been using. If you look at the exterior perimeter that has been established with the over 100 checkpoints, they are now turning away individuals who are here solely for the purpose of protesting. That lawful authority did not exist before. You couldn't turn away individuals coming to the city to democratically protest. Now they have the ability to actually turn away those individuals, which has substantially reduced the crowds that we have seen come into Ottawa over the past couple of weekends, which has been problematic.
Charles Bordello, thank you. We will speak again as we look one more time at the scene on Wellington Street, just south of the Parliament Hill complex. You see there the police line, and perhaps more importantly, you see there a group of police holding down what seems to be a protester, which must be a protester, who, as they try to move people away from Parliament Hill, and as we have been speaking about with Mr. Bordello, south on O'Connor Street, away from the Hill complex itself. Now, we'll keep monitoring the situation. I also want to bring in, though, as we speak to our reporters on the ground, I want to bring in Thomas Degg once again. Thomas, again, describe for us where you are in relation to O'Connor and Wellington. What's happening around you right now, please?
We're at the corner of Spark Street and O'Connor. We're just a block away from Wellington and the Parliament buildings. And as you can see, there's lots of protesters who've been pushed off Wellington, who are camped out here waiting to see what the police are going to do next. I just want to direct your attention to the side streets, if we can just take a step and show you that people can come and go sort of as they wish, despite lots of reporting around the 100 or so checkpoints that police installed here in downtown Ottawa over the past couple of days. People are still free to walk up and down the downtown streets as far as until they get to the police line. So that's why you're actually seeing the crowd numbers actually grow as people see on social media that this is going on, and they're keen to come join the crowd and show their support for those who've been camped out here for more than 3 weeks. They obviously have very strong opinions about mainstream reporting. There are probably a couple hundred protesters at this intersection here that is obviously closed to traffic, but people are free to come and go as they wish. Police are not pushing back protesters from this area, but they have made clear, if you heard the press conference from the interim chief of police yesterday, that they didn't want this weekend to look like the previous weekends where there were big parties here in downtown. But they say they're going to take back these streets for the community. But as you can see, David was reporting on many people live streaming, and that's what we're seeing here as well, criticizing the reporting of journalists who are here on the scene. But that's been the atmosphere here for the past few days, certainly, and indeed colleagues who've been here for the past 3 weeks would say it's what they've seen. If you were just sort of happening upon this scene, it just seems like a very calm sort of group of people hanging out. Whereas realistically, if you're just a block away, you see the pushing back from police and this gentleman trying to block our shot, showing a copy of what is apparently the Canadian Bill of Rights. People have been showing this document. Someone's been clearly photocopying it and handing it out to protesters today as they try to show that document to police as apparent proof that they're allowed to be here. But authorities have made it very clear that they no longer have any right to camp out here or occupy these streets, Michael.
Thomas, thank you. We'll speak again, and thank you for braving that harassment. I appreciate your reporting right now. Our Thomas Daigle in Ottawa. Let's stay in the nation's capital. I'm going to ask the control room to switch back to the overhead view of the police line on Wellington Street. And as they do that, I do want to bring in back again to the program Charles Bordello, public safety consultant, also former Ottawa police chief. And the reason why I'm asking for this picture to come back up, Mr. Bordello, has to do with what we have seen so far. Of course, police have been moving in quick steps at some points, at others holding the line. And at this point, we're seeing them holding the line on Wellington Street. We also saw them taking down or trying to take in one protester, and others throwing snow in the face of police, pushing back against this police line. Walk us through the psychology here for police officers. How difficult is this type of operation for police?
Well, as you see, and as faced by your reporters, they are constantly faced with a barrage of verbal criticism. And so they have to remain very professional and stand their ground. So they are doing that. And that sometimes gets difficult because you do hear what the demonstrators are saying, but they parse that and they put that away. The other part is that these officers are human beings. So they're out there in the cold. It's a very stressful time for them. So you'll see some relief take place. You'll see rotations of officers being brought in. But they're very professional. They're trained at what they do, and they've brought in the best across the country in order to support the men and women of the Ottawa Police Service with the OPP and the RCMP to affect this massive operation. You see what you see at the front end is just a fraction of what is behind them to support these operations. There's logistics involved, staging areas. You look at once an individual is arrested, they have to be processed, transported to the cell block. The court system is involved, property room, evidence. And the other piece is that you've got the City of Ottawa that is certainly supporting this operation, because they're the ones that end up having to clean up and remove all the equipment, take the snow away, and clear the streets, which was taking place overnight after the operations of yesterday. So the City of Ottawa is very much involved. And the other thing I like to point out is in the front line, you have paramedics and you have firefighters as well, because the use of incendiary devices by the demonstrators can be very dangerous to the frontline police officers. So you have fire services that are trained to work with these crowd control team officers. You have paramedics as well that are there to take care of either injured protesters or injured police officers. And you have these armored vehicles that are present in the background. They suit two purposes. One is they carry different types of equipment to support the operations, but they're also known as rescue vehicles. In the event that an officer or somebody gets seriously injured, that vehicle will be used to go in, retrieve that officer, and take them away to get medical care.
Mr. Bordello, you also earlier in our first conversation today, you referenced the fact that the operations here have changed from yesterday, in part because of the behavior of the remaining protesters. Dig into that for us. What do you mean by that?
Well, the protesters yesterday became very aggressive, and you saw I think over 100 arrests being made. And so I've said from the beginning, the actions of the demonstrators will dictate the response by the police. So we saw the police service gain some ground yesterday. They cleared the intersection of Rideau and Sussex, and they stopped their operations on Wellington Street. So the remaining demonstrators were aggressive. They're the hardcore ones that will not leave unless they're forced to leave or they're arrested. And they saw the actions they took against the police officers. There was a couple of assaults. There was somebody throwing a bike against one of the police horses. So the behaviors and what they were actually physically doing became increasingly of concern to the commanders. So they decided today to change their tactics, come out with a different type of uniform, a more visible presence with respect to batons, shields for the officers. So that's from a safety perspective for the frontline officers, but it also sends a clear message to these demonstrators. We told you yesterday it was over, and we did take some steps to move you out. Today, we are stepping up our efforts in order to finish this and to clearly meet our mission objectives for the citizens of Ottawa to end this demonstration as quickly and as safely as possible.
Mr. Bordello, thank you for this. We'll speak again as we continue to track what is happening on this day. You're watching CBC News Network, and I'm Michael Serapio, as we watch unfolding right now live on air for you the second day of police action against protesters and the occupation that has taken over Wellington Street, the southern portion of the Parliament Hill complex, for 3 weeks now, but that street for the most part cleared as police continue to move protesters further west. And among our reporters on the ground is the CBC's Ashley Burke. Let's go to her right now. Ashley, walk us through where you are in the city and what's happening around you, please.
Well, Michael, I'm standing in one of the exit routes. This is where police are trying to push protesters to leave on one of the side streets. So we're on O'Connor right now, quite close to Wellington Street. And as police moved forward earlier, you could see sort of people running and moving backwards as they pushed up. Police have been leaving an open doors for police to exit this area. What you're looking at is one of them. But people here, these are, as you just heard the former Chief Bordello say, these are some of the hardcore people who do not want to leave. All morning we have heard police making announcements on megaphones saying, leave or you will be arrested. And these individuals still here saying they're not going to budge. Now this morning, we saw someone also raced into a tent. It looked like they were in pain. Had said it was tear gas. Tweeted that they did not use tear gas today. Or very clear. Police are saying that tear gas is not used. Crowd today, you know, it does feel the tone is a little different. This morning especially, people are upset. They are angry. We're confronting a lot of people yelling into their cameras about what's going on. They are upset at the methods our police are using. As you've seen, it's they've changed their methods a little bit today. Of them carrying batons, for example. But what you're looking at is where police are trying to get. You can see some people hugging in front of us. Earlier we saw trucks pulling out of this exact road and making their way down the street, and there were cheers, there was people waving at them. And I'll just give you a look at the other section. Every way here, 360, you can see people crowded, not leaving, just standing, waiting to see what's going to happen. We've heard people singing "Oh Canada" today, chanting, screaming freedom, and just waiting to see what will happen. There are police at multiple points here squeezing protesters, trying to get them down these side streets, but where they're going to push them next is what we're going to be watching for closely.
Ashley, thank you for that. We'll join again a little later in the program. The CBC's Ashley Burke covering the protests happening right now and the police action to break it up in the nation's capital. Well, with that, we want to do another task here and help situate you better as to all of the action. We've prepared a map here to lay out where all of this action is taking place right now in Ottawa. As we said, the center has to do with Parliament Hill, and that's to the top of your map you see there. You see now as well the red area that's been declared by police as a secured area, and that is where they have been essentially limiting the flow of traffic in order to prevent supporters of the protesters and the occupiers from making their way towards Parliament Hill. And as you can see, if you follow the right side of that red border, You can see the Rideau Centre, that is the major mall in downtown Ottawa. And on the street there, as we zoom in one more time, well, that was Wellington Street, and that is where police have been moving protesters further west as they try to move them down O'Connor Street and have them dispersed and or arrested. Well, with that, to talk about what has been happening on this Saturday, let's bring back to the program Hannah Thibodeau. Hannah, of course, anchoring the morning portions of News Network today as all of this started to go down more aggressively, I guess is a fair way of saying it, Hannah, than it was yesterday. Walk us through, first and foremost, what you have seen here when you compare it to the police action that we saw unfold yesterday.
It's much quicker than yesterday. Yesterday it was, and we've heard these words repeatedly, slow and methodical. Police were going in, they were going in and arresting some of the protesters. After that, they would go in and clear the vehicles with tow trucks and get them out of sight. They stopped really last night going forward with protesters when they hit the Chateau Laurier, just past the Chateau Laurier and just before the National War Memorial. They kind of held that location throughout the night, and then this morning is when we started to see an increase in police numbers, but not only an increase in police numbers, an increase or a different tactic. And I think you heard that from the two chiefs of police we have standing by to talk with us and brief us on that, just about how they are using things like batons. They are not hitting anybody with those batons, but they are using it to push them forward. Also, you can see that they brought in the mounted unit again. There are more police, I would say, than we saw yesterday. We saw tactical units coming in higher numbers today. They're going in, and they did do this yesterday, but there are more vehicles in front of Wellington Street, breaking the windows, then coming in to secure those vehicles because they don't know what's in there, and that's something of concern for these police officers. I had a chance to speak with some on the ground yesterday, and these officers have been in many, many different protests. And in those protests, it's usually dealing with people. But in this one, they're dealing with big pieces of machinery, big cars, big vehicles, and they don't know what is inside of those. So they need to, stop and pause and ensure they know that they can move forward safely. That's one of the things. And I just want to bring you a couple of news updates too. I'm following along here. We also know that, and if we can see the shot on Wellington Street there, just on one side of it are the Parliament buildings, the West Block. Inside that West Block currently, MPs are debating the Emergencies Act. And I think you want to keep an eye on that top left corner as well. We see more police going in, so just be aware that police group may move soon into protests as well. But behind them, you can see the Parliament buildings. Inside those Parliament buildings currently are members of Parliament, and they're debating the Emergency Act. Now, what has happened since the morning? They were allowed to go in yesterday. It was canceled, that sitting, because of the police operation today. They did begin at 7 a.m., supposed to continue until midnight tonight. Right now, it's a hold and secure area. What that means is hold and secure means that the perimeter doors are locked, and if you are in that parliamentary precinct, say an MP or staff, they strongly advise those people not to leave the building at this point. It is not a lockdown. They want to make that clear, but for safety reasons, they are asking people to hold and secure because of the operation that is happening outside. One of the other things, Michael, that we did notice, and Ottawa police have been very, very good at updating regularly when things are coming out, maybe misinformation is happening. They come out and clarify things extremely quickly. Here's something new that just came out 5 minutes ago. Police arrested protesters wearing body armor. They had smoke grenades on them and miscellaneous fireworks in their bags. Additional smoke grenades and fireworks were located and seized in a vehicle on Wellington Street. We did see authorities going into cars, breaking windows, taking things out of those vehicles. We don't know which one it was, but there you go. That is the latest from Ottawa Police, also saying if your vehicle was towed, your vehicle will be impounded for 7 days. For instructions what to do, go to Ottawa Police because those are issues that you'll have to deal with now. You were giving many opportunities to move your vehicles out of there. Also, here's something else that's new. There are approximately 100 police checkpoints surrounding the secured area downtown. They remind people they will simply ask you your reason for traveling within the area. They do not want to see any more protesters joining in on this crowd downtown. And one other thing.
Let me quickly just jump in here,
Yep.
Hannah, because at this point we need to point out the picture that we're showing people at home right now. You can see there dozens of police officers making their way closer towards the protesters. Again, this is the second day of action as they try to break up the protests and the occupation around Parliament Hill. This occupation lasting more than 3 weeks at this point, going into a fourth weekend, although this weekend, as Ottawa Police promised, very different than the previous weekends that we have seen. You know, Hannah, you mentioned the Ottawa Police, and I think it's worthwhile reiterating the statement they did make earlier today, and this was to protesters where they directly said to them, quote, "We told you to leave. We gave you time to leave. We were slow and methodical, and yet you were assaultive and aggressive with officers and the horses. Based on your behavior, we are responding by including helmets and batons for our safety." So again, that change of tactic that we're seeing on this Saturday. Let me circle back to the debate that's happening right now in the West Block of Parliament Hill, though, Hannah, as we talk about the Emergencies Act, because of course there is a debate around it as to whether or not it is actually or was or is needed, given the crackdowns we have seen not only here, but the breakup of protests in Windsor, in Coutts, Alberta, in Manitoba, and in Surrey, British Columbia, whether or not the Emergencies Act is actually needed. First and foremost, let's talk about the nuts and bolts of getting this passed, because this is very different than the War Measures Act. It is not the same. It is far more limited in scope. It requires the approval of Parliament. So walk us through the logistics here. The debate yesterday was cancelled because of the police crackdown. Does that mean then the approval will also be pushed back?
We're not 100% sure at this point. It depends on how long the debate goes. I was trying to talk to the government leader in the House, Mark Holland, a bit earlier. I don't think they really know at this point. They only began debate again this morning. It's expected to continue in tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. till midnight. And again on Monday, the vote was supposed to take place Monday evening at 8 p.m. We are not sure at this point, Michael. But one of the things in this Emergencies Act, and I want to go through some of the things that they're really using on the ground right now. Part of this prohibits bringing children under the age of 18 to participate in the trucker convoy protests. Also, it prohibits traveling to or from a protest site with the intention of taking part. So all these people who are taking part right now are taking part in an illegal protest, and also offering support like supplying fuel. That's something we saw for quite some time over the past 4 weekends, bringing fuel to the trucks, bringing propane to the trucks. Also, anyone traveling as a foreign national with the intention of taking part in these convoy protests. We heard from the Prime Minister last week that people were stopped at the border because of the intention of coming to take part in these protests and turn around. So these Emergency Act measures, that is some of the, things they used right away. But really, what we're seeing in Parliament right now is a discussion, was this overreach? The Prime Minister said the situation couldn't be dealt with by any other law in Canada. And he defended the first time using this as time-limited and targeted, as well as reasonable and proportionate, and that was a last resort. So one of the things that, is going to happen after all of this, Michael, is everybody is going to have to review this. So they're going to review these acts, and as we heard from both chiefs of police, this is why we see police out there, they're being very careful in how they manage this situation. They have been very, there hasn't been a lot of tough measures. They are being tough, and they're clearing out these protesters. But this is not like what we see in the United States. This is not like what we saw in France. And those rumors of tear gas here in Ottawa, I want to make it clear that that wasn't the police services. And again, this is something that police have been making clear on Twitter. They came out quite fast when this happened, saying police did not use gas on protesters yesterday or today. They say, in fact, a protester launched a gas canister. And so when these things happen, we have to make sure that we are crystal clear, because a lot of the protesters are sharing misinformation with people on the ground and ensuring that this is the actual information. And this is something that the Ottawa Police has been doing quite frequently over the weekend, is making sure that if there is some type of misinformation, like a horse trampling somebody, that is not true. And they were quick to get that out there, that that is not accurate. And same when it comes to the tear gas.
Hannah, thank you for all of that. We will speak again. The CBC's Hannah Thibodeau continuing her day with us as she did begin covering the second day of breaking up the protest earlier on this Saturday. But as we continue to take a look at the pictures right now in Ottawa, and at this point you are looking down O'Connor Street, and this is where police are trying to corral protesters away from Wellington and move them down. And to talk about the operation and the tactics being employed here, we're now reaching out to Murray Faulkner, who's a former police chief in London, Ontario. Murray, thank you for being with us today.
Michael, good afternoon. Listen, I just want to explain a couple of things that you've been seeing and commenting on. Number one is that unlike yesterday, there's far more relief of officers on the front line. It's mentally and physically exhausting to stand there and receive the abuse hurled at you. And so yesterday, you saw frontline officers basically there for 12 to 16 hours without any breaks. And when I say any breaks, I'm not referring to just coffee. I'm referring to even a washroom break. But today you see the fluorescent jacket people being replaced by helmet officers. And one of that is to give them a break, a physical and mental break before they go back on the line. So that's why you see a lot more movement of frontline officers.
Let me just jump in very quickly, Murray, and I take your point, but I just want to point out, if people are wondering what is happening there, yes, we are witnessing an arrest. You see there a number of officers essentially, in fact, it looks like there's more than one person that they were trying to arrest there. It looks like two people are now apprehended. Murray, I apologize for jumping in, but I want to walk our viewers at home as to what's happening. But to your point, this is not necessarily a reinforcement we're seeing, but what, a changing of the guard when you see more officers making their way to the site?
Yeah, yes, exactly. Hannah made a point that she believes there's a lot more officers. I think that's more of optics, because they're in a smaller confined area, and therefore it looks to be more. You know, I find it kind of ironic that you know, a couple of hundred yards away they're debating the Emergency Act, but yesterday the same group wouldn't meet because of, quote, the emergency that was happening on their front steps. So it's a bit ironic. Only in Canada would you see something like this. The protesters standing there. The cellular business must be making a great profit today, because everyone seems to have a phone as well as coffee.
Well, let me pick up on that point, because as you know, there is a debate. You reference it right now, not only in the West Bloc as parliamentarians talk about the Emergencies Act, but there is a debate in this country as to whether or not this Emergencies Act is needed, whether or not this is an overreach by the federal government. What's your take? Is the Emergencies Act needed? Was it needed to bring us to the point that we're now seeing this protest finally breaking up after more than 3 weeks of an occupation?
Well, you know, you've had many commentators that have given their perspective on it, and Chief Bordelo articulated yesterday morning quite eloquently. You know, from my perspective, honestly, the Emergency Act has done nothing to a regular Canadian citizen. It hasn't affected anyone living in my city. It hasn't affected really many of the citizens in Ottawa. It has allowed the police to do a bit more work that they felt they couldn't do before. So you know, this debate about the Emergency Act to me is a bit of a red herring. There was a issue by the provincial government declaring an emergency. The police finally got the resources to move in and move them out, and this protest will be over, I think, before the federal government makes some kind of decisions. So to me, it's a bit of a red herring about this Emergency Act.
Well, let's bring in some of the counter arguments to that, though, because, you know, as we're seeing what's happening in Ottawa right now, as I noted earlier, this past week, we saw the protests and the blockades end in Surrey, BC, at the crossing near the Pacific Highway. We saw it in Coutts, Alberta. We saw it in Emerson, Manitoba. And particularly with Coutts and Emerson, it's been pointed out that those blockades, those protests were ended through negotiation, not the kind of police action that we're seeing right now in Ottawa. Is that a fair comparison?
Well, yes, yes and no. I mean, Coutts, Alberta was just one little road, and the same with the Ambassador Bridge. None of them had lasted 22 days with 400 trucks and 2,000 to 3,000 protesters a day. So, I mean, it's not apples to apples here, Michael. You've got two different, like, yes, it's the same protest basically, but geographically and number-wise, it's totally different. And so, police have to use the tactics that the geographical area gives them, that the protesters react to, and the law allows. And so, whether it is in BC, Alberta, or Ontario, you know, each situation is slightly different.
I also want to get your thoughts on the strategy being employed right now. As we have been reporting, we have seen this slow progress along Wellington Street further west. And again, for those just joining in, that is the street that runs along the southern portion of the Parliament Hill complex. They're now trying to steer protesters down O'Connor Street in the hopes of dispersing them. How long of a process are we talking about here? Is this truly an effective way, or is this just essentially opening up a situation where we might be playing a whack-a-mole game here where the protest pops up in different parts of the city?
Well, that's why I said earlier today that the citizens living in downtown Ottawa will see a higher police presence, whether it's today, tomorrow, or next week, because yes, it could be a bit of a whack-a-mole. I would think that these protesters, as the day progresses, as we saw yesterday, starts to thin out a bit more. They're going to, they've lost a tremendous amount of ground. There are no more big trucks that are occupied. The police have either seized those vehicles. They will be starting to be removed. And now the police will be more of a hold and wait attitude, I think. And so time will tell to see what the commanders want to do. But as you can see, they are well prepared, if they have to deploy other uses of force.
Murray, thank you for that. You and I will speak again if you are patient, please, and stay with us. But we will connect with you again a little later in the program. But for now, our thanks to Murray Faulkner, former London Police Chief. Well, we also want to talk about the arrests that have been made so far, because 3 key protest organizers are among the more than 100 arrests that have been made at last report. We're also hearing of more charges being laid for one of those organizers this morning. And to tell us about those arrests and the organizers themselves, let's bring in the CBC's Natalie Collada. She's following this important part of the story for us today. So Natalie, bring us up to speed.
Well, Michael, I can tell you that court proceedings, the bail hearings for one of the organizers is ongoing right now as we speak. That is for Tamara Leach. She's told the court that she is willing to leave Ottawa, though it would take about 5 days, because she says she would have to arrange for a way to get out of Ottawa. She said she could not fly out because she does not have a vaccine passport. The judge, as well as the Crown and defense attorneys right now, talking about how much money they will put up for bail. $5,000 has been suggested, though that proposition has not been confirmed, nor has she been granted bail. However, she did tell the court if she were granted bail, she would not communicate, not support the convoy, either verbally or financially. She said she wants to, quote, go home. She has children in Medicine Hat, Alberta, where she is. Her husband, who is working as, or proposed as what they call an assurity, so the guarantor of bail, if you will, talking to the court right now, saying that he was actually flown into Ottawa on a private jet. Being questioned about that because, of course, that $5,000 bail proposition by the defense being challenged by the prosecution as we speak. But we also know that she's just one of the organizers of this convoy protest that are been arrested and have been charged. We know another very controversial figure within this group, Pat King of Red Deer, Alberta, is also been arrested. He is facing several criminal charges. Like Leach, they include things like counseling to commit the offense of mischief, counseling to commit the offense of disobeying a court order, and he is scheduled to appear in court. Now it's looking like Tuesday morning. That is the latest we are hearing. So he will be in custody for the next little while. Leach, who was arrested on Thursday, as I said, that court hearing going on now to determine whether or not she will be released on bail. Another organizer, Chris Barber, has been released on bail. He has been told that he has to leave Ottawa within 24 hours. He has to leave the province by Wednesday. Barber is facing 4 of those criminal charges, the same that we are seeing with the other organizers that have been arrested. He also has agreed to a condition on bail that stipulates he cannot support the convoy in any manner, financially, verbally. He is also not allowed to assist others financially with the protest, except to assist them leaving the city. And if that happens, it has to be through his own pocket, his own funds. In that respect, he's also not allowed to contact the other organizers that are now have been arrested, being King, being Leach, just for example. So that is just
quickly, Natalie, and I apologize.
Yeah, some of the 100 people, Michael, that have been arrested. 21 vehicles we know have been towed so far.
Natalie, thank you for that. The CBC's Natalie Collada. And with that, I do want to bring now Ashley Burke to the program once again as you watch CBC News Network, as we watch again the second day of police breaking up the protests in Ottawa. And we broke through Natalie, Ashley, to get to you, because right now there is some action in your area right now.
Yeah, Michael, I'm at the corner of Bank and Wellington Street. This is another point where police are moving in and moving forward. As you can see, right in front of us is the police line, just right there where you see all of those demonstrators lined up. Every 10 minutes or so, they have been moving themselves a little bit forward. Now take a look behind them. You can see that on back behind them, there are police on horses. They have been moving forward as well. This is a method that's been used over the last 2 days that protesters have been upset about. Now, to the right of that, you can see that there is a tactical unit, tactical officers that are standing up on the side here. To just give you a sense of some of the police operations here. Now, behind us, look at how much space they have to go here. Right behind us is, Tony's just going to show you, there's a barricade. Okay, people are moving.
No running. Okay, we're going to the right.
So,
guys,
we're just going to move out of the way here.
Ashley, do what you need to do to stay protected. I believe, and we need confirmation on this. I believe that some pepper spray has been used. I don't know by whom.
Yeah, there was some pepper spray used, at least on one person earlier that we saw on the snowbank just behind us. And other people are right now, take a look at this. On the snowbank here, you can see people trying to put snow in their eyes to clear their eyes out. So you're right, it does appear there's been some pepper spray used. Look at this person here. He's got his hands over his eyes, trying to walk. Looks like he cannot see. People are trying to help him behind this snowbank here that they're kind of using as a protective area. Police do not have much more space to go to take back this spot. They do have a blockade here, so there's not a lot of movement, but we're seeing many people coming out of here. We are seeing we are seeing pepper spray actually sprayed in the crowd there.
Yeah, we just saw a very close view of that, Ashley. We just saw a very close view of that as they're employing right now this pepper spray. And sporadically, not consistently, but sporadically, we know, as Ashley's been telling us, people have been affected here. Ashley, can you describe again, where exactly is this police line in relation to Parliament Hill, in relation to O'Connor Street, where they're trying to corral the remaining protesters?
Well, we're just to the west of O'Connor Street, where we were earlier, just in front of West Block. So we're really close to Bank Street here. That's where we're standing on the corner of Bank and Wellington Street. So this is another point, the other side of where you saw us earlier, where they're moving protesters. They have several key areas here where they're squeezing demonstrators together, trying to get them to exit on their own out of the roads behind us. But this is sort of the last group here that says they're not leaving. We've spoken to many this morning who say they don't want to be arrested. that they will leave, but they want to stand their ground here as long as they can. We also saw a lot of trucks leave this area. Look at the police line. They just moved closer, and they're pushing people back. So we're going to keep watching this to see what happens, but we are seeing the crowds leave and move backwards, and they're making quite a bit of distance here as police start to scatter this way. Just calm.
Massive support, guys. We need support.
So look at how much distance they just made up. That was a pretty good amount of time.
Well, let me describe for you what we can see from
I can see on my side people pouring.
Well, let me actually describe for you.
I can see people pouring water in their eyes just about everywhere.
Oh, so pouring water in their eyes, but I also want to bring you in because you can't see the shot that we're showing people at home right now. This is a more.
They took my husband. They sprayed me in the face. They left with my husband. You need to tell the truth.
What happened? What happened? What happened to you? Got sprayed?
Yes, I did get sprayed. They took my husband when they sprayed me in the face. They took him, standing beside me.
Was he arrested?
I don't know where he is. I can't find him, and I'm not telling you anything else.
Okay, Ashley, thank you for that.
That gives you a bit of a sense of the emotion here on the ground from some of here.
Well,
don't listen to her. She's turning off her mic. She's lying.
And I have to say, Ashley, obviously that's one protester who says that she was sprayed in the face with pepper spray. I want to, again, describe for people the overhead view that we see right now, because you see there the police line on Wellington making their way further west towards O'Connor, where they're trying to corral people. We have seen pepper spray used. But also we are now seeing, it seems, more protesters making their way towards that police line. Now, they may have been further dispersed back. This is probably not an addition of people making their way into this red zone. But they have moved now closer towards the police line. Ashley, from your vantage point, do you see people moving towards the police line as well?
We do see some of that, but the police line, look at in front of us, it's actually on the sidewalk now. So there's a tent behind them. That's where someone this week was serving hot chocolate, and there's someone was making soup in those two tents, the blue and the black behind us. This was a main area throughout the past week where there was food served. Now we're seeing police on the other side of that. So they've broken up on both sides and are moving forward. And to the left of us is Parliament Hill. So you can just gives you a sense of how close we are to Parliament Hill up here. That's the West Block.
Okay, Ashley, listen, get to a safe position. We're going to come to you again a little later in the program, but we're going to stay here looking at the images right now. Again, this is the second day of police actions as they try to break up the protest that has essentially occupied the southern portion of Parliament Hill and parts of downtown Ottawa for 3 weeks now. This is the fourth weekend, but as Ottawa police promised yesterday, this weekend would not be like others, and in fact that is what we are seeing. The protesters being broken up more and more, and also being pushed down Wellington Street, their base camp, if you will, for these many days now. And I want to read here to you the latest tweet that we're getting from Ottawa Police, because we have been reporting about the number of children that have been brought to the protest and occupation site for these many weeks. And the Ottawa Police are just tweeting out, once again, we are seeing protesters bringing their children to the unlawful protest site. This is a reminder, if you bring a minor, a person under 18 with you to an unlawful protest site, you may be charged and fined up to $5,000 and potentially spend up to 5 years in prison. A reminder from Ottawa Police to get the children out and to disperse the parents who have actually brought them to this protest. Now, we'll keep our cameras here. Again, you're watching CBC News Network on this Saturday, watching right now the police action to break up protesters on Parliament Hill. And I want to bring back to the program once again Charles Bordello, former Ottawa Police Chief, now public security consultant. Charles, thank you for being with us again. We see now the police in some instances using pepper spray. What does that say to you about where we are right now in this operation?
Well, from what I could observe, Michael, is that obviously the police are trying to gain some ground and pushing back that line of demonstrators, and they received some forms of aggression from the demonstrators. So at some point in time, their safety was at risk, so they deployed pepper spray. And you know what? I shake my head as to the reaction of some of the demonstrators, saying, "Oh, they actually pepper sprayed me." Well, they have horses out there. What do they expect the police to be doing in order to finish this and end this demonstration when they have constantly been aggressive and refusing to leave? The multiple attempts and pleas of the police service for them to depart voluntarily, yet they refused. So the police are forced to eventually having to use these types of tactics in order to force them to leave or end up arresting them. And I'm seeing a number of arrests now being made. And what I'm also observing is once that individual is arrested, the professionalism of the men and women of these police services continues. They're very carefully taken care of and brought back to the transport vehicles. There's no aggression whatsoever being demonstrated by the police officers who are under a tremendous amount of stress. I see all the aggression and the frustration being exhibited by these demonstrators that are still refuse to acknowledge that this is over and they need to leave.
Well, we certainly this past week have seen almost if you use the carrot and stick metaphor here, we've seen the carrot in the early days, and now, if you will, this is more the stick as the police, starting yesterday, really moved in on protesters to break up the occupation and the camps that have been set up for over 21 days. Talk to us, if you will, Charles, because I think it's worthwhile to remind people, what have Ottawa police done up until this point in hopes of getting protesters away from Parliament Hill without resorting to the action we're now seeing?
I would say from day one, they've been messaging and telling them leave. And in the past 3 days, they actually went out and delivered individual flyers to each and one of the demonstrators to clearly outline what the consequences were of them making a decision to stay. They did that twice. They continued to message it. And even yesterday during the police action I was doing, they constantly were telling them, please leave, please leave. You may be arrested. So there are so many steps that have been taken by the police service and the community to tell these individuals, you are not welcome here. It's illegal. Leave this area. So now you're seeing where the police now have been forced to take a more aggressive posture in order to really clearly demonstrate that this is over. And you're seeing a number of arrests being made, which is unfortunate, but that's the reality of what is taking place. And I go back to as well what Interim Chief Bell said, that this weekend will be different from the other weekends that we've seen, and the community may see things that they have never seen before. And I go back to my 35-year policing career. The last time I saw officers come out in this type of posture with helmets and batons I believe it was the G7 or G20 when President Bush, George W. Bush was in town, and there were some extreme groups that were very violent and caused some concerns in our city. That is a long time, and that's a long time ago. So this is unusual for Canada. This is unusual for Ottawa, where Ottawa is the site of hundreds of demonstrations each year, whether it be at Parliament Hill or at different embassies that are in our city. But you have never seen this type of posture, and it is because of the deliberate actions of these demonstrators that the police service has been forced to utilize these types of tactics and this different type of approach in order to safely as possible end this demonstration.
Mm-hmm. To that, I want to get some particulars from you, because there has now been a perimeter, a red zone, if you will, a no-go zone established around the Centertown area of Ottawa. Walk us through what that means and how it's being enforced.
So there's two perimeters that have been established. One is the red zone, which is the very small downtown core area where it is prohibited from entering. So anybody in that red zone there is subject to arrest because it's been deemed an illegal demonstration and occupation. There's a further perimeter that's been established outside the city limits, which controls main access points into the city's core area. And these are hundreds of checkpoints that are staffed by officers who will stop each vehicle, pedestrians, and ask them what their purpose is to come into this area. They need to reside here, they need to have a business here, or they need to have some legitimate purpose from attending here. Those who decide to come to Ottawa for the sole purpose of coming to support this demonstration here will be turned away and could be subject to arrest as well if they continue to force themselves into that outside perimeter.
Mm-hmm. The other question I had for you has to do with the current strategy, and that is to essentially push people away from Wellington Street, just south of Parliament Hill, and down O'Connor Street, moving them further south. How far south do they want them to go? Is this a dispersal policy? Is this just to contain them?
It's a dispersal strategy. You will not see them. They're trying to shrink the perimeter as well, but you will not see the application of the kettling method, because that is deemed to be very dangerous, as we saw in the G20. So there will always be an outlet for individuals to voluntarily leave or to escape. So they're trying to reduce those types of perimeters in order to make this demonstration end. The danger will be, is that you mentioned it before, you don't want now to displace the protest in another area. So they will do everything they can to try to end this demonstration by forcing them to leave the downtown core, or by arresting them and physically removing them to the processing center.
You know, you mentioned the fact that Ottawa is a city that sees several protests every year, and of course that is understandable given that it is the nation's capital, given the number of embassies in Ottawa. But I'm wondering if there needs to be a future conversation about Wellington Street itself, if not portions of Metcalfe and O'Connor and certainly Spark Street, because these are easily accessible routes for anyone. Public transport goes up and down Wellington Street every single day. People use their vehicles to get to the Rideau Centre along Wellington Street. Do you think going forward this will be a street that needs to have further restrictions?
Well, those conversations are already taking place with respect to further extending the parliamentary precinct zone, which now ends at Wellington Street. So to include Wellington Street as in effect part of the parliamentary precinct, especially because you've got now more offices with the government. The Prime Minister's office is across the street at O'Connor. You've got now the Senate for the time being that's at the Confederation, the old Confederation building. So it has grown in size. The challenge is that this is a very busy street. It's a major arterial for buses and vehicles going over to the Quebec side, on the Gatineau side. So they would have to have a significant change in their traffic management plans in order to divert that traffic, and they wouldn't want to divert that right into the downtown core. Although I agree that there's an opportunity to further restrict access to Wellington Street to protect the Parliament buildings, people will still come down to Ottawa to protest at the seat of Parliament because it is the nation's capital. So where will they then go to demonstrate? And if it's a pedestrian area that's allowed, that's fine. But then you've got the vehicles as well that you're going to have to deal with. But it's certainly a conversation that will undoubtedly continue and take place to see what physical changes need to be made to the downtown core to ensure that this type of event does not take place again.
Charles Bordelo, thank you. We'll speak again later in the program, but for now, thank you for your comments. And as we say thank you to Mr. Bordelo, we continue to see the scene right now on Wellington Street. I'm Michael Serapio. You're watching CBC News Network, and we continue to bring you live coverage right now on the second day of police action as they try to break up the protests and the occupation that has been taking place on Parliament Hill for more than 21 days now, 3 weeks now to its fourth weekend. But as Ottawa Police promised, this weekend very different than the weekends we have seen prior, where there has been almost a party-like atmosphere as people in downtown Ottawa have complained about the torture of the noise and the horns blaring, and of course many concerned about the occupation that was stretching out for days. But we're now seeing this police action, and to talk about it, we're reaching out once again to Michael Kempa, who is a criminologist with the University of Ottawa. Michael, thank you for being with us again today. I'm sorry, is Michael there by any chance?
I'm here.
Oh, there we go, Michael. Sorry, we had some audio issues. Good to have you on. Thank you for being with us again. Listen, let's begin with a broad stroke here. How are you feeling? What are you thinking of as you watch this police action, again, go into a second day to break up this protest?
I'm very, very surprised by the pace. Today, much more has been accomplished by lunchtime here than I had expected would be accomplished by the dinner hour or even the evening. The police have been able to move very quickly, and I think it reflects that there are a far larger number of people who were shocked by police action yesterday than we had expected. When the police moved, there was a bit of disbelief amongst the unified group. They began to sort of separate into a very fearful, surprised group and a smaller group that was showing more resolve. The resolve group does not seem to be expanding. It seems to be a very fearful group, and that's why the police have been able to take so much ground in such a short period of time.
Beyond that, though, do you really think police had any other option but to move in more forcefully on this Saturday, given that they promised that this weekend would be different?
Well, the weekend has already been very different. One thing that I'm very encouraged by is we had no major influx of more casual supporters on a weekend for the first time in 3 weeks. So this is already a major change. The police are moving quickly. I don't think they'll be motivated to move simply to make a point or to show citizens that they were able to do it in a very short time frame. They just wouldn't take that risk to make a point. They're going to move deliberately. If they have an opportunity to press forward quickly, they certainly will. It would just be an added benefit if it was over more quickly than anybody expected.
Talk to us about the charges here that people face, because we're now looking, obviously, at protesters who have not dispersed, despite the fact that police have been sending out these education pamphlets, had been warning them that they do face arrest and or fines, even imprisonment, if they didn't leave the area. So talk to us about the charges, the remaining protesters, and those who've already been arrested. What do they actually face?
Well, the leadership has mostly, the main charge, there's been a few, but the main one is counseling mischief. Mischief is a lot more serious than it sounds or it can be. It's a huge range of offenses that have to do with damaging property, preventing people from making ordinary use of public space and operating businesses, and it can be very minor. And it can be major. If you cause a lot of damage to property and really stymie the ability of a lot of people to go about their business, it becomes a very serious charge. It can be an indictable offense, in other words. It can carry a hefty prison sentence. It's unusual in many cases that the judges go that far, but in this case, it's very possible. Then there's issues of perhaps assaulting police officers, concealed weapons, issues of resisting arrest. The police will not be motivated to pile charges up on ordinary protesters, but certainly those that are displaying violence will have a greater range of charges. It's very serious. They'll never be able to go into the United States again, for example.
Michael, I'm going to pause our conversation for a moment here. Do stand by. I do want to now go back to the streets of Ottawa, go to the CBC's Thomas Degg, as he is covering for us everything that unfolds right now. Thomas, where are you at this point? What are you seeing around you?
We're on Wellington Street at the corner of Bank Street, just adjacent to Parliament Hill, where police have pushed back protesters all the way back here. Keep in mind, this is the spot where for the past 3 weeks, big rigs have been parked. This has all been cleared out over the past few hours. Sometimes some of these truckers have left of their own volition. Some vehicles in the area have been towed, but mainly over the past few hours, we've seen truckers pull out of their own volition, and even the so-called Freedom Convoy 2022 Twitter page putting out a message on social media telling all the truckers, everyone involved here now, to clear the area of big rigs. So this is where the police line has ended up. There are still probably a couple hundred protesters at this street corner holding the line, as they say, in some cases waving Canadian flags, booing the police, yelling obscenities, chanting freedom in some cases. This is what it's come down to. There is no expectation from anyone here who remains here that they will not get arrested if they remain. Police have given them several warnings time after time for the past couple of days. And again, today over the megaphone several times, you've probably heard it in our coverage, telling anyone here, all the protesters, if you are still here, and they're repeating that right now, please leave the area. If not, it's no longer you may be arrested, you will be arrested. And we're hearing cheers now from the crowd. I'm not sure what that's in reaction to. They're chanting freedom again. And this is the cat and mouse game that we've seen since early this morning. It was a quick advance from police, which seems to have stopped at this street corner. I can't quite see the line of police as there's a group of protesters standing on either a concrete, what appears to be a concrete barricade that police put up over the past 24 hours to stop traffic from entering. And this is where the crowd is remaining. They have said time and time again that they're a peaceful group and they have the right to be here, but police disagree with that and are moving them back now to this corner of Wellington and Bank. And there is an expectation, you get the feeling that police are going to move again momentarily here.
Well, as we keep our cameras on the situation, Thomas, I do want to remind people that we are trying to bring to them the best information that we have as it unfolds. Certainly, we're monitoring a number of different social media channels. We are monitoring police lines as well as they explain to us what's happening, and our reporters are essentially frontline eyewitnesses to this history unraveling in front of our very eyes in the nation's capital. You know, Thomas, as we continue to look at Wellington Street, I don't know if you can give me this clarification, but originally they were trying to move protesters down O'Connor. You're now saying that they are moving them towards Bank Street. Does that mean then that they have divided the protester group, one down O'Connor, one down Bank?
Yeah, it seemed that way. O'Connor is that way. We can't see it from where we're standing, but yes, it would sound correct. It sounds right that they have indeed split the protester groups into two. There was a loud group on Wellington. Well, for the past 3 weeks now, they'd been blaring music, and just about where we're standing, just on this, right around this block, is even just yesterday. I was reporting from here. They still had a bouncy castle set up. They had a stage and loud music, and in fact, just today, as this police operation has heated up, the Twitter page again for the so-called Freedom Convoy 2022 has announced that the entertainment that they had planned for today on stage has been canceled because of what you see here, because of the police operation clearing out what has been long deemed an illegal protest. So protesters have been split up, waving various flags here, Quebec, Canada, and it's a standstill at the moment, but we have seen throughout the day, ever since police began this quick succession of pushes, we've seen that these standstills don't last very long. Sometimes police move back, regroup. Sometimes there's a change in the officers. Sometimes they've brought in the mounted unit with horses. So we're waiting to see what the next tactic is going to be. A lot more aggressive police tactics that we've seen since last night, particularly since this morning, compared to what many neighbors here say has been inaction for 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm. Listen, Thomas, very quickly, I also want to comment from you, if you will, some observations about the weather, because it seems that the weather has taken a turn for the worse right now. Walk us through the conditions that you're having to work through, the conditions that police are having to work through, and the conditions which these protesters are still bearing as they refuse to leave the area.
There was a heavy snowfall here on Thursday night into yesterday morning, so you still see banks of snow, and as protesters have been pushed back by police, certainly we ourselves, I can tell you, have been in some cases sort of falling over these banks of snow. It's not that slippery. It doesn't seem to be icy at this point below the snow, but again, snowflakes are again falling at this hour. Michael, it's a bit breezy. There have been some squalls with reduced visibility, but at the moment it's just bitterly cold and pretty much what we've seen in terms of weather, a bit of snow and wind and cold, what we've been seeing for the past 2 days.
Thomas, thank you for that. Appreciate it. The CBC's Thomas Degla in Ottawa. We see there once again the scene on Wellington Street, police on horseback making their way towards where protesters have now been pushed. Now, that said, and this is just breaking, we're going to have to get some clarification, some confirmation here, but I do want to read to you. This is being sent out by Stephen Hoff, and he says that organizers are breaking up this convoy protest, now calling for a full retreat. I'll read for you their statement of intention. Quote, "The Freedom Convoy 2022 is shocked at the abuses of power by the law enforcement in Ottawa. The police have horse trampled on demonstrators and deployed riot control agents. They have also beaten peaceful protesters with batons and with the stock of their guns. We have therefore asked our truckers to move from Parliament Hill to avoid further brutality. To move the trucks, it will require time. This has been communicated with Ottawa Police, and we hope that they will show judicious restraint. The truckers are moving, and the use of more force will only be used to punish people and not to preserve or establish order." Again, that is a now message from the Freedom Convoy. And I have to say, this is just now on social media. We need to back this up, get some clarity around it. But I'm hoping to get some early reaction. So I'm going to change plans here to our crew in the control room. I'm wondering if Murray Faulkner, former London Police Chief, is still on the line. Murray, I'm hoping you're there. I read that statement of intention now from this so-called Freedom Convoy. Your reaction to what they're describing as police brutality on demonstrators in Ottawa?
Well, you know, it's a day late and a dime short. What they said the truckers are going to leave, they've already left. And as far as police brutality, listen, this is the minimum amount of force that has been used by public order units in major protests like this. So, you know, I understand that they have a perspective and a slant that they want to put out, but the public can see, you can see, that it's being handled in a very professional manner. I will say that I think there has been a certain smugness amongst Canadians as we look January the 6th at what happened at the state capitol to our neighbors to the south and thought, you know, something like that would never happen in Canada because we're so much better. But you can see that there's not that much difference between actions that happened in the States and what's happening at our capital. And that we must remember that even though what started out as a freedom convoy and a protest against vaccinations and mandates, we have to remember that the manifesto talked about none of that. In essence, it talked about overturning the government, removing the government, having this Governor General remove the sitting government, and the truckers or the protesters being in charge of the government. Well, folks, this is not a society that is going to be very beneficial if ever that happens. And so one has to remember in context everything that has happened in the last 22 days and not be dissuaded by some other documents that may come out on public media.
Mm-hmm. And just some clarity there, it was our Stephen Hoff, our producer in the Parliamentary Bureau, who sent out that statement. He did not write the statement. It is from the so-called Freedom Convoy. So, Murray, as we see that right now, I also want to note the fact that Ottawa Police have also said that that they are essentially putting up their tactics because of the behavior of those protesters that they observed yesterday. Talk to us about the protesters who do remain, because we know that many did leave. More than 100 arrests were made, but many other protesters left on their own volition, seeing what was taking place with Ottawa Police. Talk to us about the protesters that are still standing their ground and what that means or how that would influence the kind of tactics police would have to employ at this point.
Well, I think we've said this before, Michael, that the people that are left are the hardcore individuals. If you can remember what you saw yesterday along the lines by Shadow Frontenac, there were far more females in the line. But today, there's far more males that probably are more physical with the police, are more confrontational with the police, and therefore police tactics have changed slightly. And so rest assured that the police will use as minimal amount of force as is necessary. Capsicum spray or pepper spray is not nice, but in fact will only be deployed if there is some resistance or assaultive behavior by the protesters. We have seen that quite clearly yesterday and today. I also say that that really there's nothing left to prove by the protesters staying around. Although they're getting national coverage by this, their points have been well made, and they do need to go home, get back to life, and go back to work.
And I also want to read for you here a statement. This is from Ottawa Police. They sent out on Twitter, Murray, and this was just a couple of minutes ago. They said, quote, protesters continue to be aggressive and assaultive on officers. They are refusing to comply with the orders to move. You will have seen officers use a chemical irritant in an effort to stop the assaultive behavior and for officer safety. So that goes to your point as to what's being deployed here. Listen, Murray, I'm going to ask you to stay where you are. I'm going to pause our conversation as well right now because we have our David Common, who is in Ottawa on the ground right now covering the protests. David, let's go to you right now. What's happening around you?
Yeah, so we are on Kent Street here, Michael. People who've been to the nation's capital, who live here, will know it as the artery that runs down towards Wellington, where much of the occupation has been. Now, the area I'm standing until, frankly, seconds ago, there was a truck right here. It has moved back to this area. Other trucks have been moved out and are leaving at least the downtown core. Where they're headed, that I can't tell you. Are they leaving altogether? Are they going to another area where they would regroup? But you see, here's another truck. We'll just step out of the way because it's backing up here. I want to get out. So Ontario provincial police officers have actually been around here, and they are taking license plates and other information from these truck drivers as they are clearing out of the area now. That some of these trucks have been here for all of those 3 weeks. And so if I bring you here, you see the Ontario Provincial Police taking all these details about these trucks. They take down license plates and other information, and by doing that, they're able to identify the owners of the vehicles, potentially the drivers of the vehicles, and that helps them with understanding who has been a part of this process. We have seen that repeatedly over the last 48 hours as some trucks have left this downtown core area, police taking all that information. Now, of course, we also know that because of the power in those Emergencies Act, there's all those financial instruments as well, and this would give them the power to impact them. If I look in that truck right in the window, it says Nova Scotia, here for the long haul. Well, let's see if that truck is here in an hour, because a lot of them are now, in fact, leaving. There are suggestions that over the next hour that a number of these trucks could leave. We'll only know when we actually see it. The actual police operation has actually been happening on the other side of these barricades that were put in by the city of Ottawa some days ago. So Wellington Street up there on the other side of those police cars, that is where we saw a large amount of that police activity earlier in the day, pushing that crowd back. And there continue to be large numbers of police officers up in that area, face to face in some cases with protesters. But the crowd, while still sizable in number, is not what it has been. The bridges into Ontario from Quebec, just on the other side of the river, they've been shut down. And so it is harder to get into this core, and the protest crowd has been dispersed more. People are not all in one spot. And so that changes the dynamic here. I see people are shoveling, cleaning up the streets that they've been in, and we've seen quite a bit of that. Stay out of her way while she's doing that. But you also, I would take a look. This is, when you think of the signs of the occupation, all the areas that have been signed, all the trucks that have been, all the people who've come and signed in this area, gives you a sense of, the movement that has been here, the movement that has been in this area for 3 weeks, and continued people who are remaining here in the streets, even as that police enforcement operation continues to push.
To that, David, yes, people are remaining. I'm wondering if they've talked to you or said anything to you to explain why they are not leaving despite the ongoing warnings from police services?
Well, the area has been declared a no-go zone for a number of hours, and so people who have said they would stay have stayed. However, as police have got closer, just before police, got to a number of the trucks, that's when you saw some of those trucks leave. So they were here up to a certain point, and it was the very last second, frankly. That's when we saw some trucks leaving off of Wellington. The police who were smashing windows of trucks that stayed, they have not come up on this position yet, but they're frankly just about a block and a half away. and so could easily come here as we start to see movement, as we start to see areas clearing. You know, these trucks aren't necessarily leaving altogether. I look at that truck, for instance, it hasn't left the downtown, but it is uncorking the streets, and that would conceivably allow vehicles once again to come down into this area.
David, thank you for that. Appreciate it. The CBC's David Common in Ottawa as we continue to follow for you the very latest on this second day of police trying to break up the protesters who have occupied the Parliament Hill precinct just south of it on Wellington Street for over 3 weeks now. This is, again, the second day of this police action. You're watching CBC News Network, and I'm Michael Serapio. Well, as we track this, I want to bring into the conversation right now the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau. Of course, Hannah was anchoring earlier this morning, tracking all of this unfold. You know, Hannah, I think it's worthwhile, as we are watching very closely what is happening here, I think it's worthwhile to go back. Walk us through what happened in the early morning hours, because as I said, you were anchoring the earlier portions of News Network today. Walk us through what happened, because a very different police tactic being employed on this Saturday than the one that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, I would say so. Yesterday was slow and methodical, and you hear that quite frequently yesterday when it came to how the police were maneuvering this situation. It started over by Ottawa University. There are trucks that were there originally blocking that exit, getting off the highway and heading into the downtown core. That's where they began their operations. They started arresting people. Then after they got that cleared out, they took evidence and eventually got tow trucks to move those vehicles out of there. Then once that was clear and they were going to move to the next section, they learned lessons from that. They moved on to the next section, which was really another place that trucks had dug in, and that was around the Rideau Center. And it was a weird experience to walk through that. There were a lot of trucks parked every which way. There was music blaring. They had fires going, and once they got into that area, they did similar things. It was slow. It was methodical. They pushed the crowd back. They made the arrests for people who wouldn't leave the vicinity, and then again it was getting those trucks to clear that area. Then they made it up to the Chateau Laurier. That was last night, where you did see some interaction between police and also with the protesters there. This morning, when they started to bring in the bigger police force and start to move again, at that point you could tell there was a difference in tone. A difference in tone when it came to, you could see they had the face shields on. They were carrying also the batons. They weren't using the batons but in hitting people, but they were using them to push people. It was a different kind of maneuvering with the protesters, showing them, okay, we told you to leave. How many different times? And finally, you know, again this morning saying leave or be arrested. And even the tone in the police messaging was a bit different this morning as well. So then you could see the massive buildup of police. And what we heard from the two chiefs that we have, you know, talking us through all of this is that essentially they're in an area that is more confined. And this gives the police a little bit of strength, because you have a building on one side, you have a fence on the other, and people can't really disperse out. It's pushing them back and continually pushing them back. Then they started to pushing them down the side streets as well, still giving them that option to get out of the city. They have told them, and you hear it on the speakers, get out if you do not want to be arrested. And they continually do that. And as these police lines continue to go forward, what we see is there's usually a little bit of a break. They kind of regroup, regather. And we heard that from Murray Faulkner, that, you know, they have to have a time to rest as well. And then they continue to push forward. But what we're hearing from police on the ground, we heard from the interim chief of police that this is now a 24-hour operation to get this done. And you can see this morning that things are moving a bit more quickly when it comes to pushing those protesters back so that they can clear those areas, get the protesters out, and then also get the trucks out as well.
You know, Hannah, as we continue to have this conversation, I think it's really worthwhile to once again situate people who don't live in Ottawa or are not very familiar with Ottawa. You know, you and I have spent years there, but this is now the no-go zone. Talk to us about the secured area, Hannah, and what police are doing with it.
Yeah, so that is the secure area. When it comes to coming into the downtown core, as I have to do to come to work, you see that secure area. It's about 3 kilometers squared. In that area, you cannot get off certain exits to the downtown core. In fact, the police have them completely blocked off. There are only certain exits you can get off. When you get off at the exit, you have to tell your reason why you're coming down into this area. In particular, if you're coming into the red zone, you have to show your ID, you have to tell them where you're going, you have to either live or work in this downtown core. If you are a protester coming with your vehicle, it's just not going to happen. But you still can come by foot, because we have seen an increase in protesters over the course of the morning. This morning, there was a few scattered protesters. The numbers, as you can see there, have seemed to have grown quite extensively throughout the morning. There are 100 checkpoints in that area that people must go through. And you can see again, Michael, I'm just watching the police there in that line, and protesters seem to be pushing up against them again. It seems to be a lot of pushing back and forth at this time, and we have to keep a close eye on that, because police have come in, they are prepared, they have given them sufficient amount of warnings to get out of the downtown core. For the past couple of days, they've been handing out flyers, and if you weren't handed a flyer in your hand, it was being put on your windshield. We have seen some trucks leave the downtown core this morning, and I think they took the warning quite seriously when you started to see some of the authorities breaking windows, going in, pulling people out of those vehicles if they were still in it. If not, pulling out some of their, making sure that it was clean and that there was nothing that could harm anybody in that area. So some of the trucks did leave, but clearly some people are coming in on foot to still take part in this now defined illegal protest.
You know, very quickly here, Hannah, because of course we're keeping a very close eye on the protest, but what's not so obvious is what's happening on Parliament Hill right now in the West Block, because they are at this point debating the Emergencies Act, as we know, invoked by the Prime Minister this week. It's now being debated ahead of a vote that was scheduled for Monday. Walk us through the issues being debated here and really what's at stake ahead of a vote.
Yeah, so this is really, it's already in place. As soon as it was invoked, it is in place. But now is a vote. And what's important is that the Prime Minister and the Liberal Party have support from one other party to show that, you know, this was something that was reasonable. Right now, the NDP are voting in favor of this. That's what NDP leader Jagmeet Singh has said. And what the Prime Minister, the reason for doing this, he says he invoked it because the situation couldn't be dealt with any other law in Canada. And he defended, you know, he is the first Prime Minister to use this act. This act was brought in place in 1988 under former Progressive Conservative Prime Minister Brian Mulroney. What we heard from the Prime Minister is that, of course, this will be time limited and targeted as well as reasonable and proportionate. Well, the Conservatives definitely don't agree with that. Interim Leader Candice Bergen, had pointed out that the blockades and borders at borders were essentially over before this was even invoked. So her question was, why do you have to do this? She called it a power grab. The Prime Minister did it for his ego. All of those types of issues. And that's the type of debate we're going to continue to hear in the House of Commons. The debate will continue tomorrow. That's scheduled from 7 until midnight. And now I do know for sure, and I did miss this, so my apologies, that the vote is still scheduled to happen tomorrow evening. I'm getting my days mixed up, Michael. It's just all blending together. On Monday, the vote will take place, and we do expect it to pass because the NDP is supporting it. Or so they say.
Hannah, thank you. We will speak again. The CBC's Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. Well, again, you are watching CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio as we cover this second day of police action trying to break up the protest that has occupied portions of Ottawa's downtown core for 3 weeks now. This weekend was promised by Ottawa police to be different than previous weekends, and that is exactly what we're seeing. A police enforcement that started in earnest yesterday morning and has quickly moved on this Saturday to push protesters protesters further away from Parliament Hill, further down Wellington Street, as well as removing vehicles and arresting more than 100 people at this point. Now, as we continue to watch what is happening, and at this point, it is a bit of a standoff here as police are standing there in front of the protesters. Again, this is Wellington Street, just south of Parliament Hill. And behind those protesters is Bank Street, one of the major, if not the major thoroughfare through the nation's capital. I want to turn once again to Michael Kempa, criminologist with the University of Ottawa. Michael, thank you for standing by with us throughout this day. I really appreciate the insight here. Walk us through what you're seeing here in terms of an escalation, if you will, on police action, because again, they have pushed the protesters back initially to O'Connor Street, this group pushing them back to Bank Street. So walk us through the kind of reasoning that police will take in terms of deciding next steps here.
Well, where the police are now intensifying their tactics, they will have calculated, both through observing the crowd directly and through aerial views with drones and spotters, that essentially the back of the embedded protest has been broken, and they are going to be pushing as forward as quickly as possible. If they find that they encounter a violent and very committed group, they will slow down, and that will change the rapid advance. But they must have calculated, based on viewing the crowd from above, that there does not seem to be a significant violent threat, at least immediately in front of them. So where there's disorder, they will push forward quickly because that's their opportunity.
Now, as I was speaking with Hannah, I'm sure you heard, there is right now a debate happening in the House of Commons in the West Bloc, debating the Emergencies Act that's been invoked by the Prime Minister in response to the protests, certainly in Ottawa, but in other parts of the country as well. I'm wondering what you think on that matter. Do you think we would be here at this point where the protest is finally being broken up, again, more than 3 weeks after it began, without the Emergencies Act having been invoked?
Absolutely not. I can be unequivocal. You would not see all of these different policing agencies on the ground enforcing Ottawa laws without the enactment of the Emergencies Act as quickly as it has happened. There has been no swearing in of other officers from Sûreté du Québec, Toronto Police, OPP as Ottawa actors. They can only enforce Ottawa laws at the moment because of the Emergencies Act. So this would have taken another 3, 4, 5, 6 days of logistically swearing in officers as temporary Ottawa officers. Right there, this is one of the major impacts of the Emergencies Act. The other piece of this is the police have not been relying on many extraordinary powers. As we've been saying, they're charging people with mischief or counseling mischief. These are ordinary criminal code offenses, and I believe that's wise because it will make court appeals much simpler down the road. The freezing of accounts, though, that has been absolutely impactful in terms of motivating people to leave. And again, we would not be here safely policing a thinned out crowd were it not for the Emergencies Act. Make no mistake.
Well, you know, to that point, I want to read here. This is from Marco Mendicino, the public safety minister, who earlier today gave an update. And he essentially said that financial institutions have frozen the accounts of at least 76 individuals linked to the protests, representing $3.2 million. How significant was this move by the federal government to actually go for the financial accounts of those involved?
Well, it's of extreme importance. It motivated a large number of people to leave, and it signals that there will be major consequences for this type of continuing to support this activity. It stopped donations essentially in their tracks at that time. The thing we have to understand, the Emergencies Act is simply not the War Measures Act. The War Measures Act, you flip a switch, it's on or off, and when you turn it on, it suspends everybody's civil liberties across Canada. The Emergencies Act does not work that way. It's an incremental act that works within the Charter, and the government takes existing laws, puts them together, and amps them up for a period of time, and it has only been applied to people who are either directly involved in the illegal protest or who are supporting the illegal protest. It has not otherwise affected Canadians across the country. A much better law than the old-fashioned War Measures Act.
Now, that said, as you know, there is a debate happening now in the House of Commons regarding that, whether or not it was the right thing to do, whether or not it should be approved, as it does require by its legislation the approval of Parliament within 7 days of its invocation. I'm wondering, though, Michael, at what point did this stop becoming a protest and more of a security concern that you think justifies the police action that we're now seeing?
All right. The protest action. All protests usually are a little bit illegal. They don't have permits and all of that. We tolerate it in a democracy. Once the protest took possession of downtown space, prevented citizens from exercising their rights to move freely through space, to live in a peaceful society. Once it expanded to include border crossings, vital economic links, destabilizing the Canadian economy. Once weapons were found that were tied to a very small stream of organizers around this protest. We shouldn't label them all in the same group. It became a national emergency because it threatens the political and economic stability of the country, and it was demonstrated that the ordinary mechanisms had failed us. Municipal, provincial, federal government mechanisms, police, intelligence agencies, with ordinary authorities, they had failed. The Emergencies Act is going to uncover why they failed through the necessary mandated inquiry, and we will fix the system so that next time we will not have to mobilize the Emergencies Act for the same reason. In that way, it's a self-correcting piece of legislation.
Michael, I want to thank you for the insight today and these past days of this protest. We will hopefully speak again a little later this afternoon, but for now, thank you, Michael Kempa.
I'll be back. Thank you.
Now, let's pick up the point on the Emergencies Act, because the government does insist that invoking it is the right thing to do, and it's having the desired impact, they say, on clearing the Ottawa protests. The Minister for Public Safety says he will not commit to an exact time when the act may be lifted, though. Take a listen to Marco Mendicino.
As we have said all along, we have taken the decision very carefully, very thoughtfully, and as a measure of last resort to invoke the Emergencies Act. It is time-limited, it is targeted, and it requires compliance with the Charter to ensure that we are protecting the individual freedoms and principles and values that are guaranteed under the Charter, while at the same time enabling law enforcement to do the job on the streets, in our neighborhoods, at our borders, to uphold public safety. We will only use the Emergencies Act for as long as is necessary. I want to make sure that we take the advice of law enforcement. We're in routine touch with the Commissioner of the RCMP and with other members of law enforcement. We'll let them assess operationally, since it is their domain of expertise, whether or not they think the situation is in hand.
And again, that was the Minister for Public Safety, Marco Mendicino, speaking earlier today about the Emergencies Act. Now, MPs do continue to debate the act both in the House and virtually today. Let's bring in the CBC's Hannah Thibodeau right now. She's tracking that part of the story as well as walking us through the protest itself. So, Hannah, let's get back to the Emergencies Act, again invoked by the Prime Minister earlier in the week. Walk us through the positions being stated right now in support and against the invocation of the act.
Yeah, I think we want to keep a close look outside too. Just on one of these cameras, I'm noticing, things I watched for this morning when these police start to line up in these certain specific ways. There's one camera where the protesters are really in the face of police, and it just seems like they may start moving at some time. So that's just thought. But when we move inside the House of Commons, it's not, there we go, that's the shot I'm talking about. Inside the House of Commons, we do know that they are continuing to debate the Emergencies Act. Just look at that lineup of police there ready. But inside the House of Commons, some of the things that the reason why they wanted to do this and some of the powers that were immediately enforced, and we heard some from Michael Kempa there, but among the reasons given by the government for invoking this is because it risked the economic recovery and the ongoing economic security. So they were talking economy a lot, and in particular that had to do a lot with the border situation. The Windsor-Detroit Bridge, over $350 million goes back and forth over that bridge every day. They also say adverse effect with Canada's relationships with its trading partners, in particular the United States. We know that when this was happening, President Biden was on the phone with Trudeau, essentially saying, you need to fix this and you need to fix this now. And then when you look at situations like what we see downtown in the downtown core, the world is watching this. Let's be honest, we have seen and we've had multiple requests to be, a part of other newscasts right across the globe, from India to Britain to the United States. And we see them on the ground here covering this. We are a G7 country. This downtown core has been locked down for now 4 weekends. The Prime Minister knew that at a point he was taking blame for this, so he needed to take a handle of this. And that is, I think, one of the reasons, if you're thinking of the thought process as to why he eventually had to make a move on this, that is why it happened. Just look at that one shot too. I'm keeping an eye on all the shots. We see tow trucks coming into the downtown core. It's a high up shot. If you can see it in the control room, there it is. Those are now moving into, and I'm sorry to kind of flip back and forth on you, Michael, talking about a million different things here, but things are happening really quickly today. These tow trucks are now going in to clear out that section right in front of the Prime Minister's office, in front of the Parliament buildings that we have seen jammed with people, jammed with partiers, jammed with those trucks for 4 weekends now. Tow trucks.
And to that, as I jump in, it's interesting, Hannah, because of course you say jammed with trucks, but right now I'm looking at one cab, which means to say that for those who are just joining us, there has been a huge movement, not only of people, but vehicles away from the southern precinct of Parliament Hill.
Yeah, and let me bring it back to the Emergencies Act as well. One of the things that the Prime Minister had stated, also the Mayor, I watched on Power and Politics last night, saying that a lot of tow truck operators, before the Emergencies Act was implemented last week, they were not willing to do this job, and they were not willing to do this for a couple of reasons. A, they might have feared for their safety. B, they may have been sympathetic to the protesters down there. Under the Emergencies Act, they have to do this. They are compelled to go in and remove these trucks. They will still be compensated their fair pay for this, but they cannot say no to the job. So that was another part of the Emergencies Act, and just tying to those pictures there as we see some of these vehicles getting towed out of the downtown core. But when it comes to the Conservatives clearly said this was overreach. This is one of the things that they have been quite frustrated with the Prime Minister. They say it's dictatorial behavior, and they accused him of essentially jumping to use the Emergencies Act after failing to take action to address the demonstrators' frustrations, which really began, if you think back to when the truckers really started to get frustrated. It's when the Prime Minister and the Liberals implemented the fact that they had to be vaccinated to cross the border. That was so long ago. Now, being in these protests for the past 4 weeks, their message completely got muddied. And then the Prime Minister said, I'm not going to talk to these people because they want to overthrow a democratically elected government. So these are some of the reasons that keep going back and forth in this debate in the House of Commons, and we'll continue to hear this over the next couple of days. But again, the vote is now still planned to happen on Monday evening. It will pass, and it will pass because the NDP are supporting it for that specific reason, saying that these organizers are saying that they wanted to overthrow a democratically elected government.
Hannah, thank you for that. Our Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. And you are watching CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio. As we continue to cover the second day of police breaking up the protests in and around Parliament Hill right now, breaking up the protesters that have occupied Wellington Street just south of the Hill for more than 3 weeks, although Ottawa Police did promise that this fourth weekend would be different than the past, and certainly that is what we have seen. Police moving in early yesterday and then stepping up their actions today, pushing protesters back well away by a couple of blocks now, forcing them off of Wellington Street and putting them down onto streets like the one you're seeing right now, Bank Street and Kent Street, as well as, and excuse me, I believe this is Kent, and Metcalfe and O'Connor earlier today. So we're tracking all of that for you today as police again try to disperse the protest that has overtaken the nation's capital for almost a month. And to that, let's go to Thomas Daigle right now. He is in the nation's capital, part of the CBC team right now covering what is taking place. So Thomas, I know that things keep moving around the police positions, the protesters, and at times our own reporters. So tell us where you are right now. What are you seeing around you right now?
We're on Wellington Street, just near the Parliament buildings at the corner of Bank Street, Michael, and we're behind a barricade here so we can give you a really close-up look at the police line here. Protesters are up in their face, giving them all sorts of, well, you could call it feedback on the police operations today. But you were talking about the Emergencies Act and just the changes that has allowed in policing here in Ottawa, and just how extraordinary this is. Right beside me here, this is a Quebec Provincial Police officer. There's a line of Quebec Provincial Police with batons in their hand, side by side. Just down the way there, Toronto Police, stationed right here in downtown Ottawa, and behind them, RCMP officers. Yes, go ahead, Michael.
I'm sorry, let me jump in. Can you just turn the camera over to the police line again? Let's take a listen to what's happening.
Oh, you want to have a listen to this? Okay, let's, I mean, yeah, I'll let you listen, but be warned of the content you might hear.
But we're not. We are trying to have freedom in a country that this... I only watch on the news this happening. I never ever in my life thought I would see this.
Right, so that's the kind of feedback that protesters have been giving to police, in some cases booing police or chanting "shame on you" to officers as they've moved in, particularly with the mounted unit. But again, looking at the police line here, officers from the RCMP at the back of the line in military-style emergency response gear, ready to move in. And this is the kind of this is the kind of gear we have seen when police have been getting ready to push back protesters again. It's worth underlining once more that this is the part of Ottawa, part of Wellington Street, where big rigs have been parked for the past 3 weeks. You don't see any big rigs now because they have all been moved, part of this really quick push from officers over the past few hours to clear the downtown core. The operation that really began yesterday, but really pushed in a much quicker succession today. Again, to give you a sense of how protesters, once officers stop and line up side by side like this, how protesters get in their face. We've seen in the past few minutes one Quebec Provincial Police officer hold up a video camera and record pictures of the protesters on the front line. So as a colleague, part of our security team, has pointed out to me, they're not just learning as they move in who is at the front line, but they are gathering evidence. In some cases, we've seen officers on rooftops keeping an eye on the protesters and who is in the crowd and what the protesters are doing. From my vantage point, I can see a couple hundred protesters. The crowd has actually gotten bigger throughout the day as the sun has come out and as protesters have been allowed to move freely through the downtown despite the checkpoints. So the tension is on here. Police are keeping a close eye on the protesters, but no movement at this moment. I would say that could change any second now, Michael.
Okay, Thomas, thank you for that. It's Thomas Daigle. And as we say thank you to Thomas, here now is a view from up above of that police line that Thomas was, where Thomas was reporting from. And you can see right now, this is the line that the police have been holding for about an hour. And this is, as we heard from Thomas, at the corner of Wellington near Bank Street. And from there, let's move to David Common. He is at Spark Street, the pedestrian mall in downtown Ottawa, at the corner of O'Connor. David, over to you.
Yeah, Michael, I can tell you that the protesters have been facing off on one side of this intersection. Now a second side, as these police officers in behind us here have just moved in. I believe those are the RCMP officers who have just moved in. On this side, what was Sûreté de Québec is now Ottawa police. They change shifts here periodically, and I think the logic behind that is it's cold out here. I actually don't know what the temperature is right now, but just in terms of the wind, which has really picked up recently and made it uncomfortable. And yet, many people who have been here for weeks continue to be here for a long period of time. These police, the RCMP, now moving forward towards us, so we're going to move back here and create a little bit of a cushion. The idea is to push people back. There's a man over here who's got a dog, and the police are getting him to move back. So now, again, this is similar to what we saw this morning, where police move forward about 10 meters, hold, and then they wait for a certain interval of time. How much time? You don't know. Now, the big thing that we've been talking about, big difference from yesterday, not just the numbers of police, but the weapon systems that they have. So we did not see, for instance, wooden batons yesterday. They are out today. The Ottawa police saying that they are responding to an elevated level of threat among the protesters that they say they've asked repeatedly to leave and given the space to leave. Here we are. Some have left. We've seen, over the course of the day, vehicles that have left the main protest area in front of the Parliament buildings. That's literally right up there. A number of big rigs and other support vehicles, trailers, what have you, have gone. Now we're also seeing trucks that are leaving Kent Street down the road or being moved off to the side, moving out. So there is movement. There are areas that either the police have cleared or police are there monitoring as they are clearing. Doesn't mean the entire city is clear, not by a long shot, but there is a big shift in what's going on. It's a mostly young crowd that's out here, and gives you a sense of just some of the things that are out here in terms of people and scenes, and of course, police, more police suddenly at this intersection. They just sort of popped out of nowhere moments before we started talking to you.
David, thank you. And to David's last point, I'm going to ask our control room to take net 7 because we can see clearly another group of police officers moving into the area. Now, we need to be very clear. We don't know if this is an escalation of policing or whether or not this is a changing of the guard. As we heard earlier today from our police contacts, there was very little relief for police yesterday as they stood to break up the protesters and the protest lines. Many police having to stand out, bearing the cold and not being able to do anything, for example, going to the bathroom for hours on end. So today there is a larger police presence in the city, although not necessarily all at once. And what you saw there might just be police doing a changing of the guard, but that is something that we're tracking for you as we take one more look at the police line right now on Wellington Street near Bank, where we were earlier this hour, speaking to Thomas Daig. Now, as we continue to look at the scenes here of the police moving on, I believe we still have with us Murray Faulkner, who is the former London police chief, security analyst now. Murray, can you hear Michael right now? And
go ahead.
Hi, Murray. Sorry, there. I believe we have you now. Walk us through at this point what you've been observing, because there seemed to have been far quicker action in the earlier hours before the 12 noon Eastern Time hour, and things seems to have slowed down at this point. Would you agree with that observation?
Oh, of course I would. I think maybe the strategy for today, the big thing was they wanted to clear out. Is it Wellington Street in front of
yes,
Parliament
Wellington.
buildings?
That's correct.
Okay, so not being totally familiar with the area, but it seems to me that where the large trucks, the stage, the tents, and all that were set up is now under control of the police. So perhaps that was their main objective for today, and now they're just holding the line to see what's going to happen with the crowd.
Now, that said, the Ottawa police have sent out another message again in bold red color on social media. Ottawa police saying, demonstrators, you must leave. Anyone found within the zone will be arrested. Given that it's in full red, do you see this as a final warning?
Well, I don't know if it's a final warning. It's just a continuation of all the warnings that they have issued over the last 6 or 7 days. I will say that I think there is a sense among the commanders on site and at the command center that a clear message needs to be sent today so that tomorrow there will be fewer protesters than there was today, and that even though there are hardcore people within that crowd, they will be arrested if they resist movement by the public order unit. You know, it's interesting to note that what are they going to accomplish by staying there? Their point has already been made. The mandates are being removed slowly, and so if that was the purpose, then they can go home and be satisfied that maybe they've succeeded. But obviously, that was not the intent. As I said before, I felt that many of these truckers were being utilized by groups that had alternative methods of being in Ottawa, or overturning the government, to anarchists, to people not wanting to live by the rule of law at all. And so I think that's what you're seeing play out right at the moment.
It's interesting because you seem to believe then that this is an operation that's going to last, what, at least another day, if not many days after?
Well, I don't know how many days it'll last, but as long as there's protesters there standing like that, as long as the police use minimal force and arrest infrequently, this could last several more days. I will say, though, to the citizens of Ottawa, specifically in the downtown, your area is being recuperated. You will not be hearing the sonic assault, as it's been described, by the large trucks anymore, and that businesses will slowly be able to reopen.
Murray, thank you for that. I'm going to ask you to stand by. We want to go back to our David Common, again, part of the CBC News team on the ground in Ottawa. David, something's happening around you right now?
Yeah, indeed, Michael. So you see the RCMP tactical vehicle that's coming in there. The Ottawa police were on one side, RCMP on the other. What's happened is the RCMP have moved through, cut the crowd, the Ottawa police going down that way. And so further efforts to disperse the crowd. That area down there now seems to be clear, that they are gradually pushing, as they have off Wellington, the street that is immediately in front of Parliament. And so this push does seem to continue. Again, the same intervals that we've seen, where they move and stop, move about 10 meters and stop. And as they move, just take a look at, this gives you an idea right here about, we don't need to get too close, but it gives you an idea of some of the things that the police face. Okay. Moving. So, when you talk about the arrests that have been taking place today, they have been taking place in moments like this, where people are in this no-go zone, protesters who have refused to leave and are caught up in this. This gives you an idea of the moments in which those arrests happen. Not to say that arrests are happening right now, but it is a gradual push. So I'll just, just to give everybody a flavor of it, it is a slow, and as the police say, slow and methodical move forward.
And David, it looks like, and correct me if I'm wrong here, are you on Spark Street right now, headed towards Bank Street? Is that what it looks like the movement is happening?
Yes.
Okay, so moving now east, and this is Spark Street, the pedestrian mall just south of Parliament Hill. Go ahead, David.
No, I'm just going to say, we're talking probably about 100 people that are now in this group, that there were an additional, say, 50 or 100, and they have been separated off when the crowd was sort of split in two by that police move through the intersection. And you do continue to see just this gradual movement as police move through. Quite a bit of snow, quite a bit of wind that has picked up, of course, this afternoon, making it ever more uncomfortable for people to be out here. But, it gives you the sense, and you see rotations of these public order officers, that there are at times officers who are in place and they may be there for 30 minutes or 60 minutes and then they are replaced by another line and they move on and on and on. It is an operation that, although we're not moving at a huge speed here, the speed of this operation relative to the, inaction, I suppose you might call it, or very little action of the earlier weeks is quite striking because of how much has happened just since about 9 a.m. this morning.
David, I'm wondering what you're hearing from the protesters that are there right now, because, while they have been very vocal, and we need to note to people who are watching at home, we have heard profanity, which obviously we cannot edit out as we are watching this live event unfold. They do seem to move soon as police take their steps forward. So what are they saying to you about what their end game is right now?
Back and move. Well, to be honest with you, a lot of them don't really want to talk to us, or if they do, they're accusing us of essentially being the enemy. Others are pleasant when we talk about the weather. I think what is their end game? In the case of some, it has been they have been arrested, and some want to be arrested. And others don't, but they're pushing the envelope as far as they can. And in some ways, this is similar to what you see in other, I suppose you could call it civil disturbances, where there are people willing to go as close as they possibly can. And then, okay. Yeah, so there's someone being arrested in behind us.
Yeah, block the fucking. Okay.
So that's how it happens, Michael, that, very quickly someone will be just grabbed and pulled in behind the... Now, this is also, just as an aside, there's a woman with a pigeon on her head. Okay, we see everything here now. Woman with a pigeon on her head, along with public order officers. Can't really believe I've just said that, but in the midst of all of this, but the gradual push, steady, moving down Sparks. Now, what I expect is we're getting to the next intersection. I expect when we get to that intersection, there will be additional police officers blocking this crowd from getting back up to Wellington. It's the idea, again, push out, 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 out. There are mounted police up a block. They could be utilized, I suppose, if there was seen as a need to do that. Most of the officers here, Michael, are those carrying batons. But you also see, for instance, this officer over here, he's carrying a weapon that can be used for multiple things, including potentially, chemical irritants, as they call it, things like tear gas, and that kind of a weapon would be used on a larger scale. You may also see periodically fire extinguisher type of pepper sprays, but we've seen very, very little of that, all things considered, over the course of today. Obviously, I don't want to be immediately that close to these officers, lest they start grabbing others for potential arrest. And as you're seeing right now, there is constant live streaming by protesters, sometimes of media, sometimes of what we're saying. But a real desire, I suppose, of people to capture this for the various audiences that are supporting them or interested in their message or interested in just what's happening.
Well, and here you are, as you said, being brought over to the next intersection, and you see there David climbing over the barricade. So, David, listen, we're going to break away from you for a moment. Do keep your camera up. We'll keep bringing the images to our viewers, but you are watching right now CBC News Network, and I'm Michael Serapio, as we continue to bring you live coverage of the police as they try to end the protest that has overtaken the nation's capital for more than 3 weeks now, at this point clearing out most of Wellington Street just south of Parliament Parliament Hill. Now, earlier in the week, we saw the Canadian Civil Liberties Association announce that it will be taking the federal government to court over the Emergencies Act, and we do want to get some reaction to today's police operations from that group. Noah Mendelsohn-Aviv is the Executive Director of Canadian Civil Liberties Association. She joins us right now. Noah, thank you for being here. First and foremost, your reaction to what you're seeing in Ottawa today.
Yeah, the whole situation in Ottawa now and for the past few weeks has been very worrying, very disturbing, very painful. It's hard to watch these images. It's been hard to watch for the last few weeks. There have been some peaceful protesters. There have been some very serious disruptions, and there have also been, incidents reported about racist and homophobic intimidation and harassment and aggression, and all of that has been very difficult. And obviously, the violence and the threat of violence had to be stopped, and protest is very, very important to marginalized people, in particular to marginalized groups who don't have power, but that does not mean that it is a free-for-all. The Charter says that there are reasonable limits that can be placed, but it is painful to watch, there's no question.
Now, to enforce those limits, the government has invoked the Emergencies Act, and your group does take issue with that. Explain that to us.
Our concern is not with the government taking action. Our concern is with the fact that the government chose to use a massive, massive excessive power that allows it to bypass the ordinary democratic process. And let's not forget that in decades, the Emergencies Act has existed. It's never been used before, but we have complex law enforcement situations that have had to be dealt with many times over the years. This is a very complex, very difficult law enforcement situation that can and should have been dealt with through democratically created laws, not through an emergency power, because nobody in Canada should get used to the idea that just because it's difficult means that we have to bypass democracy. And I would add to that the Emergencies Act itself tells us not to get used to emergency powers, that it should only be used in urgent and critical situations where there isn't a law in Canada or where the provinces don't have the ability to deal with a serious danger to life, health, and safety, or where there is a serious threat to sovereignty, territorial integrity, or the security of Canada, and only then when there aren't democratically created laws to deal with it. And we think what we're seeing here is a very difficult law enforcement situation that doesn't amount to a national emergency. There's one other piece to it that I'd like to add, if I can.
Of course.
The emergency orders that the government created, they didn't limit to Ottawa. And this is the problem with these very sweeping powers. The government gave itself these powers, or tried to give itself these powers under the Emergencies Act, and then created sweeping orders that apply across Canada, saying nobody can go to a protest, nobody can travel in the direction of a protest that is reasonably expected to be disruptive. Well, disruptive protests happen all the time, and they are important and they are necessary in a democracy. As long as they are peaceful, then they are charter protected. And so I think we need to understand that the difference between addressing this situation in Ottawa as a policing situation and sweeping emergency powers that should not be normalized and should only be pulled out in situations that actually are a national emergency, like a war where you have to bypass democracy. That's what's being contemplated by the Act.
Let me jump in there, though, Noah, because, in invoking it, the government pointed out a number of issues. First and foremost, they said that the blockades, and this is well beyond Ottawa, that the blockades at border points, and there were many for days, essentially threatened the economic stability of this country. And to that, according to the government, every day that those blockades were in effect, it affected the Canadian economy by millions and millions of dollars. Add to that, the federal government makes the argument that the ordinary mechanisms that would normally protect Canadians had failed, which, if you ask anyone who lives in downtown Ottawa, they were telling us they believe police had failed. They believe that intelligence had failed, and they were calling on some type of action to end this protest. How does that not meet the bar of what you say should not be invoked?
Yeah, and I think, again, it's very complex, but there's a difference between inaction or inadequate action and not having the legal authority to take that action. And what we're saying is that legal authority exists, And when the government talks about the economy, I mean, let's not forget that workers can and sometimes need to go on strike. Protesters of all kinds for all sorts of issues protest and sometimes create blockades. And those are important and necessary things that happen, and a way in which people get their voices heard. And we do not want to see the Emergencies Act pulled out every time the government says, you know, the police aren't acting or they aren't acting enough under laws that already exist. So we're going to declare it a national emergency. That's what we're concerned about. It's setting a very dangerous precedent. It is normalizing the use of emergency powers.
So had the Emergencies Act just been applied to Ottawa, would that be more acceptable for your organization?
You know, we don't even, we're not in that situation, but I think that what we saw in Ottawa as well is something that is being dealt with as a law enforcement situation. And
well,
we
except that we've spoken to former police chiefs who say, had it not been for the Emergencies Act, we would not be seeing this type of end of the protest. That the suggestion being that what we saw in the previous 3 weekends would also be existing on this 4th weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We've had premiers across the country. I mean, let's not forget, first of all, the blockades, the other blockades across Canada you're talking about were taken down without the use of the emergency orders. They didn't exist at the time. They don't exist. Those blockades don't exist now. Second of all, you know, the Emergencies Act is very clear on when it can be used. You had premiers across the country, 4 or 5 of them, I believe, who said, we have the power that we need to address situations like this anyway, even when the blockades were up. We don't need the Emergencies Act. We don't need the declaration of a national emergency to address what is going on here. And when the government says the economy, people's jobs, that's a reason to declare a national emergency, then they are
But again, it's former
down.
police chiefs. It's former police chiefs, going back to Ottawa, who says that without the Emergencies Act, this type of end of the protest, or what we're seeing right now the last couple of days, would not be possible. And that is more than one former police chief that we've spoken to. So going back to Ottawa then, how has the Emergencies Act not been used properly here, considering that the Ottawa Police was asking for help, and when you speak of premiers, the Ontario Premier has welcomed the invocation?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is exactly what we're going to court to determine. In our view, that those powers existed, and we have police that are capable of addressing it. And I think that what people are talking about in Ottawa includes what they many believe and many said was inaction, not lack of lawful authority. So this is a painful and difficult day for all of us here. We're watching this. We've been watching what's been going on to the residents, and in particular to marginalized and racialized communities in Ottawa who have really suffered during these protests from some of the protesters. Some of the protesters came because they had a message and they wanted to support it. There is a whole mix of things going on here, but we are really concerned about using this kind of excessive national power across the country. And that is what the government did, and they did it for things that are outside of the scope of the Emergencies Act. And
I guess part of it, and perhaps be more direct about it, now that it has been invoked once, the concern is it will be invoked more times?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen very, very important protests happening, right? From students taking to the streets for months in Quebec. We've seen people protesting for Black Lives Matter. We've seen protesters who are Indigenous land defenders, and many peaceful but disruptive protests. We do not want to see police and government authorities given powers through non-democratic measures or bypassing the ordinary democratic measures, which is what the Emergencies Act allows, because all of this could affect the Canadian economy, all of this because it is so disruptive. You know, so again, protest is not a free-for-all, and I'm not comparing the different kind of protests. I'm simply saying, yes, we are very concerned about the precedent that this is setting, about the normalization of the use of emergency powers. We should be freaking out when we hear that the emergency powers have been pulled out, because the Emergencies Act says we're not pulling out those powers unless it is a national emergency that we cannot handle. That's how we should react. This is a difficult situation, no question about it.
Noah, thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And that's Noah Mendelson-Aviv of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Now, with that, let's take one more look. Again, you're looking at Wellington Street, just south of Parliament Hill. You're watching CBC News Network as police engage in the second day of trying to break up the protests that have overtaken the nation's capital for weeks now. Let's return to David Common. When last we were speaking to him, police were moving protesters off of Spark Street and further away from O'Connor. So, David, where have you now moved to?
So we continue to be on Sparks at Bank Street. This is the line that the RCMP Public Order Unit has now drawn, essentially a larger crowd here, and that they've pushed together two different groups. So if you look down here, you do see areas where there are others and many dozens, if not hundreds, of protesters who have come in this area. There's a fair number of people who have their own comments about what's going on here, but the police units continue to be here. Tactical units continue to be in this area, and vehicles have been brought in to sort of backstop a number of the officers that are here. So you see this line of police. There continue to be lines of police further up on Wellington. What happens now is, the next question: do they again begin to push these people and try to get them further out? Not always clear to me what the police strategy is, but when they move, one thing that we have seen is that it happens very, very quickly when they move.
And when they move, David, do you know, are they trying to force them south on Bank Street or further along Sparks at this point?
Not entirely clear to me. If I look at the maneuver they did at the last intersection, they would have had officers on two different sides of the intersection, whereas in this case they've only got them on the one side that you're seeing. Now, that could change, and it could change very quickly, as we saw at the last intersection, one away from where we are right now. It could happen almost instantly while we're here, but just up the street, where the wind is certainly really picking up right now, just up the street, you do have a large number of officers, and they can begin to push the crowd. The crowd is, it gets dispersed and then recondensed as they gather into different intersections, or are pushed back a couple of blocks and then regather into this area here. We did see, as they were advancing along Spark Street, at least one arrest that happened at that point. I think I can't, it's hard for me to hear the crowd just with the earbuds in right now, but I think they're singing of the national anthem, which we've heard many, many times over the course of the last 3 weeks, frankly, but certainly over the course of today.
David, thank you. We'll check in with you again as this day goes on. Our David Common in Ottawa on Spark Street by the corner of Bank. And from there, just one block north, we're now taking another look at the police line as it holds on Wellington Street. This is just on the southern perimeter. You see there the fence of Parliament Hill, the complex itself. Police now on horseback enforcing this line as they try to clear away the street that has been used as a base camp by protesters for over 3 weeks now. And again, that police action beginning in earnest yesterday morning and continuing on this Saturday. Now, to discuss the very latest, we're joined in Ottawa by Bruce Pitt-Payne. He is a retired RCMP major crime investigator and trainer. He joins us right now from Maple Ridge in British Columbia. Bruce, thank you for being with us today.
You're welcome.
Listen, you're watching all the way in BC what's happening right now in Ottawa. What goes through your mind when you see the police right now trying to break up the protest?
I can probably sense the frustration from both sides. However, I do have to say that the police have been very measured and proportionate to this point. But I have also seen an increase in the level of force that they deem required to end this.
Now, talk to us about that, because I think that's a very interesting logic progression, if you will. What are the factors that are brought into play when police decide to escalate an action and perhaps apply that kind of logic to what we're seeing right now in the nation's capital?
Absolutely. So the very first thing I want to say is that there is a section in the criminal code that authorizes the police to use force in the lawful execution of their duty. In this case, to make arrests, many have been for mischief, for example. So they are allowed to use force, but it must be reasonable. It must be only enough required to get the job done. It must be proportionate. And that's what I've observed so far. Is yesterday it was more a police line moving back, using their presence, using their communicative skills. Please move back, move back, move back. Today, the tone has changed, but it appears to be in response to some of the information that I've read from, for instance, the Ottawa Police Force, saying that the crowd is getting more aggressive. I'm paraphrasing there, but they did use the word assaultive. And a general rule of thumb, and please, this is just a generality for the layperson, the police are allowed to use probably one level of force higher than what is thrust upon them, what is presented to them. So if people are doing what is reported, such as throwing objects at horses, using, and this is only, again, secondhand to me through different reports, using smoke bombs, doing things like that, pushing the police, trying to grab their weapons, which is another report that I've heard. If that is true, then the police are actually being very restrained still in going to the next level, which is you'll see that the public order unit is more present with the batons. Not necessarily using them for more than pushing, but they are there, and that sends a strong message that the ante has been upped by the protesters, and the police have to do their job, and they will escalate accordingly. And so far, I've seen nothing but professionalism.
Well, it's interesting because we certainly have seen an evolution these past few days from police officers walking through the encampment when it held on Wellington Street, distributing pamphlets telling people of the laws that they were breaking, and then now today seeing police officers with full helmets as well as protective vests. I'm wondering where you see this going right now, because, you know, for the protesters that are there, obviously these are the people that have not heeded the warnings of possible arrest and possible fines and prison time. So just exactly who are police now dealing with in terms of the type of protester that remains on the streets in Ottawa?
Yeah, and I always want to be careful, Michael. I don't want to have volatile language while I'm talking. But you will have probably some very hardliners. The hell no, we won't go, and probably should have said heck. Or you will have people that just don't get it, that there are clear orders. And another thing that's being exceptionally well done by the police is you'll notice they haven't stopped giving that option to leave. That this is still there. Their presence isn't now replaced in their communicative skills with the tactical units. It is supplemented, complemented by those units. So they're still telling people, get out of there, please. They don't want to arrest them. But they have to respond to the reaction of the crowd. So the crowd is either hardline or the crowd just doesn't seem to get it. Either way, there are going to be consequences, and I think the police are determined to move faster now than they were yesterday, as nightfall approaches too.
Although there might be a complicating factor, and I want to read you here. This is the most recent tweet from the Ottawa Police, and they are saying at this time, we are seeing young children being brought to the front of the police operation. This is dangerous, and it is putting the children at risk. Children may be taken to a place of safety. First and foremost, your reaction to people bringing young children to the front of the police line.
I try not to do too much other than my opinion, but Michael, it's hard as a human being, as a father, as well as a fellow Canadian, not to shake my head in disbelief and go, please stop that. We saw yesterday how easy it is when the horses come in to simply move people, that people, if they are in the way, it's dangerous. It is always dangerous in these types of situations. I shake my head in disbelief at this, and this will probably be the lasting impression that I have, not just as an ex-police officer and trainer, but as a human being, that get those kids out of there, please.
Now, as we watch all this unfold, there is actually not far from the image that we're seeing right now, again, Wellington Street in front of Parliament Hill. Just north of it, less than 1 block away, is the West Block, and that is where right now MPs are debating in person, also virtually, the Emergencies Act that was invoked by the Prime Minister earlier this week. Do you think that was, as some have suggested, an overreach by the government?
Big question for me to answer, and I'll try not to be evasive. There must be, and there will be an inquiry. It's part of the precondition of the invocation of this act. Did they have the tools, the police? Probably. Did they have the manpower and the coordination? I don't think so. It's really hard jurisdictionally to get everybody together and do this. But I hope you don't mind me at least just leaving it, Michael, with there better be a good look at this. I am on the fence. I don't know. But we are here right now. It is getting done, and I hope people do look at it.
Bruce, I want to thank you for the time. I really appreciate your insight into all this. I know you have another obligation, so thank you for staying with us as long as you did.
You're so welcome. Take care.
You too. That is Bruce Pitt-Payne, a retired RCMP sergeant and special crimes investigator who joins us in Maple Ridge, British Columbia. Now, as we continue our coverage right here on News Network, let's now go to Thomas Daigle as we look at that police line on Wellington Street. Thomas, that is where we last left you, and I believe that's where we're joining you once again right now.
Yeah, the line has not moved in the past few minutes, Michael. The only difference that I would report is the arrival of the mounted units, the police on horseback, who you see just behind the protesters there. This is... Anytime we've seen these mounted units arrive since yesterday, it has riled up the crowd. They have booed, and indeed that is what we have seen in the past few minutes. Sometimes it has been a precursor to police moving in more forcefully to push back the crowds. They have very quickly moved the crowds throughout the day here on Wellington away from the Parliament buildings very fast once they have started. And if that is the case, as we see the crowds come up the street here, come up Bank and towards Wellington at this street corner, you can expect that once the police move, especially with those mounted units, the crowd is going to move very fast. So just be forewarned if we have to move very, very quickly. I would just point out one thing that we have seen throughout the day here is having covered some pretty chaotic what you might describe as a riot in Montreal over the years. What we saw from Montreal police at the time is a tactic called kettling, where police would get all around a city block where protesters were camped out and facing off with police, and one by one they would let protesters leave with a fine or a court summons. We have not seen that kettling tactic here, whether that is a directive from Ottawa Police because of the urban landscape here in downtown Ottawa, or whether they just feel that the crowd is too unwieldy for a kettling operation. We have not seen that, so worth mentioning. And if we just turn the camera around here a little bit, one of your commentators was mentioning how police have allowed any protester who wants to leave, they have allowed them to leave. So again, this goes back to this notion of kettling. There is nothing of that nature going on. If police suggest protesters want to leave and they keep repeating it, you can leave, but if you don't leave, you will be arrested. So anyone can still get out on foot despite the 100 or so checkpoints that have been set up over the past couple of days here in downtown Ottawa. I'm just going to turn my back to the wind here. A quick word on the weather, because it is playing a factor here as police respond to these protesters on Wellington Street, as we've seen over the past couple of days. It is bitterly cold, but the wind gusts keep coming up. Environment Canada has forecasted wind gusts of up to 70 kilometers an hour here for Ottawa today, which is just sort of adding to the drama that is unfolding downtown, Michael.
Okay, Thomas, thank you. We'll check in again. Our Thomas Daigle in Ottawa, as you see there on Wellington Street by Bank, as we look once more at the police line. It was behind Thomas, but from this bird's eye view, you can see them holding their position at this time. And with that, let's bring back to the program Murray Faulkner, former London police chief. Murray, good to have you back again. Listen, I want to begin here with the police line. Is this now a waiting game?
I think probably we're at a bit of a standstill for a while as the command center decides on what tactics. We saw this last night where around 3:30, 4 o'clock, really the police movement stopped and there wasn't any more moving forward. So this probably is a long pause to make a determination on whether they want to push forward more to try and disperse. Michael, if I have an ability to make another observation here.
Of course.
Every police officer that you see here has a full function in the community in which they police. Public order unit officers, that's not their full-time job. So if you think living in Durham or Peel or Toronto or in the rural areas of Ontario specifically, that this doesn't affect you, there are fewer police officers now in your city in the rural area than there should be. These are police officers that should be on patrol, answering calls, doing investigations criminally, and therefore aren't. And so this has an impact on your own community the longer this goes on.
It's an interesting observation because we at this point don't really know how long this is going to go on, do we?
We have no idea. So understand this, citizens, that what is happening in Ottawa does have a direct effect on your public safety. Even though your local police services will do a good job, there are holes now that have to be filled by the officers that are still in your community, either working longer shifts or working on days off.
Now, as we see this, continue to look at, rather, the scene on Bank Street, again, this is as it joins Wellington, and this is where protesters are being moved down. We heard there from Thomas Murray that it's cold right now in Ottawa. It is, in fact, one of the coldest capitals in the world, and they are expecting the temperatures to drop even more so with winds upwards of 70 kilometers per hour. So I'm wondering, does that work against or in favor of police action right now?
Yeah, it does both things. It works for the police because the spectators really aren't really dressed for the weather, but it also affects the frontline police officers who are standing still and who also get suffered because of the cold weather. But we saw last night that the crowd start to thin out, and as it really turns cold and nasty, this crowd will thin out, and then the police will make a determination on where they want to hold the line, how many officers they need to keep out there. And there are officers now in the confines of a building where it's warm and calm because they will be coming out to do the night shift. And so not all the police have been utilized. They can't use all the resources at once, but there is now making a plan to determine, okay, is this as far we're going to advance for Saturday?
Mm-hmm. I'm also wondering about this tactic right now, because it seemed again that they were pushing, or not it seemed, they were in fact pushing protesters down O'Connor Street, and now they have blocked off O'Connor. They're pushing the remaining protesters over to Bank Street, which is essentially one block going west. Is this the tactic to break up protesters to what, perhaps make them feel a bit more isolated and encourage them to leave?
Well, part of that's true, but I don't know what's behind the lines, Michael, and maybe your cameras could go back there. Are the vehicles that were in front of the Parliament buildings, are they now being removed? Because if they are, that's really what is happening. The police want to get that area cleared out.
And in fact, that's what we're showing right now, Murray. We are in fact showing the removal of the vehicles right now.
So it makes logical sense why the police have stopped. They want this area physically cleared of these large vehicles before they force on with the crowd control. So this all makes sense. And so obviously this is going to take a while, So probably the line's going to be stationary until this area has been cleared out.
You know, I also want to, and I've raised it before, I'm going to ask it to you again because people may not have heard it earlier on, but as they disperse this crowd, just how real of a risk is it that the protests may just pop up somewhere else in the city?
Oh, there's a real risk. I think the advantage of it is that it won't be popping up in front of the Parliament buildings, and so as a result of that, any more protests and any more vehicles will not be stationary, and protesters will be confined to the sidewalk, which is perfectly fine. You can protest on the sidewalk, but not block the street, not have horns, and not have a dance party on Wellington Street every night.
Okay, listen, Murray, thank you for that. I appreciate it as we continue to watch this. We'll speak again. That is Murray Faulkner, the former chief of the London City Police. Again, this is day 2 right now as you're watching CBC News Network. We're providing you live coverage as police try to break up the demonstration that has held up the nation's capital for weeks now. Protesters with their trucks establishing a base camp just south of Parliament Hill. At times, in the early parts of the demonstration, keeping local area residents awake late into the night with blaring horns. Also reports of harassing people who live in the area, people of color, women, and some allegations of disturbing crimes also taking place, including the cordoning off of a condo lobby where someone had tried to set a fire in as well. So all of this police action now trying to break up this protest that has lasted for more than 21 days, now going into its 4th weekend, although a very different weekend as promised by police than the weekends before. So as we take a look one more time at Wellington, we do have reporters on the ground covering the story, and if you'll excuse me 1 second, I'm going to go right now actually to Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. She has been covering the story since the early morning. In fact, was anchoring News Network today as we are tracking this second day of the clearing. So Hannah, let's begin there since you did start out the day with Canadians coast to coast to coast. Walk us through what has taken us to this point.
Yeah, I'm wondering if the control room can show us the shot of the trucks down there. I just have a little bit of news that I can bring you there. So you see that area where they're removing the trucks. That's over by the Prime Minister's office on the other side of the Parliament buildings. And if you're going to go one street down and turn left, that's Metcalfe Street. Now that street has been filled with trucks. Filled with them for the past 4 weekends. And you can see it just a smidge above where that plow is plowing. That street has been filled. We just heard from our Evan Dyer, who is one of our fabulous reporters who's on the ground as well. We see one of the trucks being driven out now. That street, Metcalfe Street, does not have any vehicles on it at this point. So that's a big deal because they were really entrenched there. They had quite a few rows of vehicles. I had gone down there earlier in the week to talk to some of the people who were in those vehicles and asking them, this was after the first day the authorities handed out those pieces of paper to say, are you thinking of leaving? And some were saying that they were even going to be there in cars blocking the police so that they couldn't get to other vehicles and trucks on those streets. So now from our Evan Dyer, and I can't see down that street, but what he's saying is that street has now been cleared of vehicles, which makes sense because we see this as well happening right in front of the Prime Minister's office, the vehicles being removed from there. So just starting from this morning and how we saw things play out, things have been moving very, very quickly. This is now down towards Bank Street. This is where you see that line of police officers with protesters right up against them, right up against their face. They are clearly, not heeding any of these warnings that police have repeatedly given them over the past few days to get out of this area. Early this morning, that was back probably, I would say, just past the Chateau Laurier. If you know Ottawa at all, Chateau Laurier is down by the Rideau Centre. It's down towards the other end of the Parliament buildings, completely on the other side. This is now heading west. This is heading west. We're hitting past the West Block on the Parliament buildings, and they are really trying to clear out that whole area that was in front of Parliament Hill. There were trucks encamped there for 4 weeks, and it seems that they are moving forward and moving very quickly in doing so. Early this morning, we saw them start at the Chateau Laurier. That's when police started to move more quickly than we saw yesterday. Yesterday was more, I'd say, a bit of a passive policing. I hope I'm not saying the wrong word. I see Mr. Faulkner listening to me there, so I hope I'm not using the wrong word there. But, you know, yesterday was more, okay, let's move forward. Let's get these protesters. We'll arrest the ones that don't leave. Then we'll move the trucks out. Today we saw a more aggressive stance. And again, I hope I'm not using the wrong words here, but, you know, police officers and first responders have been very patient over the last few days, and protesters were really shown a lot of respect and given more warnings to leave than any other group that I can think of during protests. And I've covered quite a few of these protests in the past as well, but many are still choosing to stay. And they stay to try to fuel their narrative. And, you know, after giving them so many chances, you can see that the police have had to come in with, you know, a sign that they're just simply not going to take this anymore. That's clear when we look at the Ottawa police tweets. We see the authorities out there with the batons. They are not using them to hit people, but they will use them to push people. You can see the mounted unit back there as well. And then I think it's also the fact that they have the visors down today, just in case things are happening. We have seen that there have been some pepper spray out there, reports of that, and it's really picked up fast, and they've really cleared out that area more quickly than I saw them clear out the area before. So, you know, they're moving faster. They're trying to get this cleared up. And one of the things, and I think it would be good to ask Mr. Faulkner this after, is don't expect to see this police presence die down in the next little while. I was even talking to units that are not from Ottawa. They're saying that they are scheduled to stay in this city for well into next week, because one of the things they don't want to see happen is they don't want to see pop-up protests. We have seen even more protesters gather into this group today, even with the 100 checkpoints that are across this downtown core, this 3-kilometer square core that is has checkpoints all the way through it, 100 of them. So these people are walking in to get to these protests. So they are determined. Police are definitely determined, and don't expect to see them to stand down, you know, from policing this area or allowing these protesters to get back in, because once they get them out, they don't want to have to start playing whack-a-mole with these protests, because as Mr. Faulkner was just saying, is they spent a lot of money. They're being taken from their towns and cities right across this country. They want to be able to clear this and clear this permanently, Michael.
Mm-hmm. And, you know, I actually do want to play a bit of video here, Hannah, because we have seen so much happen today. But as you say, police have been perhaps quicker today than they were yesterday, but still taking this measured approach as they try to push protesters back. And I do want to play here, and I believe this is something that took place earlier today. I think this is the video around the War Memorial. Let's just listen and take a look at an arrest that happened earlier this morning, while you were actually covering the story. Mm-hmm. This is in front of the PMO's office, the Prime Minister's office there, the L'Ange Van Black. Let's take a listen. Now, Hannah, do you remember this moment from earlier today by any chance? Well, walk us through what actually happened.
Yeah, so this was first thing in the morning, that when police started to make their move in on protesters, you could see that they took one protester down at that time. That was probably the first arrest of the morning, I would say. It was close to the National War Memorial before they made it up to this point, and that's really when they started to make that faster moving pace through the downtown core, through that Wellington Street area. That protester, and there was some type of smoke device that was put off at that time. Originally, there were reports that it was police. It was not police, and police were quick to respond to that it was the protester had done some type of smoke device. I don't know what it was, but you could see a little bit of that. They took that protester down, and that protester was quickly taken away. That's when the line continued to move up, and that was really the start of the morning. This morning, bright and early. I was in here covering this at 5 a.m. You could see that the protesters were back at the Chateau Laurier, at that wall that the police had put up with the fences first thing this morning. And then they started to move. Probably it was around 8 o'clock, I think. It seems like we've been here for quite some time, but they did start to move. And then there was that one protest action, the arrest that was made of that first person in the line. And then you could really see that the police were moving quickly through that area, much more quickly than I did see them move in the day earlier when we were out with them when this whole police action started.
And now from the Chateau Laurier, as you say, by the War Memorial, now protesters push back to Bank Street at Wellington, the southern perimeter of the Parliament Hill complex. You know, Hannah, let's also talk about what is happening right now in Parliament Hill, because as this unfolds, again, day 2 of this police action to end this protest, there is right now in the West Block a debate taking place around the Emergencies Act that was invoked by the Prime Minister in the week.
On Monday, that's right. As soon as the Emergencies Act is invoked, it goes into place. Yes, there is still a debate on it. Yesterday, the debate was suspended because of the police action that was taking place in the downtown core. Today, it was back up. Started at 7 a.m., is still continuing on today. It will continue tomorrow, and there will be a vote held on it on Monday evening. And I'm told it will happen at 8 p.m., bells at 7:30. So we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that for sure. But one of the things, you know, in that Emergency Act that, you know, just to bring it down to ground level, what it did is it didn't allow people to bring children into this protest under the age of 18. However, we did still see kids in this protest and people bringing their children down there. Also, when it came to taking part in this, these people are taking part in an illegal protest by even being there. This was designated an illegal protest with the Emergencies Act. You couldn't supply fuel, you couldn't help with the protest, you can't even cross the Canadian-American border if you are coming here to take part in this protest. One of the things that really is fascinating about this is it immediately compelled tow truck drivers to come in and work, because there was a fear from some that they didn't want to come in and do this. Others, you know, were sympathetic to the protesters themselves. But under the Emergency Act, immediately these tow truck drivers were compelled to do this. And one of the things that our reporters on the ground have noticed as well is that they're covering up the name of their companies so that they can't see those names. That's one of the things. But inside, the debate is ongoing. We know that the Liberals are presenting their side and why they felt they had to do this, that they had no other choice because they needed to get this cleared out. You know, from downtown core residents and businesses, they were hurting their businesses. They feel they couldn't live their lives, that their democratic rights were being taken away. The protests will say that they feel theirs are being taken away by implementing this. But if you think of the residents in the downtown core, there have been a lot of people who have taken harassment, who have been abused. As you were mentioning, there was one apartment building where they locked the doors and started a little fire in there. These people who are down there, and you know, maybe there isn't any real big criminal activity. There are, you know, a lot of things that you can point to, but this is utter lawlessness. This is utter lawlessness in the downtown core for the past 4 weekends of this protest, and people wanted to see something done. You didn't see the Ottawa police handling this. There were no tickets being handed out at times. You couldn't even see police in the first few weeks. And then even when it came to Ontario, Ontario implemented its Emergencies Act, and we still here in Ottawa didn't see a big police presence. People started to put pressure on the Liberal government and the Prime Minister. And I think at that point in time, he felt, well, if he's going to have to wear it, he better do something about it. And I think if you're sitting back and going, why did he do it at the time he did? I think there were a lot of pressures. There were a lot of jurisdictional pressures. And when it comes to authorities too, I'm sure Mr. Faulkner can agree with this, is that there are a lot of jurisdictions when it comes to police. There are parliamentary protective services. There's Ottawa Police. There's Ontario Provincial Police, and there's the RCMP, all in a jurisdictional area in that small area. So it became very convoluted, very complicated. And then finally, the Prime Minister decided that he would do this to ensure that police could come in and not have to, and would be able to do the things they need to do without having to get sworn in and things like that.
Hannah, thank you for that. Our Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. And with that, let's take another look at various vantage points here. You see there the police line from the bird's eye view at the top left of your screen. You see the ground level view on the right. And on the bottom of your screen, you see the secured area declared by the police, preventing people and vehicles from entering and providing support to the remaining protesters. We should also note the fact that Hannah was talking about children in that protest zone. And the Ottawa Police has just sent out a tweet in the last hour, and they are saying this: we are seeing protesters bringing their children to the unlawful protest. This is a reminder, they say, if you bring a minor, a person under 18, with you to an unlawful protest site, you may be charged and be fined up to $5,000 and potentially spend up to 5 years in prison. Again, the Ottawa Police warning about the children and the minors being brought up to the police line as they try to break up this protest that has been going on for over 3 weeks now, this being the fourth weekend. And as we say that, just a bit of a note here, we're now getting word that at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, the interim police chief for the Ottawa Police, Steve Bell, will be holding a media availability. He's going to talk about the ongoing police enforcement to clear protesters in the downtown area. Again, a news conference at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have that for you right here on CBC News Network with the interim chief of the Ottawa Police, Steve Bell, as he talks about this movement, this police action to break up the protest near and around Parliament Hill. Well, with that, let's go to the CBC's Thomas Degg. He is near Parliament Hill covering the very latest for us today. So, Thomas, what are you seeing at this hour?
Yeah, we're on Wellington here near Bank Street, Michael, and the police line has not moved. I would compare this to the police line that we saw closer to the Chateau Laurier throughout the day yesterday and into this morning. What happened is protesters were pushed back to this place several blocks from the Chateau Laurier site here on Wellington this morning. That pushback happened in quick succession from police, but since then, protesters have been just held here. I would note two things. The weather. It is very blustery, very windy here, very cold, and the snow is coming down. I can't tell right now quite if it's snowing or if the snow is just blowing in our face. But police clearly are using that as one way to deter protesters and trying to get them to go home. And they might be seeing what happened at the Chateau Laurier site as inspiration for this. That is to say, last night there were upwards of 200 protesters outside the Chateau Laurier facing off with protesters, and as the night dragged on, the numbers dwindled, and ultimately when police moved to push back those protesters from that site this morning, there were only a couple dozen on site. Now they're dealing with much larger numbers, a couple hundred protesters in the area now. The numbers have grown throughout the day, so we may be in a wait-and-see sort of situation here on Wellington Street for the coming hours. We've seen the mounted units come and go throughout the afternoon, and protesters not being pushed back at this hour. So perhaps they're just being allowed to stay here for the coming hours until numbers start to dwindle when night falls, or indeed tomorrow morning. You have to keep in mind, some of these officers were brought in early this morning to start this operation, and despite the fact that police have said they're going to continue this operation going 24/7, they might not be in a position to continue physically pushing 24 hours and around the clock. There may be more action to come a little bit later. One quick word about what Hannah and you were both talking about, Michael, is children in the crowd, and how police have told protesters that they could face fines of $5,000 or 5 years behind bars if they bring minors to this protest. Well, behind me, and we're not going to show you any live pictures, but I have seen some parents bring a young child to this protest, and that has been one of the most maddening things for local residents who have seen the pictures of young children brought to the front lines here. And even after this strong pushback from police, very forceful and quick today, protesters still insist on bringing their children here.
Thomas, thank you for that. Appreciate it. We'll speak again. The CBC's Thomas Dagla in Ottawa. Well, let's bring to the conversation now Jim Bremner. He is a former tactical officer with 30 years experience. He is now the president of the Canadian Tactical Officers Association. Jim joins us in Toronto. Jim, thank you for being with us.
Oh, thank you for having me.
Listen, let's begin with the issue of children, because the Ottawa police find it so concerning that they purposely sent out a tweet warning protesters about bringing children to the police line, and yet that is what is happening. As we heard from Thomas, he saw within his own eye line a child being brought to this situation. What's your reaction to that?
Well, it doesn't surprise me. I mean, since the beginning, there have been families present, at the protest. Having walked through the crowd myself, clearly there are, children under 10 and between, 10 and their teens. And of course, this is somewhat problematic for law enforcement.
Talk to us about problematic, but it creates a far more challenging situation, I would think.
Oh, certainly it does, because it neutralizes some of the tools that law enforcement has to deal with that, such as smoke and, I would hope it wouldn't get to tear gas, but it certainly, we would rather not, clearly, gas elderly or children, certainly. But, I think what we're seeing unfolding is strategy and tactics being used on both sides here.
And to that, I'm wondering what you think of the strategy so far. As we've been noting, yesterday seemed to be a far more slower, methodical process. Today, police have moved a bit quicker than they were yesterday. What do you make of the operation so far?
Well, again, unlike the G20, where there was probably 2 years of planning, this event occurred almost like a flash mob. So really what's taken place is almost backwards planning. So, law enforcement's laying a template over, the issue and trying to put it into play. These operations are deliberate actions, and they move slowly and methodically. This morning, I've been watching live feeds for most of the day. And this morning, from what I could see and the description I could hear from people, is that perhaps tear gas was used early in the morning. Clearly some smoke was used. And with that said, I think, they're trying to make this end by, this evening, but they're trying to set the tone at the beginning of the day. And clearly, with the high winds that you have there, some of those tools are just not going to be effective. And I think that's why you're seeing a slowdown here. And just a point of clarification for people at home, the Ottawa police actually said that smoke came from protesters. It did not come from police services involved in today's operation, just to put that out there. Can you talk to us about how challenging a situation this is? Because we're talking about protesters who have chosen not to leave. Many already have. Several dozens have been arrested, and yet this is a core group of people that are refusing to leave the protest site. Talk to us about what type of challenge that creates for police and the type of protester they're now dealing with. Well, I think many people began this with the intention of not leaving, to the point of being placed into custody. And I think ultimately, as long as it takes, that ultimately is what will happen. The core group will, end up being arrested and put into custody. Hopefully, that would encourage other people to acquiesce and move on down the road. But interestingly enough, it seems to be having, the opposite effect. We're seeing more people arriving, even coming in on foot into Ottawa.
So what does that say to you about how long you think this operation is going to last?
I would say we're probably, it's probably into next week. The best thing really what you have going here is the weather is assisting in some ways in breaking the resolve of the protesters. But it works on both sides. Law enforcement has to be replenished, resupplied, and, get their sleep and those things as well. So I think it's going to be at least into next week before we see any change here.
Jim, thank you. I appreciate you bringing your experience to the table today. Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you.
That's Jim Brender, president of the Canadian Tactical Officers Association. Well, we also want to get more insight into the criminal charges that are being laid against protesters. As I said, dozens have already been arrested. Chris Surraton is a criminal defense lawyer who joins us right now in Toronto. Chris, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Listen, from my understanding, the largest charge so far that has been laid is mischief. What else have you heard? How important is this charge of mischief?
I haven't heard anything else. Mischief, all criminal charges are serious because they're crimes, but on the spectrum, it's one of the less serious criminal offenses.
Less serious, but it seems to in this instance at least, carry some potential damages and financially and jail time as well.
That's right. Most criminal offenses can be prosecuted basically the easy way or the hard way. We call them summary offenses or indictable offenses, indictable being the hard way. If the prosecution chooses to go by indictment, then the defendants are looking at jail time for up to 2 years.
Okay, and those are the participants. Now, the organizers, some key organizers have also been apprehended. Some have made their court appearances already, and they are facing charges like counseling to commit mischief, obstructing police, violating court orders. I'm wondering about the Emergencies Act. Was that needed to be brought in order to lay these charges against organizers?
For those particular charges, the Emergencies Act was not needed. The criminal code has always been on the books, so they could have been charged otherwise. I think the government's rationale, as stated for the Emergencies Act, is not to prosecute and sentence people, but rather simply to contain the emergency as it exists today. And then once that's done, they can then proceed to use the criminal code from the books to actually prosecute and sentence.
Okay, now let's get to the defense of all this, because I am also wondering about that. What kind of defense do you expect organizers to argue in response to these charges?
Without giving them direct legal advice, my guess is they're going to try conventional defenses and maybe even a novel one. So the conventional one is that they didn't have the necessary mental element to commit the offense of mischief. Because there's a line between legal, constitutionally protected protest and criminal mischief. And to be a crime, they needed to be so reckless that they were encouraging others to cross that line from legal to illegal protest. So that would be the conventional defense. But what could be very interesting is if the Crown prosecution proceeds by indictment, these people could ask for a jury trial. And if they're so confident that the public's with them, their lawyers could try to invoke something called jury nullification, where you basically tell the jury, hey, we know there's the law, but you decide guilt or innocence. And these people, in our view, are innocent because they were doing something good. And the criminal law in Canada hasn't said whether jury nullification is allowed or disallowed. It's probably disallowed, but it's something that has been used in the past. And if the public is really with the protesters, in theory, they would acquit.
Now, because the charges are being laid in Ottawa, though, the case would be heard in Ottawa, would it not?
By default, it should be heard in Ottawa. The accused, so in this case, the organizers, would have the option of asking their lawyers to ask the court to change the venue because, as I imagine, the public's very mad at them in Ottawa.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, we're watching all this, Chris. Thank you. I appreciate the time today.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
And that's Chris Surraton, a criminal defense lawyer in Toronto. And you are watching CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio as we continue to track for you on this Saturday police action as they try to break up the protest in and around Parliament Hill in the nation's capital. This is again the second day of this action. It began in earnest yesterday in the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. It continues today, although it has moved quicker today, it seems, than it was yesterday. They have now been able to push the protesters off of Wellington Street in directly south of Parliament Hill. Right now, as you see the shot on the right hand of your screen, this is at the corner of Wellington and Bank Street. And while that is just south of the West Block, it has allowed police to move in now with tow trucks to remove any of the vehicles that have remained on Wellington, again, just south of the Parliament Hill complex. Well, let's bring in once again Murray Faulkner, former London police chief, with us to talk about what we are seeing at this moment. And Murray, I can imagine this is a painful waiting process for police officers, not only because of the danger in front of them, but also because it is extremely cold right now in Ottawa.
Well, you know, it is a standby position, that's for sure. I don't want the public to think that the police are indecisive about what to do. I think you need to remember that for every decision they make, there's unintended consequences, and that they're trying to go through all the possibilities and ramifications of their actions. And so not only are they clearing Wellington Street out, but they're coming to some realization as, okay, what are we going to do this afternoon with this crowd in front of them? From the picture that I see right now, I believe that the crowd is a bit smaller, and as the day progresses and the weather gets worse, I think probably we'll see a smaller group as well.
Now, they are at this point as well, you and I were talking about it earlier, clearing out the vehicles that have been essentially blocking Wellington Street in front of Parliament Hill for weeks now. How significant is that they've been able to remove these vehicles from a strategic point of view?
Well, it has a couple of effects. First of all, those protesters can see that the protection of the large vehicles are no longer there. They no longer hold that ground. And second of all, it is in front of the political house, Parliament buildings, and therefore that area will always now remain clear. The police will never give up that area again to these protesters. So a number of signs or signals have been sent to the protesters today, starting early this morning with the physical equipment that the police came out with, the lines with the large wooden batons, and then of course the quick movement that they made earlier this morning when the police were moving the lines. It's far easier to walk forward than it is to walk backwards. Police have not walked backwards, and a lot of the protesters, as they were moving backwards, were slipping and falling, and the police then slowed down, did make a few arrests of individuals, but really we're in a standing pattern right now until a command will be given to move forward again.
Now, of course, I know you've been watching these many weeks what has happened on Parliament Hill. We heard the former police chief saying that Ottawa needed more help, that they did not have enough personnel in order to deal with the large number of protesters that had occupied Wellington Street in front of Parliament Hill. I'm wondering about your thoughts regarding that. Why did we not see this kind of police action happen earlier, do you think?
Michael, that's honestly, that's one of the things that I'm not sure we'll ever really find out the reason why. I know Chief Slowly from my past career of being a chief of police. He was the deputy chief in Toronto. I'm a bit concerned that maybe the political entities, whether it's provincial or national, didn't really take the message seriously. The Ottawa police, since the onset of the protest, have taken a great deal of criticism by media, by the citizens. But honestly, they were overwhelmed from day one after the truckers blocked many of the streets, not just Wellington Street. And I know that the Ottawa Police Service is a very competent police service, and that they were probably working on a plan to deal with the protest. I mean, after Chief Slowly resigned, interim Chief Bell took over, I'm sure many of these plans were already in the works. It's just that from the time Slowly left to the time that Bell took over, it seemed that the message got sent that they really needed help, and help quickly. Also, though, I will say that, as I said in the past, every one of these police officers has a fully functioning police duty. This isn't their full-time duty. So it takes a while to gather the resources together to bring them to the capital. So not only transportation-wise, but where do you house them? Where do you feed them? All those logistical things. And then building portable cells, having the paramedics and fire service, as well as tow truck service and flatbeds to tow the vehicles out. So there's a lot of moving parts here, Michael.
Mm-hmm. And let's pick up on the having paramedics as well as fire services available, because this is, of course, to also respond should an officer get hurt in the process of this.
Well, it's a combination of both the officers and the protesters who get hurt. They're there to render assistance. The police are there to assist as well, the protesters, if they go down and hurt themselves. So, you can see there in the picture someone with, I believe, the word fire on their back. So it's been well thought out. And your question is good. Why did it take 22 days to get the resources together? And I think going forward, even though, most large municipal services in the province of Ontario have a mutual aid agreement, and it's not unusual for public order units to go and supplement other police services. In a protest like this, the police are going to have to get the resources there quicker, without question. 22 days is way too long.
Now, and add to that now the controversy regarding the Emergencies Act invoked by the Prime Minister last Monday. What are your thoughts on the invocation of that act?
Well, as we heard before, it's interesting that the police are using the charges currently available to them under the criminal code. And I think one of the reasons for that is if the Emergency Act for some reason gets held to be unconstitutional, and if there were charges to be laid under that, then all those charges would get thrown out. The criminal code charges will go to court. People will have their day in trial, and you won't be able to really say constitutionally that mischief charge is inappropriate. So let's see what happens, and I'm pleased to see that the police are utilizing a charge, mischief charge, under the criminal code that isn't under the Emergency Act.
Murray, again, thank you for the time. We'll speak again. That is Murray Faulkner, former police chief with London City in Ontario. Well, let's now go to Hannah Thibodeau in Ottawa. She has, of course, been a key part of our coverage today, having anchored News Network as the second day of police ending this protest began. So, Hannah, good to speak with you again. Listen, obviously I was speaking there with Murray regarding the Emergencies Act and its use in this case. And that's important because as we are watching what is happening right now on the streets of Ottawa, in West Block right now, the House of Commons is debating the Emergency Act itself.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I've discussed a little bit of this in the past, but here's a new part of it. One of the points of this Emergency Act that the Liberals say the reason why they needed to do this was to choke off funding as well. We know that these organizers did fundraise millions of dollars right off the bat through crowdsourcing, also through cryptocurrency. And now what's happening is if banks know that any of these funds are being used for this purpose, then they have to cut off that supply, cut off the even we were hearing earlier that making sure that anything that has to do with this funding gets shut down. That's one of the big things. And when it comes to the Civil Liberties Group, I was interesting to hear that this wasn't a part of the discussion because a lot of people were concerned that earlier in this protest, when the crowdsourcing first started, a lot of people may have put in $20 to help out because they felt that it was, they had been tired of the lockdowns for a couple of years and they thought they were putting it towards a good source. Then you know, they're looking now and seeing what has become of this protest and, you know, kind of transitioning into, you know, taking down the government, an elected government, a democratically elected government, and kind of backtracking and going, hold on a second, maybe I shouldn't have donated that money. Now, the question is, will their bank accounts be frozen as well? That question was asked of Finance Minister Chrystia Freeland, and, you know, the answer she gave is that they're really going after the big organizers. But could these people potentially fall into that crack? Well, that is something that we're going to have to keep a close eye on, because, you know, there is a difference of maybe at the beginning of this protest and as it eventually developed and people going, ooh, maybe that was not such a good idea. So those are the types of issues that they are debating in the House of Commons. And I think those are, you know, very legitimate questions to ask about this Emergencies Act. But let's remember, you know, we heard people talk about the War Measures Act. That was the act that was under Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's father, and he used it in 1970 when it came to the FLQ crisis in Quebec. What is completely different about this is that there is no military involved here. Also, civil liberties aren't being taken away, you know, and people would argue maybe that a little bit, but that's what they're saying. There's a huge difference between what's happening. And Prime Minister Justin Trudeau came out and said, well, there will be no use of military. We are going to use police to do this. This is what we're seeing currently on the ground right now, that no military have been used for this. And these people have had ample warning. Now, on the other hand, what the Conservatives are saying is that this is overreach and this shouldn't have been used. And their argument is something interesting too, because we had those border crossings at Coutts, Alberta. We had one in Emerson, Manitoba, and the big one at the Windsor-Detroit Bridge. Those were shutting down major supply routes, and those were able to end before this Emergencies Act was implemented. So their argument is if they could do this with the rules that were already on the books, why couldn't this operation in Ottawa be shut down without invoking the Emergencies Act? Again, those are good questions that should be asked of the government, and the government should have to be able to defend itself when doing so. And these are the types of debates that we're going to hear back and forth in the House of Commons over the next couple of days. The vote will happen on Monday. We are told that the Conservatives and the Bloc Québécois have said they are not voting in favor of this, but the Liberals only need one dance partner in order for this to pass. The NDP leader, Jagmeet Singh, has said that he will approve this. And that means he says he'll approve it as long as there's not overreach. So I'm sure the NDP are watching this closely. They're making sure that, you know, the police are handling everything properly, that there isn't overreach by the government when it comes to things like financing, all of those types of things. But I think, again, it was as Mr. Faulkner was saying earlier, is that, you know, it may be moot by the time Monday happens, because if they get this cleared out, then, you know, it shows that maybe this did work. So that's something, of course, we will be keeping a close eye on as well. But of course, one of the things that had to be used, and I've said this repeatedly, is, you know, and a prime example on the ground is when it comes to the tow truck operators. They were just not going in to do the job. They were either A, afraid, or they supported the protesters. Now they are compelled under this act immediately to go in and do so. And we've seen the tow truck operators going in. We've also seen many of the streets, the side streets, now cleared of those big transport trucks. Whether they drove them out, whether they were taken out by tow trucks, they are now starting to get cleared. So again, we will watch and see how this all plays out in the House of Commons, but all eyes right now are on the streets of Ottawa, watching to see if they can get this cleared up. And as we've heard throughout the day, this is not going to end today. Maybe the protesters will be gone, maybe many of the vehicles will be gone, but the increase in police presence will remain for a while. We don't know how long, but definitely well into next week, Michael.
Yeah, well, and certainly the timing of all of this has been very interesting to watch. The enforcement, again, began yesterday in earnest around the 8 o'clock hour. It continued once again this morning. And of course, you were, as I said earlier, anchoring News Network earlier today. And I do want to talk to you about the unfolding here of events, because while we watched this day begin, it seemed that they were working much quicker today than they were yesterday.
Well,
but have been for the last hour or so at a standstill on Wellington and Bank Street.
But look at this, Michael. I have been seeing this for the past 4 weekends. They are dismantling these encampments that have been set up for the past 4 weekends. They have been serving pigs on a spit. Look, they're taking those encampments down finally, that have been shutting down traffic, shutting down businesses, and making people's lives extremely uncomfortable in the downtown core with horn honking, diesel fuel, also harassment of people. But these encampments have been there for 4 weeks now, and this, seeing them come down, and I'm trying to look exactly where this location, I know where this is. This is down towards West Block. So if you go down towards the end of Wellington Street towards Bank Street,
and in fact, that is the police line that we've been covering for the last couple of hours right there, as you see in the top of your screen.
Yeah, and what they're doing, and this is following the same type of formula, maybe moving a bit faster than we saw yesterday, but the same type of formula. What the police do, they go in, they push the protesters back, they get them back, and then they take down all of the vehicles. They'll get the vehicles out. They're taking down the encampments. At that location, that's where you saw that infamous bouncy castle at one point in time, where the kids were playing. And just to bring up the kids for a second, too, we do have a little bit of news on that, because we did hear earlier that there were children in the crowds. We heard from Children's Aid Society, and I just want to inform you on this. They sent out a note saying, they are in constant communication with the police to help ensure the safety and well-being of children in the downtown core. They say they're prepared to assist any child or youth brought to a designated place of safety. At this time of publication, which wasn't too long ago, the Children's Aid Society has not had to intervene with regard to children or youth connected to the demonstration. No children or youth have been transferred to the care of the society. So that is very good news to hear that. Hopefully people finally heeded the warning to take their children out of this area. But clearly, some of the protesters are still not heeding the warning to get out of this area. Look at those cars that are parked sideways. And here we go again. We see more police. Either they're coming in to replace some of the police that are on the front line, or, they're coming to augment what is there. But all those vehicles that are parked sideways now, those are police vehicles. Before then, those were vehicles that were trucks. There was an RV there. I interviewed a fella who had his RV there. He was parked smack dab in the shadow of the Parliament buildings, and what he told me is he wasn't going to go anywhere. Clearly that RV is now gone. Whether he drove it out, I'm not sure. Whether they were taken out, unclear on that, but you can see that the police have cleared out the vehicles, or they have been cleared out or driven out in this area. And this area had been jam-packed. From the first weekend, we saw rows and rows of trucks there. Now they are gone, all replaced by police and police vehicles.
We are watching the situation closely. As you say, we see that new line of police officers, whether they are there to replace the front line at Wellington at the corner of Bank or to augment it, is something that we are tracking. Let's go right now to Thomas Daigle, because he's at that intersection and has been for the last couple of hours or so. So Thomas, what is the latest from your position?
It's just a standoff, as we've seen through much of this afternoon, Michael. Police holding their line, protesters standing around here in the wind, despite the conditions. They're not moving. And as I was telling you earlier, it's kind of like what we saw near the Chateau Laurier yesterday and into yesterday evening. And again, this morning, police holding the line, not moving, while protesters, their numbers started to dwindle late last night into this morning, and that's when police eventually moved in that area. As you say, we've seen more officers move in here on Wellington near Bank Street in the past few minutes. It is unclear whether they're going to push these protesters back or continue to just leave them be at this end of Wellington, away from the Parliament buildings, or if they're going to continue to move in. Protesters have, their tension has gone up and down throughout the afternoon, especially when police have brought in the officers on horseback. That has always drawn boos and jeers from protesters. And let me just see if I can point you to anything else in particular. We've seen another tactical armored vehicle from police be brought in throughout the afternoon. We've seen Ottawa Police, Ontario Provincial Police, RCMP, Toronto Police, did I mention, Quebec Provincial Police, which really gives you a sense of the cross-jurisdictional police authority all of a sudden in downtown Ottawa over the past couple of days with this Emergencies Act where it's brought in police from not just across Ontario but across the bridge in Quebec to come support Ottawa Police as they deal with this state of emergency in the city of Ottawa. That is the view from here at this moment. The wait continues basically as protesters are standing around and the tension goes up and down when they see police officers inch closer. I should also say that there have been some warnings, some signs at a couple moments over the past hour or two when the mounted units came in, when we saw officers on rooftops keeping an eye on the protesters. Those were precursors in previous hours to police pushing back protesters, but we're not seeing that next push yet, Michael.
Thomas, I'm wondering if you could indulge me for a moment here. Could you ask the crew that you're with right now, could they zoom in on the Chateau Laurier behind you? Because I think it's interesting to note for people at home the distance that protesters have been moved by police since around the 8 o'clock hour. In fact, we see there the first Gothic spear, if you will. That is actually the East Block, but behind it you see there another structure, the bronze top there, and that is actually the Chateau Laurier. And just to, situate people at home, that's the distance that protesters have been pushed back since the early morning by police forces, Thomas. I don't know if you can confirm this or not, but I was speaking earlier to Murray Faulkner, the former London City Police Chief, and he says, based on the images that he's getting, it seems that the number of protesters has dwindled at your location. Do you get a sense of that?
I don't think I would use the word dwindled. It has gone up and down throughout the afternoon. I think part of the issue is honestly the weather and the wind and protesters trying to seek shelter temporarily and come back. What we saw, not to make direct comparisons again and again, but what we saw last weekend in Windsor near the Ambassador Bridge blockade is once police cleared all the vehicles and the gear from the street, protesters still kept coming in and showing up throughout the afternoon despite the police operation, and that's what we've seen today. People are free to come and go on foot as they wish. There are still a couple hundred protesters.
Let me just interrupt you for 1 second, Thomas, just to explain to people what's happening here. I'm sorry, but again, to the right of your screen is the bird's eye view from Thomas's location on the police line side, and you see there a number of officers walking away to the left of that screen, and you see there in the kind of fluorescent yellow vests another group of officers heading towards that same police line. So this could be relief. Thomas, you were talking about the weather there, but this could be relief for the line of officers that have been standing there for quite some time. Sorry to have interrupted you, Thomas. I just wanted to walk people through that shot and not ignore it as it was happening on our screens.
Of course, and we were talking about the crowd size here because I know it's hard to gauge from our vantage point. Maybe my colleague Turgut can just take a few steps over here and show you the crowd down the street on Bank Street. Some of the protesters have moved down there. So it's difficult to get a full perspective from street side here of how many protesters are hanging around. But I've been saying a couple hundred. I would stand by that number. Some even watching from the Bank of Canada Museum up near the rooftop there, just sort of keeping a distance and watching what's going on.
It is amazing to see all of this unfold. Listen, Thomas, thank you for that. We will speak again as we continue to watch this police line again on Wellington, just not even a block south, down the hill literally from West Block, where parliamentarians are right now debating the Emergencies Act. But this is where police have now pushed protesters, trying to get them to disperse at Bank Street. So we're going to keep watching this. We want to remind you, though, as you continue to watch us here on CBC News Network and we bring you live coverage of the police enforcement in the nation's capital, we are now at this point counting down to a news conference with Ottawa Police. The interim police chief, Steve Bell, will be speaking at 3:30 4:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We're going to have that live for you here on News Network. And he will be addressing the ongoing police enforcement to clear protesters away from Parliament Hill and the surrounding neighborhood. So do stay with us. Again, that news conference will begin in about 50 minutes' time, which we'll have for you right here on News Network. But as we continue to watch the situation on the ground, we did reach out earlier today to Bruce Pitt Payne. Now, he is a retired RCMP major crime investigator and trainer, and I asked him for his reaction to the tactics police are now using at the protest site.
I can probably sense the frustration from both sides. However, I do have to say that the police have been very measured and proportionate to this point. But I have also seen an increase in the level of force that they deem required to end this.
Now, talk to us about that, because I think that's a very interesting logic progression, if you will. What are the factors that are brought into play when police decide to escalate an action, and perhaps apply that kind of logic to what we're seeing right now in the nation's capital?
Absolutely. So the very first thing I want to say is that there is a section in the criminal code that authorizes the police to use force in the lawful execution of their duty. In this case, to make arrests. Many have been for mischief, for example. So they are allowed to use force, but it must be reasonable. It must be only enough required to get the job done. It must be proportionate. And that's what I've observed so far. Is yesterday it was more a police line moving back, using their presence, using their communicative skills. Please move back, move back, move back. Today, the tone has changed, but it appears to be in response to some of the information that I've read from, for instance, the Ottawa Police Force, saying that the crowd is getting more aggressive. I'm paraphrasing there, but they did use the word assaultive. And a general rule of thumb, and please, this is just a generality for the layperson, the police are allowed to use probably one level of force higher than what is thrust upon them, what is presented to them. So if people are doing what is reported, such as throwing objects at horses, using, and this is only, again, secondhand to me through different reports, using smoke bombs, doing things like that, pushing the police, trying to grab their weapons, which is another report that I've heard. If that is true, then the police are actually being very restrained still in going to the next level, which is you'll see that the public order unit is more present with the batons. Not necessarily using them for more than pushing, but they are there, and that sends a strong message that the ante has been upped by the protesters, and the police have to do their job, and they will escalate accordingly. And so far, I've seen nothing but professionalism.
Well, it's interesting because we certainly have seen an evolution these past few days from police officers walking through the encampment when it held on Wellington Street, distributing pamphlets telling people of the laws that they were breaking, and then now today seeing police officers with full helmets as well as protective vests. I'm wondering where you see this going right now, because, you know, for the protesters that are there, obviously these are the people that have not heeded the warnings of possible arrest and possible fines and prison time. So just exactly who are police now dealing with in terms of the type of protester that remains on the streets in Ottawa?
Yeah, and I always want to be careful, Michael. I don't want to have volatile language while I'm talking. But you will have probably some very hardliners. The hell no, we won't go, and probably should have said heck. Or you will have people that just don't get it, that there are clear orders. And another thing that's being exceptionally well done by the police is you'll notice they haven't stopped giving that option to leave. That this is still there. Their presence isn't now replaced in their communicative skills with the tactical units. It is supplemented, complemented by those units. So they're still telling people, get out of there, please. They don't want to arrest them. But they have to respond to the reaction of the crowd. So the crowd is either hardline or the crowd just doesn't seem to get it. Either way, there are going to be consequences, and I think the police are determined to move faster now than they were yesterday, as nightfall approaches too.
Although there might be a complicating factor, and I want to read you here. This is the most recent tweet from the Ottawa police, and they are saying at this time, we are seeing young children being brought to the front of the police operation. This is dangerous, and it is putting the children at risk. Children may be taken to a place of safety. First and foremost, your reaction to people bringing young children to the front of the police line.
I try not to do too much other than my opinion, but Michael, it's hard as a human being, as a father, as well as a fellow Canadian, not to shake my head in disbelief and go, please stop that. We saw yesterday how easy it is when the horses come in to simply move people, that people, if they are in the way, it's dangerous. It is always dangerous in these types of situations. I shake my head in disbelief at this, and this will probably be the lasting impression that I have, not just as an ex-police officer and trainer, but as a human being, that get those kids out of there, please.
Now, as we watch all this unfold, there is actually not far from the image that we're seeing right now, again, Wellington Street in front of Parliament Hill. Just north of it, less than 1 block away, is the West Block, and that is where right now MPs are debating in person, also virtually, the Emergencies Act that was invoked by the Prime Minister earlier this week. Do you think that was, as some have suggested, an overreach by the government?
Big question for me to answer, and I'll try not to be evasive. There must be, and there will be an inquiry. It's part of the precondition of the invocation of this act. Did they have the tools, the police? Probably. Did they have the manpower and the coordination? I don't think so. It's really hard jurisdictionally to get everybody together and do this. But I hope you don't mind me at least just leaving it, Michael, with there better be a good look at this. I am on the fence. I don't know. But we are here right now. It is getting done, and I hope people do look at it.
Bruce Pitt-Payne, thank you for that. And Mr. Pitt-Payne is a retired RCMP sergeant and special crimes investigator. Well, let's continue. For one of the protest organizers is going this hour. Tamara Leach is among 3 key organizers who were arrested in the past few days. Our Neil Herland is watching that for us today. So Neil, what's the latest here?
Well, Michael, I've been listening in on the bail hearing for Tamara Leach, age 49. She's one of the most prominent leaders of the Freedom Convoy protest in Ottawa. She was arrested 2 days ago. The bail hearing to decide whether or not she gets released today is underway as we speak. It started this morning. It's being held over Zoom. We can't record clips or play them back to you, but we are allowed to watch it on Zoom, and we can report in detail what's going on in the courtroom right now. So the presiding judge is Justice Julie Bourgeois. She's overseen the proceedings. Tamara Leach has appeared in the prisoner's box. She's wearing a black sweater that says, "I heart Canadian oil and gas." She's wearing a protective white face mask over her face, and she's been quite cooperative with the lawyers and the judge. They've been asking questions to her for several hours now. We are told by Tamara Leach that if she does make bail, if she is released, she's promising to leave Ottawa within 24 hours. She's also promising to stop being a leader of the convoy protest. We also learned some more details about who Tamara Leach is, about her life. She lives in Medicine Hat, Alberta. She works as an administrator for an oil and gas company. She's been taking vacation days for the last few weeks as she took part in this protest. The bail amount that the judges and lawyers have been discussing all day long is in the neighborhood of $5,000. It's still not clear whether she would even have access to that money. She told the court that her bank accounts have now been frozen as part of these emergency laws that have been enacted by the federal government. She also was asked by the judge if there's a potential that she could fly back to Alberta. She said, unfortunately, to the judge, she doesn't have a vaccine passport, presumably because she's not vaccinated, so she can't board a plane. She would need to get some sort of lift or ride back to Alberta if she is granted bail. Now, I should mention that Pat King, another co-accused, made a brief court appearance this morning. His bail hearing was moved to Tuesday Tuesday morning at 9:30. And last night, a third leader, Chris Barber, he was granted bail on the condition that he leave Ottawa within 24 hours. He's also facing 4 charges. Michael.
Neil, thank you for the update. The CBC's Neil Herland. Now, we're going to keep a very close eye on Ottawa as we continue to watch the police action in the nation's capital. This is day 2 as police forces from across Ontario, as well as the Sûreté de Quebec, come together to try to break up the protest. The action beginning yesterday at around the 8 o'clock Eastern hour. Now continuing on this Saturday. And as we continue to track the latest in Ottawa, we also want to give an eye to Quebec City because protests against COVID-19 measures are taking place in the Quebec capital. Police have made 3 arrests and say the majority of protesters remain peaceful. Our Sarah Levitt brings us the latest.
An entirely different atmosphere here in Quebec City than in Ottawa. The protesters are back. They were here about 2 weeks ago, and much like 2 weeks ago, there's a big crowd, lots of people out here, and they also have brought their trucks to line up the street as they did 2 weeks ago. The trucks line up all along this street. They're honking their horns. There's music playing. And you know, I've had people come up to me who are not protesters ask me, why are the protesters here if the vaccine passport and much of the measures are expected to be lifted in Quebec mid-March? Well, some protesters here say it's about more than that. One thing for sure, they're not happy about having to continue to wear masks indoors. They say while the vaccine passport has been lifted, it could come back. Quebec City police say that so far there have been 3 arrests, but that the protesters here have so far, for the most part, been peaceful. Bruno Marchand, the mayor of Quebec City, saying he's happy to welcome them. Everybody has the right to protest. He says the Emergency Act that's in effect in Canada right now will not be applied here until certain criteria are met. He says he hopes that those criteria are not met and that the police will stand by and watch what's happening peacefully. Organizers here say that's exactly what they want. 2 days of peaceful protests, but they do hope that the government hears their issues. Sarah Levitt, CBC News, Quebec City.
Now let's focus once again on Ottawa because we're now hearing an update from the organizers of the so-called Freedom Convoy. In a statement they released today, the organizers first accuse police of committing abuses of power, and then they go on to say, quote, "We have therefore asked our truckers to move from Parliament Hill to avoid further brutality. To move the trucks, it will require time. This has been communicated with Ottawa Police, and we hope that they will show judicious restraint." Now, the truckers are moving, they say, and the use of more force will only be used to punish people and not to preserve or establish order. Again, that is a direct quote from the organizers of the Freedom Convoy. Well, we also want to get some reaction to that development, and we're reaching out once again to Murray Faulkner, former police chief with London in Ontario. So, Murray, when you hear that statement from the organizers, what's your reaction?
Well, obviously, the people that are standing in front of the public order unit haven't listened to it. The organizers are saying basically go home. You can see on the screen that the police really have upped their game here. There's a large number of officers in reserve, so probably you're going to see some movement in the next short while. The white helmet officers were at the front line, and now they have been all replaced by the fluorescent green officers' vests. So, as you can see, they are moving in, and obviously they're going to do another police movement here.
Another police movement, and it seems they're moving south rather than east here to try to get people away from Parliament Hill. Walk us through, because at this point it looks like there are more police officers than protesters gathered on the other side of that police line.
Well, I don't have a clock close by, but I suggest probably that line has been stationary now for maybe about 2 hours. 2.5 hours.
Yeah, roughly speaking,
you're right.
Which has given
time for officers in other parts of the downtown to get some refreshments, to have a washroom break, They're now refreshed, and they are coming back out onto the lines to take a bit more action. So, I do not think that this line is going to be stationary for much longer.
As you say that, we were talking about this operation perhaps lasting longer than today. Walk us through the stages here. Is it today to secure the hill, tomorrow to disperse them? What kind of timeline are we actually looking at here?
Well, again, the timeline is depending upon the protesters and how willing they are to disperse. But I think the primary objective today was to gain ground on Wellington Street and to have all those large vehicles, tents, trailers removed. That's accomplished. And now I think what we're going to see is a bit of a police movement of pushing that group back to see if they will disperse even more. Unfortunately, probably that group is some of the hardcore people. And I'm hoping that violence and use of force can be kept to a minimum.
Well, certainly we are watching. Murray, again, appreciate your time today. We'll come back to you a little later in the next hour, but for now, our thanks to Murray Faulkner, former chief with London Police. Now, again, let's take a look at the scene. To the right of your screen, you see there Wellington in front of Parliament Hill, at the intersection of Bank Street, as we continue to see a number of officers come together. As Murray was suggesting, we are probably not that far away from the next action, so we're going to have that for you live here. And at the top left of your screen, well, you see Wellington further east, and that is in front of the Prime Minister's office, where police have cleared out a number of the protest vehicles and in their place have put in police vehicles. And the bottom of your screen, well, that red area denotes the secured area as declared by police to make sure that protesters do not increase in numbers, nor do people bring aid to those protesters who remain around the hill. So for the very latest, let's go right now to the CBC's David Common. He's been on the ground all day for us, tracking the movement of both police and protesters. So David, I see you walking down. Is that Bank Street that you're at right now?
This is Bank and Wellington. What we're seeing here, and you were talking just a short time ago, we now see Sûreté de Québec, the officers who come in from Quebec who've just moved into the front line. So there's a much larger group of police that are in that area right now. A significant number of protesters who are here as well, and if there is indeed about to be a movement of police, then you're about to see it. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. CBC? No, I'm in the middle of doing my job. Okay. How are you doing today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. What brings you here?
I want to see the Canadian spirit resurrected.
And what's that look like?
I think this looks like this.
Yeah, this is what it looks like to you? Are you concerned about being arrested today?
It does concern me. Yeah.
Where are you from?
Kitchener, Waterloo area.
Yeah. And how long have you been here?
A few hours.
A few hours, yeah. And, how are you feeling?
There's a bit of an edge in the air. I think it's a different tone than the past 3 weeks.
Yeah. Have you been here in previous weeks? Did you come on a previous weekend?
No, but I know people who have.
Yeah. Well, good to meet you. Stay warm while you're out here. We're just in the middle of doing our job right now, but you do see that a large number of police officers have moved into this area. So you're seeing now a movement of police sort of encircling the crowd, and that's likely to mean that there's going to be a push down here, push down Bank, as additional officers move into place. So what we'll do is we'll just get a tiny bit closer here before we ourselves are likely to have to move back as well. The wind really picking up here, Michael, over the course of the day. And so you do see these officers have the numbers on their back. Those are Sûreté de Québec officers. They're backstopped by Ottawa police, tactical vehicles that are over here. So larger group that's here. What we now expect is there could well be movement, and it's just a question of how that movement happens and where it goes, and if there's a continued push out of this area. So just to situate us very quickly, Parliament, right there. Wellington here, where this morning there were many trucks, big rigs. Some of them moved out. Some of them had their windows moved out voluntarily, I should say, really at the last second, because the ones that didn't move out had their windows smashed, tactical officers going in. And as I looked down there, it seemed plausible that some of them had been towed in that intervening time. But you now see that we are really encircled here. So I come in here, there's people taking selfies with some of the officers streaming everything. But it is a larger group here. And when we look, we do have officers really right around us. So I'm just going to back. Now you see an officer there. Not all the officers here are wearing gas masks. The ones that would deploy, if necessary, tear gas, although we are told that has not happened yet, not at least by the use of any police. And we are seeing more officers that are moving into place here. So there's a second line that's going in, creating a bit of a box, a police box in there, and more officers that are coming in around this area. So now, on these three sides, we have police. Behind me, over to my right, and over further to the right. The only area, as a result, that does not have a line of police is here. And it would suggest that that is the intent of police, that they will push in on the area that I'm now standing and will try to push protesters further down into the area. Now we're seeing down here that extra line of officers. A lot of people in the crowd get very amped up by this. Some want to be, chanting of freedom, and it continues. The tactical officers in their vehicles down there, and so there continues to be police movement. It's clear that there is about to be something. It's just
David.
Exactly, likely pushing people further away from Wellington.
Okay, David, thank you for that. I apologize for jumping in, but I do want to get to Thomas Daigle. He's at the other end of this intersection, and Thomas, you have a clearer view of police at this point. Thomas, I don't know if your microphone's turned on. We're having a hard time hearing you.
You're not hearing me? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. We can hear you now, Thomas.
Michael,
I can hear you now.
I was just saying we're on Wellington here in downtown Ottawa. These are lineups of Sûreté du Québec officers lined up with batons, pushing back protesters here on Wellington Street, now a couple blocks away from the Parliament buildings. This is part of the quick succession of pushes from several police forces who've been deployed to Ottawa in the past couple of days. What we've seen again in the past few minutes, as we did earlier today, is as police moved in, forcefully pushing back protesters. They have split protesters into smaller groups. When David was reporting live for you here, he was speaking to you from Bank Street, I believe, perhaps a block away from where I'm speaking to you from. And that is where police have dispersed one group of protesters to, and the other group is here on this side. This is the first time I have seen this particular tactic where police have formed two lines. They're facing these protesters on this side where we're standing, and they also have sort of a separation between the two lines of officers and have protesters on the other side. They're facing them as well. Again, a sign of how unusual and extraordinary this police response has been is the fact that we have police from another province, provincial police from Quebec, deployed to the streets of Ottawa, enforcing the order for the crowd to disperse. But again, this has gone back to what we were seeing just a few minutes ago before the police moved in. Protesters have just gone back to standing around. I'm trying to see if they have their tactical vehicles over in the distance, but for the time being, police have gained about a half a block here on protesters and split them up into two groups, Michael.
Two groups, one heading east along Wellington, the other heading south on Bank Street. And as you say, despite the success of pushing them back, they're still milling around. At this point, Thomas, can you say anything about the determination of protesters to hold their ground?
Yeah, it's been pretty clear to protesters for well over a day now that if they stay here, there is no question that they will face arrest. Police have changed their wording today. Instead of saying over the megaphone that if you stay around here, if you don't disperse, you may be arrested, they are now telling them repeatedly today, if you stay around here, you will be arrested. I can't remember the exact figure that Ottawa Police put out earlier today in terms of the number of arrests carried out today. It was in the dozens. 47, I believe, is what I'm being told. And we expect that number will continue to rise, but we're not seeing targeted arrests here. We are seeing police officers in one case here with the SQ holding a video camera, taking images of the protesters on the front lines, and I'm just looking around to see if we can still see officers on rooftops. I don't see them from my vantage point, but I'm sure that they are still deployed on nearby rooftops, keeping an eye on the advance in the movement of protesters. You see in the middle of this SQ deployment is RCMP tactical units, the emergency response team here. Again, extraordinary to see this number of different police forces working together. They're pushing protesters back again, and we will have to move with them. I will say that there is lots of snow on the ground. The snow's been blowing around, and
Thomas, if I can interrupt, let's just watch the scene.
Michael.
Let's watch the scene, please. And as we break away, you see we've now moved over towards the other camera. This is David Common's camera. This police line pushing protesters south along Bank Street to the top left of your screen. That is Thomas Degg's camera as police in that line push them east down Wellington. Either way, it is trying to push protesters away from the Parliament Hill complex. And much like we have seen over the last several hours and days, police moving slowly and methodically, although this time around on this day, wearing police helmets and carrying batons and wearing vests. Ottawa Police saying earlier today this was in response to the behavior of some protesters as they were being asked to clear the area. So Thomas, thank you for letting us take in that view and that shot at this time. Just describe for us now what is happening around you, please.
The continued standoff. Police gained another few meters as they pushed protesters back. The crowd where we are standing has dwindled a bit. I believe protesters have moved toward where our colleague David Common and his crew are standing towards Bank Street, but this is Wellington, and it bears repeating because if you're just joining our coverage this afternoon, it bears repeating that this stretch of Wellington Street was full of big rigs for the past 3 weeks, and tents, bouncy castles, and all sorts of entertainment items for this protest. That has all been cleared out. There are some large vehicles still parked down the street, but this stretch of Wellington has been cleared of the big rigs, and police continue their advance.
I want to read to you a new tweet, and this is from the Ottawa Police, Thomas, and I'm going to ask you about it, but the Ottawa Police saying, quote, once again, we are seeing young children being brought to the front of the police operation. This is dangerous, and it is putting the children at risk. And they attach to it an earlier tweet of 2 hours ago in which they say children may be taken to a place of safety. Can you talk to us about that issue, Thomas? What have you seen in terms of children on the front lines?
Yesterday, early in the day, we saw protesters on this street set up a bouncy castle, which they've set up many times. It's sort of become one of the lasting images of this protest, in defiance of local residents who pleaded with protesters to leave the bouncy castle and leave their big rigs and get out of here. But in any case, we saw what appeared to be a parent and her child playing on the bouncy castle here in the middle of the protest zone yesterday. And again this afternoon, just about an hour ago, I witnessed someone who appeared to be a mother with her young child standing around in this protest, despite the fact that police have repeatedly told protesters not to bring their children to this illegal demonstration, and they have told them that they could face fines of upwards of $5,000 or 5 years behind bars if they do so. And yet, we're still seeing it today.
Thomas, thank you. We will check in with you again as this day goes on. The CBC's Thomas Daigle in Ottawa on Wellington Street, just east of Bank Street. Well, as we watch all of this unfold right now, we are reaching out once again to the Mayor of Ottawa, Jim Watson. Mayor Watson, thank you for joining us today. Excuse me, Mayor Watson, I think we're having some audio. If you bear with me 1 second, I don't... Right. There we go. We have it solved. There we go, Mayor Watson. Thank you. Thank you for joining us again. How are you feeling right now watching this second day of police action against the protesters?
Well, on the one hand, very pleased with the professionalism of our police services across the country who have come to help our city in our time of need. But obviously concerned, there's still a core group that we're seeing on footage that you're airing right now, Michael. There's still a hardcore group that are taunting police, being completely irresponsible, and don't want to seem to leave. So I'm very pleased that we've been able to clean up Wellington Street, get a lot of the trucks, almost I believe all the trucks are gone, and you know, the street is back to some sense of normalcy. But the problem is these people don't seem to want to leave, and when it comes nighttime, obviously that's when it becomes even more challenging. So my admiration is for the police and their measured response to date. They've been put through a lot of abuse during a very cold day in Ottawa.
You say a hardcore group of protesters, but it seems that we're talking about still hundreds of people who refuse to surrender the ground. How many people are left to your understanding?
Well, I'm getting a briefing on that in the next hour or so by our Chief of Police, Chief Bell, so I don't have that information for you right now, but just observing, it looks like there's, could be anywhere between 300 and 400 or 450 people. I'm pleased that we were able to move a lot of these trucks. I'm going to suggest to our city manager that under the Emergency Act, we actually have the ability to confiscate those vehicles and sell them. And I want to see them sold. I don't want them returned to these people who have been causing such frustration and angst in our community. And I want to sell them to put towards the costs that we've been incurring in Ottawa to put up with this foolishness for 4 weeks, which is 3 weeks and 6 days too long.
Well, you mentioned the Emergencies Act, and as you know, right now in the West Block, Parliament is both in person and virtually debating the merits of the Emergency Act as it needs parliamentary approval. Do you believe this was a necessary tool to get to this point?
You know what? It's proven to be a necessary tool and a useful tool as well. When we have officers coming in from other jurisdictions, in the past you had to sign them in as or swear them in as peace officers. That takes a lot of time. That doesn't have to be done anymore. We can confiscate property and material and sell it for our own purposes. Those kinds of things are important. Tow trucks, as you know, that was a big concern that we had. Tow truck companies just did not want to get involved in this. And the Emergency Act forces them to, and you've seen all day a number of heavy industrial tow trucks that are cleaning up our streets after the 4 weeks of chaos that these protesters have brought to our city. So there are a number of measures in the Emergency Act that have benefited us on the ground in pragmatic terms over the course of the last 24 hours.
Mayor, I want to talk about the timing of all this. Emergencies Act aside, this has been, as you know, weeks in the making. People in Ottawa have complained publicly on social media, to media, about the kind of torture they've endured with the endless honking, with the harassment on the streets. Why did it take so long to get to this point?
That's a very good question, and I think it will come out at the inquiry that is required under the Emergency Act. That two of my colleagues, Councillors Hughley and Tierney, have put forward a motion that passed unanimously that we have our own independent review, because that's the question everyone wants to know. I know one of the reasons was that we just did not have the firm commitment for the number of officers to back up, the words on an injunction. But we have to have a thorough review of exactly why these trucks were allowed to come into the downtown core, particularly on Wellington Street, which trucks are not allowed to be in, and one of our most important streets in the country, the home of the House of Commons and the Supreme Court, and they just park there. And the reality is, unless you get these things resolved within the first 24 hours, it grows and becomes a magnet for every group that wants to come and berate the government or complain about something. So I think we need an independent review, which we'll get at the federal level and we'll get at the municipal level. for two reasons. One, because the public deserve to know why this turned into a protest, from a protest to a sit-in and occupation. And secondly, how can we avoid it happening again? We're going to have to do some short-term measures. For instance, once this is all cleaned up on Wellington, how do we barricade the street on a short-term basis to protect the parliamentary precinct? And what are the logistical challenges of doing that? Because that's a major thoroughfare for bus traffic to Gatineau, as well as motorcades for the Prime Minister and so on. So we need to find something in the short term that sends a very clear signal to the would-be protesters from other groups. You can't come to Ottawa anymore and shut down our city for 4 weeks. That's off, and it should never have happened. And we have to get to the bottom of why the police did not respond more quickly. We know, as I said, one of the reasons we didn't have enough officers. We thank those officers from other jurisdictions. I worked with the provincial government and the federal government, and we have a good, solid presence of professional members of police services from coast to coast.
You know, I also want to get your thoughts on the current operation, Mayor, because as you know, protesters have been pushed off of Wellington, essentially, and being forced down either O'Connor earlier in the day, now down Bank Street. But for those who don't know Ottawa, it is just a few blocks before what is essentially a government area becomes a residential area. Are you concerned for the safety of area residents as police try to break up this protest?
Well, I have been since day one. That's been my number one preoccupation, is how do we give some greater protection and peace of mind to those residents who put up with so much, the honking of the horns, the stench of diesel fuel. The fact that we have more police officers tells me that we're going to have to put more of them in those residential areas, because as we push some of these yahoos out of the parliamentary precinct, we don't want to cause another problem in a residential neighborhood. And that's been one of the frustrations, I think, that these people don't seem to understand, the protesters, that we have vibrant neighborhoods, whether it's Centertown or the Glebe or Lower Town or Byward Market, and people live in these areas. I've told people throughout the week, no one lives on Wellington Street. There's not one person that lives there, but just a few blocks behind, there are tens of thousands of people. And, you've seen some of the stories that have come out where one idiot tried to handcuff the doors of an apartment building, another one threw some kind of a smoke bomb in the lobby, the non-stop honking of horns, the rude, sexist, homophobic, racist behavior by some of these people yelling and screaming, the harassing of our small business community. So we have to make sure that those people are given greater protection by the police, at least in the foreseeable future. And I also want to mention, I'm very pleased, because another preoccupation of mine is how do we support our small businesses? They have suffered tremendously, not just because of the 4 weeks of this chaos, but they had COVID they had to deal with and all the restrictions. So as you recall, Michael, 2 weeks ago, the province lifted the lockdown and people could go in and have a meal in a restaurant. Well, most of the businesses in and around the parliamentary precinct couldn't do that because they were in an unofficial lockdown imposed by the truck drivers and the convoy. I was pleased today that Mona Fortier, the president of Treasury Board, who's also the MP for Ottawa-Vanier, and Yasser Naqvi, who's the MP for Ottawa Centre, their two ridings are the most affected. And they just announced a $20 million fund to help small businesses in their time of need, because many of these businesses are hanging on by their fingernails because they've been basically locked down as a result of this illegal activity.
Listen, Mayor, I only have about 30 seconds left here, but I do want to give you the opportunity. What is your message right now for those people who do live in the residential areas of Centertown, the Byward Market, Lower Town, as you mentioned? What's your message to them right now?
Well, first and foremost, we want them to stay safe and secure. We're doing everything we can to bring this to an end peacefully and quickly. And that governments at all three levels have to be prepared to ensure in the short term we have the necessary police resources on the ground to give comfort and some protection to those people who have been harassed and hard hit for a long period of time, and for their businesses in those vibrant neighborhoods. That help is along the way. Invest Ottawa will be running the program to get those dollars as quickly as possible to those small businesses in Centertown and throughout the catchment area.
Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson, thank you for being with us again today.
Thank you for the invitation.
Well, let's now go to Thomas Degg. As you saw earlier in the hour, he is following right now the movement as police try to push protesters back. Thomas, what can you tell us at this point?
We're on Wellington Street again. Protesters have been pushed back by this line of officers, but I want to just show you, Michael, if we can pan over here to show you just how brazenly protesters had been camped out here on Wellington, just in the shadow of the Parliament buildings. They had practically a kitchen line here, set up here, pots and pans, water bottles. They had all kinds of supplies for protesters, even though this was long declared an illegal occupation. Knives and forks, all sorts of napkins, some chips here, barbecue set up, just as late as just this morning. Ponchos to stay away from the rain. And let's see what was in these boxes. More supplies, I suppose. But here's a toaster oven. It just gives you a sense. There was a tent right here. There's another tent next to us that's still up. But now the protesters have cleared out from Wellington, have been pushed back. We can really get a clear view of just what's left. Look, there's another barbecue here. This was a charcoal grill, I suppose, that's been left by protesters. There's going to be major cleanup still to be done. Let's see what's in here. Lots more supplies, Tim Hortons pods, deodorant, all sorts of supplies, because clearly, up until police moved in today, protesters were really intent on staying for as long as they could, and indeed they did.
Thomas, thank you for that. Or Thomas Degla on the streets of Ottawa. Let's now go to David Common, who's also tracking the movement of both protesters and police. David, what's happening at this point from your location?
Yeah, continued pushing that's going on. So this is essentially a wall. A new police service have not yet seen Calgary police out on the streets. Their public safety unit is now deployed here along the Sparks Street pedestrian mall. In behind us, there's a large line of in behind a crowd of protesters. There's Sûreté de Québec as well as OPP, Ontario Provincial Police Officers. So a large concentration of police officers. What's likely to happen is that they will begin pushing people down the street here, that this will be a barrier so that people can't scatter down this street. Again, the idea, push further and further away from Parliament itself, which has been the continued move that we've seen through much of the day here. We come right in here a little bit, and you see the Calgary police officers are lined up, batons in hand, which is a tactic that we've seen employed by other police services through much of the day. And you periodically see this, where you see individuals sort of in a standoff, face to face with many of the police. So that's essentially what you're seeing here, and lots of people who are very eager to get on camera or who believe that everything that we're doing is fake news.
David, listen, protect yourself. We'll speak again. Our David Common in Ottawa. Well, I'm going to ask the control room right now to take the overhead view right now of what is happening on Wellington Street, as we still see more police officers making their way down the street itself in position to try to push the protesters away from the Parliament Hill precinct. And as we look at that, I want to bring in once again Charles Bordelo. He has been joining us throughout this day. He is a former Ottawa police chief, now a public safety consultant. Charles, thank you for standing by for us today.
My pleasure, Michael.
So we're now seeing more police making their way down Wellington, making their way down Bank. What can you say about this point of the operation?
Well, I think the Wellington and Bank intersection has been stagnant for about 2.5 hours or so. And clearly in the past 45 minutes, you've seen an increase of police officers present. And they've just recently made that move in order to push them down Bank Street. So I think one of the big key operations was to retake Wellington Street, which they have done now, which is a good success. And now they're pushing them down Bank Street, and you see the other areas on Sparks Street as well. So they continue now to push them south into the core, and hoping that many of them will disperse, having had been forced to leave Wellington Street. So successful to date, and we've seen another couple of arrests as a result of that latest push by police at Wellington and Bank, but still very professionally done, and no having to use pepper spray or any other harder tactics in order to push the crowd back, which is comforting to see.
Yeah, to be fair, there were a couple of instances of pepper spray, which we did have here, but you're right, for the most part, it has not been a wide use tactic in this deployment today. But, you know, I also want to get your thoughts, because not only is this the nation's capital, but this is your city. You were, again, the chief of police of Ottawa. So what's it like to see this happening right now? What's it like to have seen your city descend into this chaos for nearly a month?
I was born here, and something that I've never thought I would see in our city, as far as the anger and the despair and the frustration, but also the frustration and the violence associated with people who wanted to try to express their opinions to the government. And it's in one way, you know, the 3 weeks has been extremely long for our community. I feel terrible, just absolutely terrible for the residents of the downtown core who have been living through hell for the past 3 weeks, honestly, and the businesses as well haven't been able to open. They were just about to reopen because of the pandemic restrictions being lifted, and they have yet to be able to be open because of this demonstration here. So I'm pleased to see that after 3 weeks that the police service has been able to put a plan together and get the resources in place to get this over with. And the last 3 days, you know, Chief Bell has done a tremendous job, along with his the partners and with the City of Ottawa, to try to bring this to a peaceful conclusion.
I'm wondering how you are feeling right now in terms of the current tactic, because as they push these protesters back, they are trying to disperse them, but it's also driving them into more residential neighborhoods. Does that cause you any concern?
It does, because the challenge is, are they going to be setting up another area where the demonstrators and protests will congregate and then continue to have an impact on those residences? So I'm sure that they have strategies and a plan in place for that to try to mitigate that and to avoid from that happening, but it's yet to see exactly how that will evolve. Again, they're hoping that people will leave voluntarily, but I wouldn't want to see another key area of the city, especially closer to the residents, being impacted by the constant presence of these illegal demonstrators.
I'm wondering if you might comment on what police are trying to accomplish on this day. Again, this is day 2 of the crackdown on the protests, but it seems to be that they're trying to secure Wellington, not only on the east from Chateau Laurier and the War Memorial, but heading west all the way down towards the National Archives. Do you think that is what they're trying to achieve here, establish that perimeter away to secure it from protesters?
I would expect that one of the key objectives for today is to gain back and Wellington Street, and clear it from all the vehicles. So they've achieved that objective fairly rapidly, given all the obstacles that we were faced with. And you know, people ask, when will this be over? And they do not set a time limit, because if they set a time, that puts additional pressure on the officers and everybody, and mistakes happen, and that's when people get hurt. So you'll hear most likely at the press conference that Chief Bell is doing that he will not put a time limit in. He'll commit to ending this as peacefully as possible, without risk of injuries to officers and demonstrators. But it will take the time that it needs to take in order to clear the area.
And to that news conference that you mentioned, we are now putting it to the bottom of the screen for people at home. And of course, we're going to have that live as soon as the acting interim police chief actually takes the microphones. But, you know, ahead of that, I do want to get your commentary on 2 things. First and foremost, the weather, because earlier today it was sunnier. We've seen cloudy periods, sunny periods, blowing snow. There's also wind gusts, a warning of upwards of 70 kilometers per hour by this evening. How does that factor into the challenge now before the police as they try to continue this action?
Well, first and foremost, these officers are human beings. So they're out in the cold weather under some very stressful circumstances. So they need to be taken care of. They need relief. So you'll often see some rotation of officers for them to go back to their home base to eat, to get warm, to rest, and then come back out again. So it's very taxing for them. Weather also plays a factor in the type of tactics that you may use. Yesterday and today, there's a lot of wind. So if at any point in time they were to use tear gas, they have to be very cognizant of wind direction and the effectiveness of that having on the demonstrators, but also, the officers are all equipped with gas masks, but they have to protect themselves as well. And you've seen the snow as well. It hasn't been cleared in a number of weeks, so that's posed a challenge in order to add additional obstacles for the officers to go over in order to move their lines more effectively. But the weather has also had an impact from a positive perspective that I'm sure there are a number of protesters have chosen to leave or not come because of the harsh weather that we are experiencing.
Well, the other factor beyond the weather is just the time of day that we're at. We're currently at 3:32 p.m. Eastern Time. We're a few hours away from sunset in Ottawa. How does going into the night affect this operation?
So we'll use last night as an example. They pushed and pushed until they said, okay, that would be enough for today. They stopped at the Mackenzie and the Chateau Laurier, and they set up perimeter fencing and in order to maintain that area. So I would expect that once they decide to stop pushing the crowds further south, they will establish fencing and barriers in order to keep hold of and secure that area. So there will be a number of officers still deployed across that whole perimeter that they've been able to clear in order to ensure that nobody comes back into that specific area. And then they'll be back at it again early tomorrow morning, I would expect, in order to continue clearing any other demonstrators that have chosen to stay or come back.
And just to note, sunset is actually predicted to be at about 5:35 p.m. local time, so just a couple of hours from now. If they put up a fence, as you say, around this perimeter to hold it after clearing it out on this Saturday, what's your word then? What's your advice then for the residents of downtown Ottawa? Because as I said, these protesters are being moved south. That gets them further away from government buildings and away from Parliament Hill, but drives them into more residential areas where people live in apartment buildings and condos and stacked units in single dwellings. What is your advice to the people who live in the area?
So I would expect that the chief should address that at the press conference, and if not, it's a good question to ask. But I would expect as well that there will continue to be a significant police presence in the residential areas as they continue to push the demonstrators back in order to ensure that those residents do have a feeling of safety and security with the large number of officers physically present in those areas.
From your experience, sir, how long does an operation like this take at this point? Are we talking about days, weeks?
Well, we've never experienced this long of a demonstration anywhere in Canada. So this is a first for all the police services to observe and to watch, to learn as to how best to manage this. But the chief has been clear, along with the OPP and RCMP Unified Command, that they are committed to end this as quickly and safely as possible. And they aren't putting a timeline on it, and they shouldn't put a timeline around it. But they are doing their very best each minute, hour, and day in order to bring this to a conclusion. And I am confident, this is 2 days of concrete police action to move the crowds back. And in context of everything that's been going on, they've made some significant gains and progress around what they've been able to achieve in the past 2 days. Now it's the remaining core group of demonstrators and protesters that need to leave the area or be subject to arrest.
Charles, I want to now bring an image larger for our viewers at home, because right now we can see at the bottom of your screen the Ottawa Police, and this is the podium full frame, because we are at this point awaiting a news conference with Ottawa's interim police chief that was scheduled to begin at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. We have been given the signal that it will start soon, so as soon as it begins, we'll bring you there live. But Charles, as we take a look at the shot, I do want to ask you one more question, because as you know, while this police action is happening, while protesters are still refusing to cede their ground, in the West Bloc, parliamentarians are right now debating the merits of the Emergencies Act that was invoked by the government on Monday. Was the Emergencies Act necessary to accomplish what has been accomplished today, do you think?
Michael, I'll cite 4 examples of where the Act has been very beneficial from a policing perspective. One, it enabled the police service to establish a perimeter across the city and to be able to lawfully intercept individuals that were coming into Ottawa solely for the purpose of coming to this demonstration. Prior to that act being in place, police did not have the lawful authority to remove or to deny a person's entry to come to this demonstration. So that's one thing. The next thing is to identify that children and minors are not allowed into the zone. So there's enforcement powers associated with that. The third piece is money. The ability to seize money and assets of the individuals involved in this demonstration is quick, and other than outside the proceeds of crime, is something that is a useful tool. And you saw truckers leave. Truckers left at the last minute because they knew their trucks were going to be seized. Those that have been towed away are now part of the new legislation and most likely will be forfeited. And the last piece is around the swearing in of officers that are coming outside of Ontario. Those in Ontario are already sworn to uphold the law in the province of Ontario, but those from Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, the Sorties Quebec, and the RCMP, you actually have to physically swear them in and go through a process to give them the powers. This new legislation has allowed them to bypass this process and automatically swear them in as peace officers in the province of Ontario.
Charles, thank you for this. I appreciate the insight today, and thank you for the many hours that you've been with us on this Saturday.
My pleasure, Michael.
That's Charles Bordello, the former police chief of Ottawa. As we take a look once more to the right of your screen, you see there the remaining protesters as police try to push them down further east on Wellington and south on Bank Street. And you saw there earlier as well images of police as they dismantle the base camps, if you will, of the protesters that has served as kitchens and places of leisure and distraction over these many days of their occupation. And we are now, as I said, awaiting the Ottawa Police to give us an update on the situation today. Now, as we wait for that, and as the clearance of protesters from the downtown core in Ottawa continues, we have been hearing from one of the organizers of the demonstration. And at a media briefing in the city, well, Tom Marazzo took aim at police for their tactics. He also says his urging of truckers and others to end their protest should not be viewed as a sign of surrender.
We've always been a peaceful protest. There has never been violence in the 3 weeks that I have been here. Just peace, love, hugs, and singing "O Canada." The violence came to us when the police arrived. The police brought the violence. To that end, as a movement, we have chosen to peacefully withdraw from the streets of Ottawa. There is nothing to be gained by being brutalized by police. We will simply regroup as a grassroots movement. If the police can tame their insatiable need for violence and remove the barriers preventing us from actually leaving, we will peacefully withdraw starting today.
And that was organizer Tom Marazzo. Let's listen to Ottawa Police now.
Le directeur général des services de protection et d'urgence de la ville d'Ottawa, Kim Ayotte. I am Corporal Vladimir Napoleon with the RCMP. I will be the moderator. We will begin with remarks from Interim Chief Bell, followed by General Manager Kim Ayotte, and then we will proceed to a 15-minute question period. Je suis le caporal Vladimir Napoléon de la GRC et le modérateur pour la période de questions de 15 minutes. Nous commençons d'abord par l'énoncé du chef par intérim, ensuite le directeur général Kim Ayotte.
Merci Vladimir. Bonjour à tous. Today we made some very important progress in safely removing this unlawful protest from our streets. At every step in this operation, we've been upfront and clear with the unlawful protesters that they must leave the area. We've advised them of our enforcement efforts so they could continue to make informed decisions. We've backed up those warnings with a deliberate and methodical operation using lawful and safe tactics. The officers on the ground have shown patience and professionalism. They are well-trained and experienced, and they needed all of that expertise to bring about the results that we are seeing. At every step, they faced a barrage of resistance, shoving, and vitriol. We all saw that the protesters were aggressive with the officers, and we needed to use horses at one point. As a result, we responded this morning by adding helmets and batons to our equipment for the safety of our officers. When we deployed our officers this morning, you saw the public order units on the ground sweeping across the downtown core from east to west and moving demonstrators out of the parliamentary precinct. Our officers continued to face resistance. At one point, a flare was ignited by a protester. Officers used a chemical irritant, also known as pepper spray, to disperse unlawful demonstrators who were resisting police orders. Sadly, we again saw young children being brought to the unlawful demonstration and to the front of our police operation. This is dangerous and is putting young children at risk. So far today, we've arrested 47 people. That brings the total so far to 170. As we continue to take back our streets, City of Ottawa crews and other municipal vehicles came into the area to clean up and tow away all of the demonstrators' possessions and vehicles. This is tough work. These officers are doing what they've been trained to do. They have demonstrated unparalleled discipline, restraint, and the utmost professionalism. I commend them for their actions yesterday and throughout the day today. I'm proud of them and all the members of our police service that have contributed to this operation. Je suis fier de tous les corps policiers pour leur service à notre communauté pendant cette période difficile. This is an Ottawa-led police joint operation, but this is actually a Canadian effort. We have officers from across the province and country here to help us. Every person supporting this effort is proud to be here. Police have a vital role in our democracy, and this operation shows our institution's commitment and ability to maintain a lawful society. But we could not do this without the support of the community that we serve. All levels of government, the federal, provincial, and municipal, have contributed to this effort, all to support our city and every other community being affected by similar unlawful demonstrations. By working together, we are showing the strength of our democracy. To downtown residents, we are focused on your safety. We are not going anywhere until you have your streets back. We are prepared. We are aware of protesters leaving the parliamentary precinct, moving to surrounding neighborhoods. We are working with our partners, and we will remove these protesters peacefully from your area. This operation is still moving forward. It is not over, and it will take more time until we have achieved our goals. Following Mr. Ayotte's comments, I'll be available to answer questions.
Thank you, Chief Bell. Good afternoon, everyone. Bon après-midi, tout le monde. The city continues to support our police service, who made excellent progress towards ending this occupation. I want to thank the police leadership and every single police officer from the many different forces who are involved in this operation. You are doing great work. I also want to thank and recognize city staff who've been working day and night over the past few weeks under challenging conditions. Whether you're working in public safety, emergency management, in the EOC, or in the NCRCC, whether you're public works, social services, media relations, or working for or in a city facility, whether you're corporate security or behind the scenes in a support capacity, I want to thank you. I specifically want to thank our bylaw officers who've issued over 3,600 tickets, and our fire services, firefighters, and paramedics who are working in the red zone as part of an integration team directly with police special teams, or responding to regular calls within the red zone. To the city leadership team, thank you for your constant support and availability during these difficult times. Je tiens à souligner le travail de tous les employés municipaux qui travaillent sans relâche depuis des semaines. Finally, for the public, you have been strong during this very difficult and unprecedented event. Please know that the city is already supporting activities aimed at restoring the downtown neighborhoods to their normal state. This includes removing debris, garbage, vehicles, clearing snow, installing fences, and repairing any damage left behind by these protesters. Thank you and merci.
I will now invite each media agency to come to the microphone to ask a question. Please ask one question each, starting with your name and the media that you represent. Nous allons maintenant répondre aux questions de chaque organisme média. S'il vous plaît, posez une seule question au microphone. S'il vous plaît, vous nommer et aussi nous dire le média que vous représentez.
Christian Ashkate, CTV National News. Thanks for taking our questions. Can you say when will residents have their streets back? Do you have a day in mind as Wellington is now cleared out?
So we've been clear from the beginning. This is an extremely large, complex operation. You all understand that because you've been so actively covering and reporting on it since it's begun. We won't commit to any end time because the progress of it needs to be measured, needs to be methodical, needs to be safe and lawful, as we've indicated all the way through. That is how we've approached this protest since we've started. That is how we will approach it until it's completed. I cannot overstate. We are in this until it is over. Every one of our police agency partners has indicated their continued and ongoing support to work with us to finish this unlawful occupation. You have our commitment that we are here until the very end. If I had a choice, it would be right now. And that's why I implore all the protesters who remain there, go home. This occupation is now over. We will continue with our mission until it is complete.
And can you explain the chemical irritant that was used against the protesters by police today? What kind of chemical was it, and why was it used? And you also, my other question here that I really need, that's important that I want to squeeze in here is, you talk about the professionalism of police, but with respect, sir, can you explain what appears to be excessive force by police officers when a protester is arrested? There is multiple videos on social media showing police delivering blows with their knee and their fists while the protesters are down. Is this necessary?
So I haven't specifically seen the videos you're talking about, but what I can advise you is we do have mechanisms to review all of the arrests. We will absolutely be involved in reviewing arrests to make sure that the lawful amount of force was used as we executed our mission. We've been very clear from the beginning, as this has escalated and as protesters have not heeded the urging, the warnings, and then the direction to leave our streets, that we would need to escalate in our tactics. That is what you're seeing us engaged in to ultimately remove people who are refusing to leave.
Hi, Chief Bell, Frédéric with Radio-Canada. So we see that you guys, with the help of your other agencies, have practically gained all of Wellington where Parliament Hill is located. So can you tell us what's the next step into the operation, and are the forces starting to stretch thin? As you gain terrain, you're going to need more people. So what's the next step in the operation, and maybe how we're doing with officers?
So what you've seen, and we indicated from the very beginning days, this has been going to be a very deliberate and methodical approach to how we're going to gain back the area and remove everyone to execute the plan we have. We also indicated that we have the resources we need to execute this plan. What you've seen over the past number of days is the execution of that plan with the resources that we need to finalize it. We are approaching areas, our members are taking control of areas, and then we're bringing in crews behind us to remove vehicles, remediate any of the conditions that the protesters, any of the damage the protesters may have done, to make sure that as our citizens get their streets back, they are the streets that they had before this started. We will continue with our plan. We'll continue to move ahead, and I can tell you it is, to this point, going exactly as we had anticipated.
Bonjour, question en français, si possible. Andy Saint-André de TVA à Montréal. Est-ce que depuis le début de l'intervention policière d'envergure, la police a saisi des armes à feu? Ou est-elle au courant que des armes se trouvent présentement entre les mains de manifestants?
Juste, si vous pouvez répéter votre question en anglais, et puis par la suite, M. Diem va répondre en français.
Génial. Have the police seized firearms since the beginning of this major police intervention?
So what I can tell you is that we have several criminal investigations ongoing that relate to the seizure of weapons. I don't have specifics on any of those investigations because they're not yet complete and there is no charges resulting from them. When we do have that, we will provide that information.
Oui, bonjour. Juste pour la traduction, c'est effectivement, nous avons plusieurs enquêtes en cours. Vous comprendrez que l'événement est très fluide, ça change de jour en jour. Et le chef de police, M. Bell, a mentionné qu'à fur et à mesure qu'on progresse, on fera un bilan de ce qui a été saisi pour votre information.
Hi, Ashley Burke, CBC National News. Can you tell us what other methods that you used today to try and disperse crowds that we didn't see yesterday? It sounded like there was other sort of sonic or other sort of sound things that were done today that hadn't been in the past. And what else?
Yeah, we've been pretty clear from the beginning. We're actually not going to discuss the tactics we use. One of the things that you've seen that we've been engaged in is we're monitoring. We've learned from previous protests and demonstrations. We're monitoring the coverage. One of the tactics that the protesters and demonstrators are using is misinformation, information that is inaccurate, information that misleads the public. We're actively tweeting and providing information out through social media and other media mechanisms in order to be able to try and get accurate, factual information around what is going on within the protest without actually divulging any police tactics.
And just speaking of conflicting reports, yesterday there were a lot of them when it came to the case where the police horse entered the crowd. Ottawa Police had said that a bicycle was thrown at the feet of a horse, but there are conflicting reports online about that. Can you specifically tell us what happened and what happened to the civilian and the horse?
Yeah, so thank you. When you talk about misinformation, that's specifically one of the demonstrations for us of that. What happened is the crowd was escalating around the police. There was tension that was continuing to escalate between our public order unit members and the demonstrators on the line that was resulting in increased aggression by the demonstrators. Members of the mounted public order unit rode through the crowd that created separation and lowered the temperature and circumstances that existed there so as not to escalate force. Almost immediately, there was tweets, there was pictures that had been photoshopped out on social media that indicated people had died as a result of that. The horses had run over somebody with a walker in the crowd. What I can indicate is there was 2 members of the protesters who did collide with the horses. They fell down. They immediately got back up and started to again engage in their protest and demonstration activity. That is one of the circumstances where, as we monitor it, we're identifying misinformation and as quickly as we can providing accurate, real information about what is occurring on the ground.
Sorry, but was a bike actually thrown at a horse? Because there are images online that perhaps it was someone else's electronic wheelchair.
So we'll have to get more specific information on that for you, and I'll be able to provide more in coming days.
Hi, Chief Bell. It's Joanne Quinello from CBC Ottawa Local. You say you've arrested about 170 people since the police action has begun. How many folks have you actually charged?
So we're continuing to, one step is the arrest, the next step is the processing and charging of those individuals. We haven't yet pulled together and identified the number of charges that we've laid, but that will be released to the media and to the public as soon as it's available.
But are people being let go, for example, without being charged of anything, say if they promise to go home?
So what I can indicate again is we've arrested 170 people. We'll continue to do the investigations, and as we've identified those that are charged and those that may be released unconditionally, those numbers, we'll provide them to the media.
And as this is a massive operation, any chance there's a price tag on this yet? I think earlier on, when we had asked for 1,800 officers, there was an indication it might cost $2.5 million a day. Is that accurate? Or I know it's probably not exact at this moment.
So it's something that's very important to us. We know that this is going to be an extremely expensive operation. We've already talked to our federal and provincial partners about how at the end of the day we will look at having money provided to the police service for that. Those discussions are ongoing. We continue to track our costs. Our partners continue to work with us to identify the costs of policing to actually manage this event, and at the culmination of it, we'll be able to provide accurate figures.
You don't have a tally up till now, for example?
Just to remind all journalists, one question. Thank you.
Hi, Chief Bail, Gabriel. I'm from the French radio of CBC. Just wondering, do you know how many buildings are in lockdown right now in Ottawa? And I will take a response in French also, please.
So we don't identify buildings to go into lockdown. We don't tell building owners to put their buildings in lockdown. We do provide public safety announcements as to where the demonstration is happening, where our police operations are occurring within the demonstration. So we don't directly control the number of buildings which are locked down. So I don't have that number for you. Oh, sorry.
Oui, en gros, que M. Bell disait, c'est qu'on ne contrôle pas nécessairement les entreprises qui vont en lockdown. On va donner des annonces de sécurité publique pour les rassurer, mais présentement, on n'a pas le chiffre total de tout ce qui est fermé depuis le début de la manifestation.
Hi there, Erica Ibrahim, the Canadian Press. I'm wondering what your message is to protesters and Canadians more broadly who might be upset and angry with images being published of police hitting protesters with batons and other types of force. There are images of some people, or some police striking crowd members with batons who were retreating and not being aggressive toward them. There were media in the crowds that have witnessed and reported on this. I'm wondering what you would say to those who may be concerned by that.
As I indicated earlier, we will have the opportunity to review all of those files. There are complaint mechanisms for people to enter into if they feel that there is excessive use of force by members of our police service. What I will also say is we have been here for 3 weeks. I have been at this podium for the last 5 days, imploring people to leave, asking them to get out of our streets. This occupation is over. We have advised them that if they peacefully leave, they may go home. That still exists. We also indicated that we would escalate and forcefully remove people from the streets if they did not comply. Some of that is what you're seeing. So I will stand here today again and say, this demonstration is over. Go home. If you don't go home, we will remove you from the streets.
This will be the last question.
Hello, I'm Andy Lee. I'm from Independent Media. So I was in the crowd yesterday. I was unfortunately hit with some pepper spray. I just have a question. There's some video cameras that the police are using, and some news outlets are reporting that you're gathering intelligence with those cameras. Can you elaborate, like, if the protesters at this point, retreat and go home, are they going to be getting sort of repercussions down the road? Or are you going to be sort of actively pursuing the people that you've been sort of documenting and filming who are still out there protesting? What are your plans after this, after the protest is over?
Thank you. It's a great question. And the simple answer is yes. If you are involved in this protest, we will actively look to identify you and follow up with financial sanctions and criminal charges. Absolutely. This investigation will go on for months to come. It has many, many different streams, both from a federal financial level, from a provincial licensing level, from a criminal code level, from a municipal breach of court order, breach of court injunction level. It will be a complicated and time-consuming investigation that will go on for a period of time. You have my commitment that that investigation will continue, and we will hold people accountable for taking our streets over.
And could I just ask one more question?
Can we ask a question to Mr.
This
Ayat?
concludes the media availability. Ceci conclut le point de presse. Merci.
Merci.
That was Ottawa Police updating the ground operation happening right now in Ottawa's downtown core. Police continuing their actions that began yesterday morning in an effort to end a protest and occupation that took over Wellington Street at the foot of the Parliament Hill precinct, an occupation that lasted over 3 weeks. We heard there the acting police chief, Steve Bell, saying the operation is Ottawa-led but a Canadian effort, with everyone involved proud to be a part of it. And as for the numbers, over 3,600 tickets have been issued, 170 people arrested so far, and at least 38 vehicles have been seized. So, with more, let's bring in now Murray Faulkner, former London police chief, who's been with us throughout this day. So, Murray, thanks for standing by and listening to that alongside us. And to people at home, you are watching CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio as we continue our special coverage. Murray, as you listen to the police chief there, I actually want to begin with the last point that he made, that they are, in fact, collecting information on protesters. What do you make of that?
Well, that was the best question of the whole news conference, for sure. That doesn't surprise me at all. These protesters are in a public domain, have no right to privacy, and as such, the police have a responsibility to follow up on criminal activity, which protesters are right now. So regardless of whether you're a protester or a large trucker that drove his vehicle out today, there will be follow-up investigations and possible charges laid. There is no free pass here.
Now, there was also a question that was raised about the way in which some protesters have been arrested, questions about a use of force. And, you know, we did see that statement earlier today from convoy organizers describing police action, and this is their word, as being abusive. What do you say to that? Well,
you know, in this modern day where everyone has a cell phone, I've always said that use of force is never pretty. Up until the advent of cellular phones, police tactics were kind of hidden and veiled, but now they're open for public scrutiny, and I think the police welcome public scrutiny. So if excessive force was used, then police actions, disciplinary actions need to be taken, without question. I will say, though, that you have to be pretty careful to accept as evidence something off of social media. Surely to goodness, we've come to a position in society to realize that social media is just that, social. There is no accountability for what gets placed on our social media, seldom. And so as a result of that, an investigation, a complete investigation, needs to happen if there is a complaint and excessive use of force is used. I know as chief, I had to explain use of force on many situations that at first blush looked terrible, looked absolutely terrible on the police officer, and I was aghast. But as I obtained more information and more descriptors from those bystanders, citizens, as well as police at the scene, it became more clear as to why the use of force was used. For example, and I'm not saying that this is the situation in the case that the member of the media was talking about, but if a person's on the ground trying to be arrested and handcuffed, and in fact they are resisting in the sense that they're not putting their arms behind their back, they're either kicking or still struggling, body blows might be appropriate at the time to gain the arrest. You will see in many of these arrests, it's not just a single person, it's multiple police officers And they're there not to be for a bully tactic, but actually for safety, for not only the officer, but for the person being arrested, so that each arm and each leg can be secured.
You know, I also want to get your thoughts on a comment that was made by the chief regarding the role police play, because of course we've seen charges on social media that police are being undemocratic in their actions today and yesterday. But we heard from Chief Bell that police have a vital role in a democracy. You know, from a policing perspective, explain that to us.
Well, our country is based on the rule of law, and protesters have a right to protest. My goodness, you would see sometimes police associations protesting. So it's not the point about protesting, it's about how you go about it. Do you seize public streets? Do you put up a dance floor? Do you have barbecues and you close down a city? Do you threaten other people? So it's not about protesting. That's not the issue. It's how you go about it. And what the protesters are missing, the fact is that what they've done is actually a criminal activity. They've seized property, public property that doesn't really belong to them. Everyone has the right to use them, and they've blocked it off for the use of citizens and anyone else that wants to come to the Capitol. And of course, you know, multiple times today and yesterday, members of the media keep asking police officials, how long is it going to take? When is this going to be over? And I would suggest that that's maybe inappropriate to ask the police. Ask the protesters. The police are only going to be there as long as the protesters are. End of story. They don't want to be there. I know that for a fact. But it's not up to the police. It's up to the protesters, because the police do not want to use a great deal of force.
Well, that said, sunset is slated for 5:35 p.m. Local time in Ottawa. Does that change the operation? Does that raise extra safety concerns?
I don't know about extra safety concerns. I think, I think probably what will happen is they'll go back into a stand and hold the line kind of proposition. I'm not sure that they'll want to be utilizing a great deal of officers during the dark hours, specifically now that they have dispersed the main crowd. I am hoping that tomorrow, though, we will see fewer protesters. The epicenter of this protest was Wellington Street in front of the Parliament buildings. It is no longer in possession of the protesters. The main area is now gone. And so therefore there's no real gathering point. The police have had the ability to disperse, push the people away from Parliament buildings. And as such, I think there's no more tents, there's no more food. They're just standing on public property. That's all that's left to do.
Murray Faulkner, thank you for this. Hopefully we'll speak again before this day is done, but thank you for the insight at this point.
You're welcome.
Well, with that, let's now go to Coventry Road in Ottawa, and that's where the CBC's Judy Trin joins us right now. Coventry Road, of course, being where protesters originally were supplying food and fuel to the protesters. So, Judy, tell us a bit more about what's happening there right now.
Okay, Michael, I first want to tell you that I'm sitting in my car, and what I'm doing is I am observing what's going on at the Coventry camp. So I am facing the Coventry camp right now. I see roughly about 200 vehicles. I still see about a dozen large transport trucks. I've been here since approximately about 1:30, 2 o'clock. And about that time, the crowd started getting into a little bit of a panic, because what they heard was that police were on their way, that the situation was escalating downtown, and organizers started asking people here to start dismantling the tents, dismantling the camps on their own. Now, what is interesting is that I was still able to see individuals driving into this camp, and they told me that they were confused because they were coming here to basically get instructions on how to get downtown. So even as the entrenched protesters here started dismantling their camp, other people were still coming in wanting to head downtown. There was talk that they would walk downtown. so they wouldn't have to deal with the police checkpoints. There are 100 police checkpoints in order to get to the core, right, surrounding that. And I want you to take a listen to an interview I did with a man by the name of Mr. Poulin. What he says is that he is not going to leave. Despite instructions from organizers that they should tear down, he says he's not leaving. Take a listen.
I know they're coming. I'm holding my line. I'm not doing anything illegal until they come see me personally and tell me to leave. I will stay. Once they ask me to leave, I will cooperate. If they want to arrest me, they do, but it's illegal because I'm not doing nothing wrong.
Gabriel Poulin is from the South Shore of Montreal. He says he's a grandfather. He just joined this convoy protest 3 days ago, setting up a camp here. Michael, so you can see that there is this level of dedication, and this convoy, this freedom convoy movement group is still attracting new supporters.
And as you say that, we're showing people the scene right now in Wellington as more police officers make their way along the road on the southern portion of the Parliament Hill precinct in downtown Ottawa. But we also have a shot here, Judy. I'm going to ask our controller to put that up one more time. Let's take a look at that aerial view of Coventry where Judy is reporting from right now. And those are the vehicles that you were referring there to, Judy. Talk to us about the police presence at that point. You say there's concern now that word that police will be descending on this gathering point for protesters. But what is the police presence like at this moment?
Michael, I do not see any police presence at this moment. There's quite, most likely there are watch points. Police may be surveilling this group from rooms in the hotel room, from the roof of the hotel, as well as from the roof of the Coventry Ball Stadium. But right now, I do not see any visible officers on the ground. But you have to understand that obviously they are concentrating all their efforts downtown to get those protesters out of the core, right? So they are hoping that perhaps seeing that use of force, seeing the number of arrests, that individuals here who have been in camp now for more than 3 weeks, we're on 23 days, and some of them have been here from the start, that this will convince them to move of their own accord. What we are being told, though, is that even though they are dismantling this camp, they're not giving up, Michael. They're just moving to an undisclosed location. I want everyone to know that this is a city property that was leased to the owners of the Ottawa Titans baseball team. And what ended up happening was they were only supposed to use this lot for 1 weekend, but they ended up staying for 23 days now. So the owner has told the city that he wants them out, what is interesting is that he told me that even for him to get into work, he has to go through the protester checkpoints. He has to ask permission from the protesters to get to his place of work. So it's clear that they don't own this property. And where they're regrouping, I'm told, is a farmer's field, somewhere further south, where they have permission to set up their big tents. Michael.
Judy, thank you for the update. We'll check in with you again a little later. The CBC's Judy Trin at Coventry Road, again in Ottawa. Now, as we look at Coventry Road to the right of your screen, to the top of your screen, you see the action on Wellington Street, and towards the bottom, the dismantling of what was essentially the base camp for protesters at the foot of Parliament Hill. And we also want to talk about the legal charges now facing protesters. And to that, we are joined now by João Veloso. He is a professor of law at the University of Ottawa. João, thank you for being with us today.
You're welcome.
I want to begin here with the charges right now being laid against some of the protesters that have been arrested so far. Charges of mischief, counseling to commit the offense of mischief. What does that exactly mean? What does mischief actually cover?
This covers a whole range of criminal behaviors. It may be from minor things such as graffiti, but also occupation of property, damage to property, burning a car on the streets, block a capital city from a G7 country for weekends, this kind of thing.
And as you say that, again, we continue to show the visuals coming to us from downtown Ottawa as police enforce the clearing of this protest occupation camp. And you see on the right of the screen another individual being arrested, and again towards the bottom of the screen, the dismantling and the cleaning up of what was a base camp. So as you talk about what mischief actually means, put this into context for us, Zhao. How serious are these charges? What kind of penalties do they actually carry?
They can be very serious, especially if it doesn't endanger the life of a person. The maximum punishment is actually life sentence in prison. But I think instead of focusing on the punishment, the maximum punishment itself, it's interesting to note that there are many collateral consequences to that. Having a record is going to affect lots of these folks, not only the organizers, traveling abroad and so on. Actually, mischief, there is a maximum general sentence of 10 years of imprisonment that triggers immigration detention and deportation for those who are not citizen. And so this can be quite serious, and more especially, we should not forget that we have a class action suit like going on that is already above $300 million. And by the arrest, I think it's quite clear the characterization that this person were somehow involved in the protest, and more likely they will become part of the class action as well.
So how strongly do you think the Crown might actually push when it comes to sentencing?
They may push quite harsh. We're talking about a long-term occupation of the capital. But again, like you should understand that roughly only 10% of the sentence imposed in Canada are over 6 months of imprisonment. So more likely, even in the worst case scenario, like for most of them, we're talking about lower sentences, which is not necessarily a problem, because the way the Canadian criminal justice system work is that people get arrested, they are in pretrial detention. Some of them stay quite long for pretrial detention, like half of the provincial population in Ontario is under pretrial detention, which makes a kind of pressure for plea bargaining. So this is option one. Like option two, they are released under condition, as Mr. Barber was. And, you know, but his conditions, like he cannot like post the Facebook videos he used to post like every day. And not only that, like the general condition is to keep the peace, and like not keeping the peace is any violation, not only criminal law violation, like municipal bylaws violations means that you are not keeping the peace. So for those, most of these people that were arrested yesterday and today, that are going to be released under conditions, more likely they're going to breach some of those conditions, which means it's a new criminal infraction, and then you just go back again. You know, it's the kind of phenomenon that criminal law scholars and criminologists call a revolving door. And this revolving door does not need harsh punishment. It's just little punishment that has a whole bunch of collateral consequences that trap people in the system.
João Veloso, thank you for this. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Now, one of the key organizers behind the protests, well, she will be spending the weekend in jail. An Ottawa judge has pushed back the bail decision for Tamara Leach, who was arrested on Thursday. Let's go to Neil Herland. He was watching the virtual court hearing. He joins us live right now. So pushing back until Monday here. Talk to us about what happens next here, Neil. Neil, I'm sorry. We seem to be having an audio issue with you right now. Can you hold on for 1 second? Try that. Neil, try that again,
Yeah,
please.
Michael, Tamara Leach will be spending the next 3 nights behind bars. Today, a bail hearing was held in Ottawa. The 49-year-old is charged with counseling to commit mischief. Judge Julie Bourgeois presided over the bail hearing today. It lasted for several hours. At the end of the hearing, where bar arguments were presented from both the defense and the Crown, the judge decided to reserve her decision until Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. She said that there were too many complicating factors. She wanted to really decide and look look at all of the evidence that was presented today. Now, Leach has been one of the most prominent leaders of the protest movement in Ottawa. She was arrested 2 nights ago. It was recorded on Twitter. A lot of people saw the video of the police arresting Tamara Leach. She appeared in the prisoner's box today. She was wearing a black sweater that said, "I heart oil and gas." She also had an N95 face mask on her face to protect her during the court hearing. Now, she told the judge that her defense lawyer argued that a $5,000 bail amount would be appropriate in this case. Tamara Leach telling the judge that she doesn't have a lot of savings, she doesn't have a lot of money, she's taken vacation time to take part in this protest. The judge asked Leach if she could fly back to Alberta, but then Leach explained that she doesn't have a vaccine passport, she's unvaccinated, so she just can't board a plane to return back to Medicine Hat, Alberta, where she's from. She also said that her bank accounts are frozen. Michael.
Neil, thank you for that. The CBC's Neil Herlin. Now, Ottawa's interim police chief says 170 people have now been arrested. Steve Bell also saying his forces have faced resistance from protesters every step of the way, despite giving them repeated warnings and opportunities to leave.
At every step in this operation, we've been upfront and clear with the unlawful protesters that they must leave the area. We've advised them of our enforcement efforts so they could continue to make informed decisions. We've backed up those warnings with a deliberate and methodical operation using lawful and safe tactics. The officers on the ground have shown patience and professionalism. They are well-trained and experienced, and they needed all of that expertise to bring about the results that we are seeing. At every step, they faced a barrage of resistance, shoving, and vitriol. We all saw that the protesters were aggressive with the officers, and we needed to use horses at one point. As a result, we responded this morning by adding helmets and batons to our equipment for the safety of our officers. When we deployed our officers this morning, you saw the public order units on the ground sweeping across the downtown core from east to west and moving demonstrators out of the parliamentary precinct. Our officers continued to face resistance. At one point, a flare was ignited by a protester. Officers used a chemical irritant, also known as pepper spray, to disperse unlawful demonstrators who were resisting police orders. Sadly, we again saw young children being brought to the unlawful demonstration and to the front of our police operation. This is dangerous and is putting young children at risk.
And again, that was the Ottawa acting police chief. Well, Zexi Lee is an Ottawa resident and the lead plaintiff in the class action suit against the so-called Freedom Convoy. As we take a look at police once again clearing out the streets on Wellington, Zexi Lee joins us right now. Zexi, thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Listen, I'm wondering how you're feeling right now. You've been living in and amongst the chaos, the loud noise, the profanity for weeks now. How do you feel as you watch Ottawa police and others move in on the protesters?
I'm incredibly grateful that it looks like all of this is finally coming to an end. While I think the response is long overdue, it is definitely a relief either way.
Talk to us about what you have gone through these 3.5 weeks or so, because on social media, many people in the Centretown area of Ottawa describing conditions much like torture.
I think it is lost on a lot of people, the extent of the suffering that was inflicted upon the residents of Centretown, especially in the first 10 days of this occupation, an occupation that has been illegal from the start. The constant sound torture was incredibly distressing for myself, but for many other residents who may suffer from mental illness, who have certain conditions, and even babies and young children, the suffering that was inflicted was absolutely unacceptable, and it was consistently diminished by all levels of law enforcement and government for far too long.
Well, let's pick up on that point. What do you mean by that? What was it like to be hoping that action would be taken, and for days and weeks, none was?
It was incredibly disheartening every single day to wake up and know that while some police may be on our streets, they were either instructed or refusing to enforce the law that they had committed to uphold. And then in addition to that, hearing the dispassionate response from leadership in our city for the most part. Obviously, there were some shining lights of hope in the form of individuals like Catherine McKenney, but for the most part, those with power, those with the ability to help us, refuse to do so.
Why do you think that is?
I am not a mind reader. I can only say so much about the reasoning behind the inaction that we had seen for many, many days. I think part of it is that there were very difficult decisions to make. It was a, like they said, unprecedented situation. However, at the end of the day, we elect our leaders and they are employed to make these difficult decisions and have the information necessary to make the best decision specifically for the residents. And that simply did not happen. There was a clear dereliction of duty from many levels of government, to be quite honest, and it was extremely difficult for the residents of Centretown to have to rely on one another rather than relying on the institutions that are supposed to protect us.
Now, you bravely stepped forward, and because of your actions, an injunction was granted that stopped the constant blaring of horns during this protest and occupation. And to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong here, your injunction is now being used in terms of the charges being filed against protest organizers. How does that feel?
It's a sense of gratification. Because ultimately, from the very beginning, what these individuals have done to us and what these individuals have incited others to do to us have been completely illegal from the get-go. I think I'm a little sad that it is my injunction that has to be used at this point, considering that the first injunction should have most definitely been from the city, not from a resident who was so desperate that they need to take action by themselves. But I'm grateful, nonetheless, that the charges are being laid and the injunction is being considered as part of these charges, because at the end of the day, they broke the law countless times and many people suffered for it. And I believe very strongly that they must face the consequences for that.
You know, the noise aside, there certainly were many reports these past weeks of people being verbally harassed, in some cases even physically, to my understanding, people being targeted for their sex, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation, gender identity. What has it been like for you? Has it affected your feeling of safety in your own neighborhood?
Without a doubt. I think from day one, for most of us, to be quite honest with you, the feeling of the tension in the air that having these people in our streets has brought upon us, and in addition to that, the blatant disregard for the law, it created an environment in Centretown where anything could go. People were breaking the laws left and right while police watched. And the only thing that begets is more lawbreaking. And very clearly, it continued to escalate. And yes, violence of many, many kinds were inflicted upon the residents of Centretown. And it's honestly unbelievable how little attention was paid toward this until it was already, quite frankly, too late. And mind you, it wasn't only the individual characteristics that were targeted. Even if you were wearing a mask, just a mask, which was your right to protect your health and safety, and especially with all the diesel fumes in the air, you were an instant target. There are individuals who knowingly took off their masks when in downtown because they would be specifically harassed. People yell at you on the streets to take it off. People honked at you because you were wearing a mask, and they relished in the fear that we felt. They would cheer when we flinched from the honks. And when I say we, I can speak to this personally as well. But the sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
It was difficult. It was very difficult, and a lot of the violence that did occur within our streets were unseen, and the narrative that this was a peaceful protest has been utterly untrue from the start, from the noise torture that was the part of the original plan for these individuals, and to the countless individual experiences that people have had just living in downtown. It's completely unacceptable.
You know, it's one of those hard realities that once your safety in your own home is compromised, it's hard to ever feel that safe again. How are you feeling right now, knowing that police are enforcing this abandonment of the camp and criminal charges are being laid?
I can only speak for myself from this perspective, because really I do feel a lot more comfort knowing that finally enforcement is happening and that these individuals have a very clear message being sent by the police, not only through their media releases, but also through their actions now. A very clear difference from what we had seen in the first few weeks. Originally, whenever there was a lull of silence, the fear that the honking or the noise would begin again was constant. But now I do finally feel that this terrible, terrible month is finally coming to a close. And for that, I'm grateful. But without a doubt, no matter how much gratitude I might feel in this moment, there needs to be accountability for how this could have possibly happened.
And accountability, by that do you mean Ottawa Police, local government, provincial? How far do you need this accountability to be examined?
Personally, I feel that the action or inaction, in a lot of cases, to be quite frank, all of it has to be investigated. The clear inaction from the Ottawa Police Services from the very get-go has, and this can't be argued, it enabled and emboldened these individuals for this entire time. And that inaction and the lack of response from all levels of government from the day this began, that is what created this unprecedented situation, the utter lack of response from anybody.
Now, you know, as you and I have been speaking, in terms of what we've been showing people at home, we continue to see arrests being made along the protest site. We are now looking on the predominant side of the screen on the right, protest tents, vehicles being taken away, torn down. One person to the bottom of the screen being arrested right now by police involved in today's actions. And part of the strategy today, Lexi, has been to clear the protest away from Wellington Street, which again is on the southern border of the parliamentary precinct. But they're trying to put protesters or lead protesters further away south down streets like O'Connor, Bank, but into more residential areas. Are you concerned about safety for tonight?
I'm very concerned. While we have seen a very significant increase in the police presence in Ottawa as a whole, much of that has been concentrated in the less residential areas. And there is more fear downtown, not necessarily within our homes, but, well, for me personally, but there is fear on the streets because these people who have believed for weeks now that the law doesn't apply to them, that they're exempt from the law, that they can do whatever they want, they are now being faced with the harsh reality that there are consequences to their actions and that, in fact, the law does apply to them. It is frightening on the streets because you can see them. They have illegally occupied our streets for the past few weeks, and now they are all wandering about, and they're not able to do the same actions that they have been doing. So it sort of leads you to wonder, what will they do next? Since they're allowed to roam freely when we've already undergone so much suffering and harassment at a direct hand from them. And everyone is telling, we all tell one another, stay inside, be careful, stay safe, especially now because of the trust that has been broken and the overall handling of the situation. I don't think there's a lot of faith that's left in the city to protect its residents.
Zexi, I appreciate how difficult these past few weeks have been for you. So thank you very much for speaking with us today. Really appreciate it.
Thank you. Your coverage is so appreciated because we really need to be heard.
Zexi Lee in Ottawa. Now, to all of this as we continue to monitor the situation on the ground, and to the top of your screen on the left, again, a view of Wellington Street, for the most part cleared of protest vehicles that had set up a base camp at the foot of Parliament Hill. You see there to the right of your screen, police still carrying out an arrest, which we have been monitoring for the past few minutes. And to the bottom of your screen, just to give you an idea of the area that's now been declared a no-go zone, except for those who are local area residents by police. This is where they have been limiting access to cars and to people, again, only to local residents, but it is also the same area where many protesters are dispersing to. So it is something that we're tracking very closely for you here today on CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio, and we continue our special coverage of the police action as they try to break up the remnants of the protest in the nation's capital, a protest that has occupied Parliament Hill for over 3 weeks now. Now, earlier today, I did speak with the Ottawa Mayor, Jim Watson, and I asked him for his thoughts on how police are currently managing the situation.
Well, on the one hand, very pleased with the professionalism of our police services across the country who have come to help our city in our time of need. But obviously concerned, there's still a core group that we're seeing on footage that you're airing right now, Michael. There's still a hardcore group that are taunting police, being completely irresponsible, and don't want to seem to leave. So I'm very pleased that we've been able to clean up Wellington Street, get a lot of the trucks, almost I believe all the trucks are gone. The street is back to some sense of normalcy. But the problem is these people don't seem to want to leave. And when it comes nighttime, obviously that's when it becomes even more challenging. So my admiration is for the police and their measured response to date. They've been put through a lot of abuse during a very cold day in Ottawa.
You say a hardcore group of protesters, but it seems that we're talking about still hundreds of people who refuse to surrender the ground. How many people are left to your understanding?
Well, I'm getting a briefing on that in the next hour or so by our chief of police, Chief Bell. So I don't have that information for you right now, but just observing, it looks like there's, could be anywhere between 300 and 400 or 450 people. I'm pleased that we were able to move a lot of these trucks. I'm going to suggest to our city manager that under the Emergency Act, we actually have the ability to confiscate those vehicles and sell them. And I want to see them sold. I don't want them returned to these people who have been causing such frustration and angst in our community. And I want to sell them to put towards the costs that we've been incurring in Ottawa to put up with this foolishness for 4 weeks, which is 3 weeks and 6 days too long.
Well, you mentioned the Emergencies Act, and as you know, right now in the West Block, Parliament is both in person and virtually debating the merits of the Emergency Act as it needs parliamentary approval. Do you believe this was a necessary tool to get to this point?
You know what? It's proven to be a necessary tool and a useful tool as well. When we have officers coming in from other jurisdictions in the past, you had to sign them in as or swear them in as peace officers. That takes a lot of time. That doesn't have to be done anymore. We can confiscate property and material and sell it for our own purposes. Those kinds of things are important. Tow trucks, as you know, that was a big concern that we had. Tow truck companies just did not want to get involved in this. And the Emergency Act forces them to, and you've seen all day a number of heavy industrial tow trucks that are cleaning up our streets after the 4 weeks of chaos that these protesters have brought to our city. So there are a number of measures in the Emergency Act that have benefited us on the ground in pragmatic terms over the course of the last 24 hours.
You know, Mayor, I want to talk about the timing of all this. You know, Emergencies Act aside, this has been, as you know, weeks in the making. People in Ottawa have complained publicly on social media, to media, about the kind of torture they've endured with the endless honking, with the harassment on the streets. Why did it take so long to get to this point?
That's a very good question, and I think it will come out at the inquiry that is required under the Emergency Act. Two of my colleagues, Councillors Hughley and Tierney, have put forward a motion that passed unanimously that we have our own independent review, because that's the question everyone wants to know. I know one of the reasons was that we just did not have the firm commitment for the number of officers to back up, the words on an injunction. But we have to have a thorough review of exactly why these trucks were allowed to come into the downtown core, particularly on Wellington Street, which trucks are not allowed to be in, and one of our most important streets in the country, the home of the House of Commons and the Supreme Court, and they just park there. And the reality is, unless you get these things resolved within the first 24 hours, it grows and becomes a magnet for every group that wants to come and berate the government or complain about something. So I think we need an independent review, which we'll get at the federal level and we'll get at the municipal level, for two reasons. One, because the public deserve to know why this turned into a protest, from a protest to a sit-in and occupation. And secondly, how can we avoid it happening again? We're going to have to do some short-term measures, for instance, once this is all cleaned up on Wellington. How do we barricade the street on a short-term basis to protect the parliamentary precinct? And what are the logistical challenges of doing that? Because that's a major thoroughfare for bus traffic to Gatineau, as well as motorcades for the Prime Minister and so on. So we need to find something in the short term that sends a very clear signal to the would-be protesters from other groups. You can't come to Ottawa anymore and shut down our city for 4 weeks. That's off, and it should never happen. And we have to get to the bottom of why the police did not respond more quickly. We know, as I said, one of the reasons we didn't have enough officers. We thank those officers from other jurisdictions. I worked with the provincial government and the federal government, and we have a good, solid presence of professional members of police services from coast to coast.
I also want to get your thoughts on the current operation, Mayor, because as you know, protesters have been pushed off of Wellington, essentially, and being forced down either O'Connor earlier in the day, now down Bank Street. But for those who don't know Ottawa, it is just a few blocks before what is essentially a government area becomes a residential area. Are you concerned for the safety of area residents as police try to break up this protest?
Well, I have been since day one. That's been my number one preoccupation, is how do we give some greater protection and peace of mind to those residents who put up with so much, the honking of the horns, the stench of diesel fuel. The fact that we have more police officers tells me that we're going to have to put more of them in those residential areas, because as we push some of these yahoos out of the parliamentary precinct, we don't want to cause another problem in a residential neighborhood. And that's been one of the frustrations, I think, that these people don't seem to understand, the protesters, that we have vibrant neighborhoods, whether it's Centertown or the Glebe or Lower Town or Byward Market, and people live in these areas. I've told people throughout the week, no one lives on Wellington Street. There's not one person that lives there. But just a few blocks behind, there are tens of thousands of people. And, you've seen some of the stories that have come out where one idiot tried to handcuff the doors of an apartment building, another one threw some kind of a smoke bomb in the lobby. The non-stop honking of horns, the rude, sexist, homophobic, racist behavior by some of these people yelling and screaming, the harassing of our small business community. So, we have to make sure that those people are given greater protection by the police, at least in the foreseeable future. And I also want to mention, I'm very pleased, because another preoccupation of mine is how do we support our small businesses? They have suffered tremendously, not just because of the 4 weeks of this chaos, but they had COVID they had to deal with and all the restrictions. So as you recall, Michael, 2 weeks ago, the province lifted the lockdown and people could go in and have a meal in a restaurant. Well, most of the businesses in and around the parliamentary precinct couldn't do that because they were in an unofficial lockdown imposed by the truck drivers and the convoy. I was pleased today that Mona Fortier, the president of Treasury Board, who's also the MP for Ottawa-Vanier, and Yasser Naqvi, who's the MP for Ottawa Centre, their two ridings are the most affected. And they just announced a $20 million fund to help small businesses in their time of need. because many of these businesses are hanging on by their fingernails because they've been basically locked down as a result of this illegal activity.
Listen, Mayor, I only have about 30 seconds left here, but I do want to give you the opportunity. What is your message right now for those people who do live in the residential areas of Centertown, the Byward Market, Lower Town, as you mentioned? What's your message to them right now?
Well, first and foremost, we want them to stay safe and secure. We're doing everything we can to bring this to an end peacefully and quickly, and that governments at all three levels have to be prepared to ensure in the short term we have the necessary police resources on the ground to give comfort and some protection to those people who have been harassed and hard hit for a long period of time, and for their businesses in those vibrant neighborhoods. That help is along the way. Invest Ottawa will be running the program to get those dollars as quickly as possible to those small businesses in Centertown and throughout the catchment area.
Jim Watson, Mayor of Ottawa, our thanks to you for joining us today. Now, as we continue to track what is happening in the nation's capital, again to the right of your screen, we are watching as police arrest another protester. Towards the bottom of your screen, the view of Wellington Street now, the road that runs essentially along the southern border of the parliamentary precinct. And to that, we have some new information from Ottawa Police regarding vehicles. We know that they have removed the vehicles on Wellington Street that was essentially base camp for the protesters for over 21 days. And we're now getting word on Kent Street, which is a couple of streets over from Bank Street. There was earlier today 87 vehicles on Kent Street. All trucks, they say, south of Queen Street have now left. So in terms of their efforts to clear away protest vehicles, that is having an effect on this Saturday. Well, Ottawa is not alone today. On the West Coast, several hundred protesters are gathered near the Pacific Highway border crossing. That is where we go right now in Surrey to the CBC's Dan Burritt. So Dan, thank you for joining us today. What's happening at your location right now?
Michael, you take a look over my shoulder here. This is 176th Street, a major truck crossing that leads down to the Pacific Highway border crossing, which had been closed and had been the scene of a number of protests before this. In fact, last weekend, and right now at 8th Avenue at 176th Street, and you can hear the honking. It is now closed by police and CBSA telling people to stay away. And this road here has filled out in the last hour considerably with people coming down here to protest. The reason we are here and not down there is we were down there earlier. In the moment we brought out our news camera, we were swarmed. We had abuse hurled at us. People blocked our view, blocked our cameras, and we needed to remove ourselves from that situation. So as you mentioned, probably several hundred people down there right now. Quite a scene, particularly with this road being filled out. They seem to come in waves. Now, part of this convoy started earlier today in Vancouver, in East Vancouver, not far from Highway 1, where it was met by a number of counter-protesters, people who are pro-vaccine and pro-vaccine mandate, and they were met by some of these convoy supporters, along with people who do not support vaccine mandates, who do not take in vaccines, and claim that their freedoms have been taken from them, though they don't specify which freedoms, Michael.
Now, as you talk about that border crossing, the RCMP has closed the Pacific Highway border crossing as a precautionary measure. What can you tell us about why that action was taken, Dan?
Well, I should clarify that, in fact, we've heard from CBSA and the RCMP that the crossing itself, if you can get to it, is open, but 8th Avenue at 176th is closed. So what they're saying is this, and CBSA is saying the same, essentially, don't come down here if you're trying to get across the border. You're going to run into a massive crowd if you're walking, if you're driving. So use some of the other border crossing checkpoints, which are not too far from here. So while you may be able to, if you can get down there, go across the border, you're not going to have any luck getting through here at 176th and 8th Avenue.
Dan, thank you for that. Appreciate it. The CBC's Dan Burritt in Surrey, British Columbia. Now, let's focus in once again on what is happening in the nation's capital. We have never left the shots for you as you take a look once again at Wellington Street, where police vehicles now occupy where trucker cabs were originally earlier in the week, as early as this morning, in fact. And to all of this, I did speak to Bruce Pitt-Payne. He's a retired RCMP major crime investigator and trainer. And I asked him for his reaction to the tactics police are using today at the protest site to try to get protesters away from Parliament Hill.
I can probably sense the frustration from both sides. However, I do have to say that the police have been very measured and proportionate to this point. But I have also seen an increase in the level of force that they deem required to end this.
Now, talk to us about that, because I think that's a very interesting logic progression, if you will. What are the factors that are brought into play when police decide to escalate an action, and perhaps apply that kind of logic to what we're seeing right now in the nation's capital?
Absolutely. So the very first thing I want to say is that there is a section in the criminal code that authorizes the police to use force in the lawful execution of their duty. In this case, to make arrests, many have been for mischief, for example. So they are allowed to use force, but it must be reasonable. It must be only enough required to get the job done. It must be proportionate. And that's what I've observed so far. Is yesterday it was more a police line moving back, using their presence, using their communicative skills. Please move back, move back, move back. Today, the tone has changed, but it appears to be in response to some of the information that I've read from, for instance, the Ottawa Police Force, saying that the crowd is getting more aggressive. I'm paraphrasing there, but they did use the word assaultive. And a general rule of thumb, and please, this is just a generality for the layperson, the police are allowed to use probably one level of force higher than what is thrust upon them, what is presented to them. So if people are doing what is reported, such as throwing objects at horses, using, and this is only, again, secondhand to me through different reports, using smoke bombs, doing things like that, pushing the police, trying to grab their weapons, which is another report that I've heard. If that is true, then the police are actually being very restrained still in going to the next level, which is you'll see that the public order unit is more present with the batons, not necessarily using them for more than pushing, but they are there. And that sends a strong message that the ante has been upped by the protesters, and the police have to do their job, and they will escalate accordingly. And so far, I've seen nothing but professionalism.
Well, it's interesting because we certainly have seen an evolution these past few days from police officers walking through the encampment when it held on Wellington Street, distributing pamphlets telling people of the laws that they were breaking, and then now today seeing police officers with full helmets as well as protective vests. I'm wondering where you see this going right now, because, you know, for the protesters that are there, obviously these are the people that have not heeded the warnings of possible arrest and possible fines and prison time. So just exactly who are police now dealing with in terms of the type of protester that remains on the streets in Ottawa?
Yeah, and I always want to be careful, Michael. I don't want to have volatile language while I'm talking. But you will have probably some very hardliners. The hell no, we won't go, and probably should have said heck. Or you will have people that just don't get it, that there are clear orders. And another thing that's being exceptionally well done by the police is you'll notice they haven't stopped giving that option to leave, that this is still there. Their presence isn't now replaced in their communicative skills with the tactical units. It is supplemented, complemented by those units. So they're still telling people, get out of there, please. They don't want to arrest them. But they have to respond to the reaction of the crowd. So the crowd is either hardline or the crowd just doesn't seem to get it. Either way, there are going to be consequences. And I think the police are determined to move faster now than they were yesterday, as nightfall approaches too.
Although there might be a complicating factor, and I want to read you here. This is the most recent tweet from the Ottawa Police, and they are saying at this time, we are seeing young children being brought to the front of the police operation. This is dangerous, and it is putting the children at risk. Children may be taken to a place of safety. First and foremost, your reaction to people bringing young children to the front of the police line.
You know, I try not to do too much other than my opinion, but Michael, it's hard as a human being, as a father, as well as a fellow Canadian, not to shake my head in disbelief and go, please stop that. We saw yesterday how easy it is when the horses come in to simply move people, that people, if they are in the way, it's dangerous. It is always dangerous in these types of situations. I shake my head in disbelief at this, and this will probably be the lasting impression that I have, not just as an ex-police officer and trainer, but as a human being, that get those kids out of there, please.
Now, as we watch all this unfold, there is actually not far from the image that we're seeing right now, again, Wellington Street in front of Parliament Hill. Just north of it, less than 1 block away, is the West Block, and that is where right now MPs are debating in person, also virtually, the Emergencies Act that was invoked by the Prime Minister earlier this week. Do you think that was, as some have suggested, an overreach by the government?
Big question for me to answer, and I'll try not to be evasive. There must be, and there will be an inquiry. It's part of the precondition of the invocation of this act. Did they have the tools, the police? Probably. Did they have the manpower and the coordination? I don't think so. It's really hard jurisdictionally to get everybody together and do this. But I hope you don't mind me at least just leaving it, Michael, with there better be a good look at this. I am on the fence. I don't know. But we are here right now. It is getting done, and I hope people do look at it.
And our thanks to Bruce Pitt-Payne, a retired RCMP sergeant and special crimes investigator who joined us earlier today from Maple Ridge, BC. And while we were replaying that conversation for you, the pictures you have been watching continue to be live from Ottawa right now. And you see there, towards the right of your screen, police carrying out more arrests as they move along Wellington Street, trying to move protesters away from what has essentially been their base camp for more than 3 weeks at the foot of Parliament Hill on Wellington Street in the nation's capital. So we've been tracking this throughout this day for you. This is day 2 of this police action. And let's go right now back to the streets of Ottawa and the CBC's Evan Dyer. Evan, walk us through what you're seeing right now.
Hi, well, we're at the corner of Bank and Wellington. So this is a street, Bank and Spark Street, sorry. This is the pedestrian street of Ottawa for people who don't know the nation's capital. Spark Street is a street that is 1 block from the street in front of Parliament where the main truck blockade was throughout this whole 3-week period. And Spark Street is where we've seen some of the action today after police started clearing Wellington Street. A lot of the crowd moved down a block, and we've seen this kind of block by block push to the west and to the south. And as police have cleared Wellington and the trucks have all left, they start trying to push the crowd in a line back to the south, away from the parliamentary complex, and that's what we're seeing happening right now. We believe this is the Vancouver Police Department behind us, and we've seen police departments from all over Canada today. We've seen Mounties, Ontario Provincial Police, we've seen a line of Sûreté de Québec, or Quebec Provincial Police Riot Squad. We've seen police from pretty much coast to coast here in Ottawa, and there's quite a difference also between today and yesterday. We're seeing a new and more aggressive posture by the police, including the use of batons. So these are police who are advancing wearing helmets and carrying batons in their hands. The crowd is sort of offering resistance of a kind of a passive nature. They're making themselves be pushed without actively pushing back. In those cases where they do get too up in the face of an individual police officer or resist too long the order to move back, they'll get snatched and they'll get pulled through the line. And some officers in a sort of a second line behind them who have the plastic cuffs will usually then cuff them and take them away. And we've seen a number of that kind of arrests in this action as it moves through the streets. As they've cleared the area, I have to say also the crowd is getting bigger because there's getting to be fewer different locations where this is happening. And that's why right now we're probably seeing not less than 500 people here on this block resisting.
So still a sizable group of people who are refusing to surrender ground here, Evan, as they, as you say, make their way down Bank Street. But talk to me about how successful this strategy has been. You walked us through what Ottawa Police and the other police forces across the country who have joined in to be a part of this effort to clear protesters and occupiers away from the foot of Parliament Hill. But the idea was to get them, funnel them down Bank Street, and hopefully they would then disperse. Have you been seeing much dispersal? Have people been leaving?
No, we haven't really seen that. We've seen people milling around and going from location to location. We haven't seen pedestrians leaving. What we have certainly seen is vehicles leaving, though. We've seen trucks clearing out spontaneously from one location after another, including two major concentrations at Metcalfe Street, which is sort of at the east end of the parliamentary complex, and on Kent Street at the west end. There were long lines of trucks, RVs, tents parked down those two streets until yesterday. As of today, mid-afternoon, they were pretty much all gone. We saw people start to warm up their trucks, clear the snowbanks that they'd built around them, and try to back themselves out of these very tight corners and leave. Right now, I would be surprised if there were even half a dozen trucks left anywhere in downtown Ottawa. We did a pretty extensive tour by foot of the whole downtown core area, really almost all of the red zone. And all we saw was trucks leaving, with a couple of exceptions, like trucks that were, for example, stuck in their own snowbanks, which they had built and were unable to get out. But other than that, the vehicles are leaving. It doesn't appear that the people are leaving in the same way. And that may be partly because the way this operation is set up with escape routes, where people are allowed to escape, they have the opportunity to push their luck with the police and to really wait till the last minute before avoiding arrest. And that's probably why we're seeing something of a carnival atmosphere here in this crowd. They don't really appear to be that scared and intimidated, because if a person can be here without getting arrested, to get arrested, you really have to go right up to the front of the line, actively resist the police line, then you probably will get taken into custody. Other than that, most of these people are behaving like people who are aware that they can probably do this and still walk away after.
You know, Ottawa Police has expressed from time to time, and not that long ago, once again, expressed concern about children who are being brought by their parents to the police line. They're concerned about their safety. They're concerned about what happens to these children as police try to clear out this area and parents resist the leaving. Have you seen many minors around you, Evan? Have you seen any concerning images on that?
I mean, I've seen dozens of children everywhere. I've seen toddlers. I've seen children young enough to be carried on their father's shoulders. I've also seen groups of teenagers who are by themselves, just traveling with one another. So yeah, there are kids here. I haven't really seen kids at the front of the line. I have to say, most of the parents who have children with them seem to be hanging back a little bit. We did see a statement from police saying something different from that, saying that the children were being pushed to the front. That's not something that I've observed myself, I have to say. But there's certainly children in the crowd, and no small number. And we see entire families, mother, father, and 3 kids of various ages, all over the downtown area, including in situations like this.
Evan, thank you for that. We'll keep monitoring the situation, and you and I will speak again before this hour is done. But our thanks for now to Evan Dyer, the CBC's Evan Dyer, on Bank Street at Sparks in Ottawa. Well, let's bring into the conversation Michael Kempa as we continue our special live coverage for you right here on CBC News Network. I'm Michael Serapio, and this is Michael Kempa, who is a criminologist with the University of Ottawa, joins us once again in this hour. So, Michael, thank you for being with us another time. I want to begin with where we are at this point. We're now just past the 5 p.m. Eastern Time. This operation has been going on for about 9 hours today. Where does it stand right now from one who has studied these type of situations? What stands out for you in this hour?
We're at a sort of decisive hour in the day where the police will begin to start asking, do we continue pressing forward to continue to gain ground tonight, or are we starting to get into the end of the day where we sort of consolidate what we've taken today, prepare to start maintaining and holding what we've taken over the night to finish this up in the morning? And that will depend on whether they feel they could make a push that would perhaps shut most of it down this evening.
This evening. Now, as I note the time, again, just past 5 p.m. Eastern, sunset is meant to be at around 5:35 p.m. So what does that mean then? What if it shuts down for this evening? Is that at sunset, or are we talking about later into the night?
Later into the night. That's why I say this is the critical hour. They'll say we probably have 3 or 4 hours before it's well and truly nighttime, when the focus does tend to shift to holding what has been taken for a particular day, and maybe trying to continue to suggest to people it would be a good idea to leave. And if they don't think they can clear it out in the next 3 hours or so, we may see a bit of a slowdown now, rather than pushing on much more today.
So what happens then in terms of security concerns in this evening? As we know, they have been dispersing the crowds away from Wellington Street. There are still those who refuse to leave despite being funneled down, essentially down Bank Street. How concerning is that from a policing perspective if night falls and people refuse to cede ground?
Well, the main challenge with night is when you start getting into the hardened core, whoever they are that's left. We did find some weapons today, not firearms, but incendiary devices and incendiary devices and other things. It was probably one of your other radio producers and other devices. But we'll see where it ultimately goes with those weapons and concerns over crowd control in the dark. It's more difficult to see people coming around corners. It's a trickier situation, logistically speaking, for the police.
How significant is it, though, that they've been able to push protesters away from essentially the street just south of the Parliament Hill precinct there?
Very significant. I mean, symbolically, they have now essentially cleared out what was the absolute heart of the protest. So again, this contributes to the idea amongst protesters that it's a losing cause. There is that carnival atmosphere that we've been mentioning, where everybody is not near the front of the line. But this will start winding down.
You know, I wonder about the charges that people are facing. At this point, we know that a number of people have been arrested. Not everyone has yet been charged, but amongst the charges that have been laid are charges like mischief and counseling for mischief. What do we make of that charge? Is it serious enough given the kind of chaos this protest and occupation has created for weeks?
Well, the police will lay the easiest charges with the evidence they have in hand, simply to place somebody under arrest and take them out of circulation if it's necessary. But it doesn't mean necessarily that's the end of the story. They will continue to gather evidence. There are other possible charges that can be laid in the future if they can find a certain face or a photograph that's been taken, match it to somebody who's been now taken into custody. Other charges can be laid in the future, but they will start with the obvious so as to have a reason to detain someone who needs to be detained and send them through the process of a bail hearing and basically get them out of the protest and out of the city of Ottawa.
Now, you know, Michael, you and I have been speaking for weeks now, covering this protest and occupation on the weekends here on News Network. And one question that is now being raised has to do with, of course, the Emergencies Act, as it has been invoked by the Prime Minister, was invoked last Monday. Do you think it was necessary in order to get this protest under control?
Well, I've been unequivocal on that question. I feel it's been absolutely essential. We would not have seen the operation that we've seen without the Emergencies Act, for the reason that that act cut off funding. It began choking out the money that was flowing into the protest. It convinced a number of protesters to leave, thinning out the crowd enough that this operation could start. Furthermore, it brought all of these police agencies together in short order. Cutting through red tape and bureaucracy would have taken an extra 4 or 5 days without the legislation to get all of these police agencies together and able to act in Ottawa's territory. To my mind, absolutely essential. I understand there will be court challenges. I applaud those efforts. That will clarify in future how this act should and should not be used, because the judge will put forward reasoning as to whether or not the arguments challenging it have any merit. And in fact, that indicates the role of the courts in all of this generally. All sides must present their views and defend their views in the institution of the courts.
Michael, thank you. I appreciate the time once again. Michael Kempa, criminologist with the University of Ottawa. Now, let's take another look at what's taking place on Wellington Street. You see there a police vehicle now parked where earlier there was a truck as a part of the convoy protest that has now been cleared, at least in front of Parliament Hill. Also being cleared, the tents that were being used to house and to keep people warm, giving out food and shelter to those who are taking part in the protest. And a wider view now of Wellington Street. And it was interesting to listen to Michael Kempa there talk about court challenges against the Emergencies Act. And earlier this week, well, the Canadian Civil Liberties Association did announce that it will be taking the federal government to court over its invocation. Now, we wanted to hear some reaction to today's police operations from that same group. So I did speak earlier with Noah Mendelsohn-Aviv, and she is the executive director of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. Our conversation beginning with her thoughts on today's developments.
Yeah, the whole situation in Ottawa now and for the past few weeks has been very worrying, very disturbing, very painful. It's hard to watch these images. It's been hard to watch for the last few weeks. There have been some peaceful protesters. There have been some very serious disruptions, and there have also been, incidents reported about racist and homophobic intimidation and harassment and aggression, and all of that has been very difficult. And obviously, the violence and the threat of violence had to be stopped, and protest is very, very important to marginalized people, in particular to marginalized groups who don't have power, but that does not mean that it is a free-for-all. The Charter says that there are reasonable limits that can be placed, but it is painful to watch, there's no question.
Now, to enforce those limits, the government has invoked the Emergencies Act, and your group does take issue with that. Explain that to us.
Our concern is not with the government taking action. Our concern is with the fact that the government chose to use a massive, massive excessive power that allows it to bypass the ordinary democratic process. And let's not forget that in decades, the Emergencies Act has existed. It's never been used before, but we have complex law enforcement situations that have had to be dealt with many times over the years. This is a very complex, very difficult law enforcement situation that can and should have been dealt with through democratically created laws, not through an emergency power, because nobody in Canada should get used to the idea that just because it's difficult means that we have to bypass democracy. And I would add to that the Emergencies Act itself tells us not to get used to emergency powers, that it should only be used in urgent and critical situations where there isn't a law in Canada or where the provinces don't have the ability to deal with a serious danger to life, health, and safety, or where there is a serious threat to sovereignty, territorial integrity, or the security of Canada, and only then when there aren't democratically created laws to deal with it. And we think what we're seeing here is a very difficult law enforcement situation that doesn't amount to a national emergency. There's one other piece to it that I'd like to add, if I can.
Of course.
The emergency orders that the government created, they didn't limit to Ottawa. And this is the problem with these very sweeping powers. The government gave itself these powers, or tried to give itself these powers under the Emergencies Act, and then created sweeping orders that apply across Canada, saying nobody can go to a protest, nobody can travel in the direction of a protest that is reasonably expected to be disruptive. Well, disruptive protests happen all the time, and they are important and they are necessary in a democracy. As long as they are peaceful, then they are charter protected. And so I think we need to understand that the difference between addressing this situation in Ottawa as a policing situation and sweeping emergency powers that should not be normalized and should only be pulled out in situations that actually are a national emergency, like a war where you have to bypass democracy. That's what's being contemplated by the Act.
Let me jump in there, though, Noah, because, in invoking it, the government pointed out a number of issues. First and foremost, they said that the blockades, and this is well beyond Ottawa, that the blockades at border points, and there were many for days, essentially threatened the economic stability of this country. And to that, according to the government, every day that those blockades were in effect, it affected the Canadian economy by millions and millions of dollars. Add to that, the federal government makes makes the argument that the ordinary mechanisms that would normally protect Canadians had failed, which, you know, if you ask anyone who lives in downtown Ottawa, they were telling us they believe police had failed. They believe that intelligence had failed, and they were calling on some type of action to end this protest. How does that not meet the bar of what you say should not be invoked?
Yeah, and I mean, I think, again, it's very complex, but there's a difference between inaction or inadequate action and not having the legal authority to take that action. And what we're saying is that legal authority exists. And when the government talks about the economy, I mean, let's not forget that workers can and sometimes need to go on strike. Protesters of all kinds for all sorts of issues protest and sometimes create blockades. And those are important and necessary things that happen, and a way in which people get their voices heard. And we do not want to see the Emergencies Act pulled out every time the government says, you know, the police aren't acting or they aren't acting enough under laws that already exist. So we're going to declare it a national emergency. That's what we're concerned about. It's setting a very dangerous precedent. It is normalizing the use of emergency powers.
So had the Emergencies Act just been applied to Ottawa, would that be more acceptable for your organization?
You know, we don't even... We're not in that situation, but I think that what we saw in Ottawa as well is something that is being dealt with as a law enforcement situation. And
well, except that we've spoken to former police chiefs who say, had it not been for the Emergencies Act, we would not be seeing this type of end of the protest. That the suggestion being that what we saw in the previous 3 weekends would also be existing on this 4th weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. We've had premiers across the country. I mean, let's not forget, first of all, that the other blockades across Canada you're talking about were taken down without the use of the emergency orders. They didn't exist at the time. They don't exist. Those blockades don't exist now. Second of all, you know, the Emergencies Act is very clear on when it can be used. You had premiers across the country, 4 or 5 of them, I believe, who said, we have the power that we need to address situations like this anyway, even when the blockades were up. We don't need the Emergencies Act. We don't need the declaration of a national emergency to address what is going on here. And when the government says the economy, people's jobs, that's a reason to declare a national emergency, then they are watering down.
But again, it's former police chiefs. It's former police chiefs going back to Ottawa who says that without the Emergencies Act, this type of end of the protest, or what we're seeing right now the last couple of days, would not be possible. And that is more than one former police chief that we've spoken to. So going back to Ottawa then, how has the Emergencies Act not been used properly here, considering that the Ottawa Police was asking for help, and when you speak of premiers, the Ontario Premier has welcomed the invocation?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is exactly what we're going to court to determine. In our view, that those powers existed, and we have police that are capable of addressing it. And I think that what people are talking about in Ottawa includes what they many believe and many said was inaction, not lack of lawful authority. So this is a painful and difficult day for all of us here. We're watching this. We've been watching what's been going on to the residents, and in particular to marginalized and racialized communities in Ottawa who have really suffered during these protests from some of the protesters. Some of the protesters came because they had a message and they wanted to support it. There is a whole mix of things going on here, but we are really concerned about using this kind of excessive national power across the country. And that is what the government did, and they did it for things that are outside of the scope of the Emergencies Act.
And I guess part of it, and perhaps be more direct about it, now that it has been invoked once, the concern is it will be invoked more times?
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen very, very important protests happening, right? From students taking to the streets for months in Quebec. We've seen people protesting for Black Lives Matter. We've seen protesters who are Indigenous land defenders, and many peaceful but disruptive protests. We do not want to see police and government authorities given powers through non-democratic measures or bypassing the ordinary democratic measures, which is what the Emergencies Act allows, because all of this could affect the Canadian economy, all of this because it is so disruptive. You know, so again, protest is not a free-for-all, and I'm not comparing the different kind of protests. I'm simply saying, yes, we are very concerned about the precedent that this is setting, about the normalization of the use of emergency powers. We should be freaking out when we hear that the emergency powers have been pulled out, because the Emergencies Act says We're not pulling out those powers unless it is a national emergency that we cannot handle. That's how we should react. This is a difficult situation, no question about it.
And our thanks to Noah Mendelsohn-Aviv, the Executive Director of the Canadian Civil Liberties Association. And if you're wondering why in certain parts of our conversation you saw pictures from earlier in the day, that is because it was an earlier interview that we are replaying for you right now, considering the importance of the issue that her organization is raising. Now, to that, we also want to share with you a tweet, and this is from Jason Kenney, the Alberta Premier, and he says Alberta will launch a court challenge of the Trudeau government's invocation of the Emergencies Act because it is, he says, unnecessary, disproportionate, violates natural justice, intrudes into provincial jurisdiction, creates a dangerous precedent. So now it is more than just the Canadian Civil Liberties Association that will be challenging the invocation of the Emergencies Act, but so too will the Alberta government under Jason Kenney. So we're going to keep tracking the reaction to that part of the story. Now, as we track once again what is happening in Ottawa today, one of the key organizers behind the protest, well, she will be spending the weekend in jail. An Ottawa judge has pushed back the bail decision for Tamara Lich, who was arrested on Thursday. Let's go to Neil Herland. He's tracking the story as he's watching the virtual court hearing and joins us now live. So, Neil, what did you hear in court?
Behind bars. Today, a bail hearing was held in Ottawa, and the judge decided to reserve decision until Tuesday morning at 9 in the morning. Judge Julie Bourgeois said that she wanted to consider the arguments that were presented by both the Crown and Tamara Lich's defense lawyer. Now, Lich has been one of the most prominent leaders of the convoy protest movement in Ottawa. She was arrested 2 nights ago in a very public way. There was video posted on Twitter showing her arrest. Today, her bail hearing lasted several hours, and her defense lawyer is asking for $5,000 bail. Tamara Lich told the judge that she doesn't have significant savings. She's actually taking vacation time now from her job in Medicine Hat, Alberta, to take part in the protest. The Crown argued that bail probably should not be given in this case, considering the serious nature of the crimes that she stands accused of. The prosecutor also said that Tamara Lich had been encouraging people to so-called hold the line in these protests, which was a call for them to defy the police orders and to defy the police action that's taking place right now. Now, the judge did ask Tamara Lich if she could fly back to Alberta if she was released within 24 to 48 hours. And Lich told the court that she doesn't have a vaccine passport. She's unvaccinated, so there's no way that she could get on a plane. She also told the court that her bank account is frozen, her credit cards are frozen, and so money may be quite a problem even if she is granted bail in this case. Michael.
Neil, thank you for that report. The CBC's Neil Herland. Now, as we take a look at Tamara Lich there and switch over once again to Wellington Street in Ottawa, Lich is just one of about 170 people arrested by police over these last few days. Now, Stephen Bell is the interim police chief in Ottawa, and he says his forces have faced resistance from protesters every step of the way, and this is despite giving out repeated warnings and opportunities to leave.
At every step in this operation, we've been upfront and clear with the unlawful protesters that they must leave the area. We've advised them of our enforcement efforts so they could continue to make informed decisions. We've backed up those warnings with a deliberate and methodical operation using lawful and safe tactics. The officers on the ground have shown patience and professionalism. They are well-trained and experienced, and they needed all of that expertise to bring about the results that we are seeing. At every step, they faced a barrage of resistance, shoving, and vitriol. We all saw that the protesters were aggressive with the officers, and we needed to use horses at one point. As a result, we responded this morning by adding helmets and batons to our equipment for the safety of our officers. When we deployed our officers this morning, you saw the public order units on the ground sweeping across the downtown core from east to west and moving demonstrators out of the parliamentary precinct. Our officers continued to face resistance. At one point, a flare was ignited by a protester. Officers used a chemical irritant, also known as pepper spray, to disperse unlawful demonstrators who were resisting police orders. Sadly, we again saw young children being brought to the unlawful demonstration and to the front of our police operation. This is dangerous and is putting young children at risk.
Well, as this police operation goes into the evening Ottawa time, we're now reaching out to Timothy Monahan. He is an associate professor at Carleton University's Institute for Criminology and Criminal Justice. Thank you for joining us today.
No problem, Michael.
Listen, I want to begin with your observations. At this point, when you look at the policing actions over the last couple of days, how would you judge it?
Well, that's a good question. I think a lot of the commentary today is really around the restraint and the methodical, strategic interventions that have happened. I think that that's really, in a lot of ways, that's the textbook of public order policing. It's intended to not be a huge hammer on a little nail kind of situation. That's not necessarily, for most demonstrations and kind of larger interventions like this in Canada, certainly in recent history, this isn't the norm in terms of police interventions, but it certainly seems very well organized, and it is trying to minimize the scenery of high repression that would in a lot of ways feed into the information networks of the far right groups that see themselves as victimized and persecuted by the state. So it's a smart move to minimize, absolutely, and kind of in some ways outweight the remaining demonstrators.
Well, to that, we've certainly seen messages on social media in official statements from the convoy organizers, as well as a video that people are posting. They're accusing police here, Ottawa, and others who have joined in. They are accusing them of using brutal tactics, of injuring people. What do you say to that?
Well, it's not surprised to hear that. The kind of assembly of groups that have kind of gathered around the mandates. Of course, it's not really about mandates. A lot of these far-right groups have far more significant political objectives. And one of the central kind of gravitational pulls towards these groups is a victimization narrative and a persecution complex. These are groups that, for whatever reasons, think that they are being left behind in society, that society is kind of changing. And a lot of it is white entitlement that bonds these groups. And for them to kind of continue with that narrative isn't necessarily a surprise. In contrast to a lot of other demonstrations, if we just think of several months ago, the intervention in Wet'suwet'en territory, where the sniper teams were at the very front line of the police intervention with rifles aimed to kill. This is a far different situation and a far different set of images than we're seeing on the streets today. It is not a repressive form of intervention, and if anything, it's quite restrained, which in a lot of ways that's been the characteristic of the police approach to this demonstration for 3 weeks. It's been very laissez-faire, if not outright non-existent until the last few days. So in a lot of ways, this is the textbook. This is what police interventions should look like. It does raise questions why it doesn't look like this more often, but it is good that they're not throwing the books at these folks. I know a lot of people in Ottawa, like myself, really have been waiting for police action, but I don't think we should go too far in saying that widespread criminalization and punishment is going to get rid of the social problem that is these far-right actors and this kind of notion of freedom that they're putting forward. Criminalization is not going to help with that, and in some ways it could be counterproductive.
Well, let's pick up on that point, because people are starting to point out police may be able to break up this protest, but it exposes certainly concerns about the societal cohesion in this country, and part of that goes to the extremism that we have seen with some members of this group, some of the organizers with this group. Talk to us about the security concern around the beliefs being expressed within this convoy.
I think that's a really good point, Michael. I think that in some ways what we've seen in the last 3 weeks is a very organized and kind of public demonstration of some of the power that these far-right groups have, and it's being fed by American influencers and and American funding in some ways, but this is a significant social concern, and I do think that you're absolutely right. There's a couple key considerations that are in the mix here. One, too much punishment and criminalization is only going to embolden a lot of these groups. Of course, there has to be something that's done. I'm really kind of cautioning against doing too much. And another thing that needs to be considered here is that you don't want Parliament to be a militarized zone. If folks want to come down and complain about mask laws or that there's RFID chips and vaccines or whatever it happens to be, I think there needs to be a space in Parliament to have those kind of protests, but it has to remain a protest. It can't be an organized assault on a neighborhood, and it can't be kind of a forever targeting of a neighborhood. So there's some serious balance to be restored in terms of what the actual kind of occupation was, but I do think that you can't police this out of existence, and you're going to have to figure out a way to create space so that these grievances can be aired and hopefully take some pressure out of the atmosphere without repressing it and in some ways feeding into what some of these groups are really trying to prod and kind of suck the police into.
Yeah, and I know you're quoting conspiracy theory when you're talking about chips, but just to be clear for people at home, the idea of chips and vaccine is a conspiracy theory. It's not scientific fact, just to be clear on that.
Good clarification, yes.
Now listen, against this backdrop is now the debate happening in the House of Commons. As you know, the federal government invoked the Emergencies Act on Monday. It is now being debated into the evening. It's going to be voted on come Monday night. What are your thoughts on the Emergencies Act? Is it justified in this case?
That's a really good question. I'd have 2 points to add. One, that the context of talking about the Emergency Act in Ottawa is taking place in 3 weeks largely of abandonment in terms of policing. So I think that there's a certain reluctance to see the Emergency Act as an immediate solution when in fact there was basically very little policing or law enforcement to begin with for 3 weeks. So I think that part of the points that were made earlier by the CCLA was that we didn't really see what regular policing could do. So it does raise questions, and I do think that it's a concern. The other point is that in some ways, what we see here isn't a protest. Okay, there's elements of a protest to it, but it was very much an organized disruption that was targeting a neighborhood. Not only the horns, but the kind of what can be characterized as kind of hate crimes, the assaults, the harassment. What was happening in Ottawa and the streets, and I was out there frequently enough to observe it firsthand, was far in excess of what we can call a protest. So the biggest trouble here is that if we continue to characterize what was happening in Ottawa as a protest, we might be creating this very false equivalency in the future of using this against other protests. This was not a protest. And if it's simply a matter of kind of social unrest, let's kind of characterize it that way, but there's all kinds of forms of protest, civil disobedience, and disruptions that should in no way be characterized and associated with what was happening here in Ottawa.
Well, if the Emergencies Act is going to require some type of postmort when this is all over to figure out whether or not it was rightfully invoked, whether or not it had the proper limits put upon it, I'm wondering about other lessons here that politicians might take out, in particular the kind of support they give to self-proclaimed protesters, as we have seen with this truck convoy.
Absolutely, and I think that the key relationship here for the first 3 weeks, and even the lead up, so the week where the caravan was actually coming across the country, was that police in a lot of ways were, and this is characteristic of the police in the far right and security services in the far right, weren't really taking it seriously. They see the far right and in kind of, they see it as ambiguous. They see it as not very serious. They see it as minor public order issues, but not necessarily an organized, coherent threat. And even in some of the earlier discussion of the protest and the occupation, for those of us who were following it, there was no surprise about the groups who were involved, their willingness to at least kind of use the rhetoric of violence, their intentions to stay, their mixed bag of political demands. There was no kind of cohesive demand like a normal kind of protest movement. There was a very mixed bag of demands, and there was a kind of confusion over what levels of government were responsible for what demands. So all of this was known ahead of time. And policing authorities, politicians, everyone who was kind of tasked with being responsible for governing this issue kind of disappeared. And the first couple of weeks was highly disorganized. There was a lot of sympathy between various actors on the political spectrum and possibly even the police and the demonstrators, which limited the ability to get organized, to get ahead, to kind of get control over the area. So I think that the postmortem that you're talking about and the lessons learned really have to relate to some of the tactics and some of the politics that the groups that we're dealing with are using. In particular, this wasn't the first time that trucks have been tried to use downtown in Ottawa, and I don't think it's the last time we're going to see trucks being used in this kind of tactical arena, whether it's in Ottawa or elsewhere. And it's certainly, we've seen in the last few weeks what a kind of disruption that can create.
Jeffrey, thank you for the time. I really appreciate the insight. Perhaps you and I will speak again, but for now, thank you. Appreciate this.
Anytime. Take care.
You too. That's Jeffrey Monahan, a criminology associate professor at Carleton University. And from Jeffrey, we now take another look at Wellington. You see there one of those truck vehicles, one of the truck cabs being brought or taken away rather from Wellington Street, and in the place of the occupation vehicles are now police vehicles as they assert their ground in front of Parliament Hill. And not that far from this location, and again, Wellington Street in front of the PMO, a few blocks away down the road is Kent Street. That is where we find the CBC's Evan Dyer. Evan, you've moved from your last location. What's happening around you now?
Yeah, that's right. And you remember about half an hour ago, we were in kind of a mob scene. We're actually only about one short block from there, a little further west down Spark Street. And here you can see a line of officers from Durham Police, one of many police forces that have come to Ottawa to assist the city in clearing out this demonstration, this protest, or this occupation. Basically now we've reached pretty much the end of Spark Street, and certainly we're west now of the whole parliamentary complex. And so Spark Street, a pedestrian street 1 block from the front of Parliament, is now clear of all protesters. So is Wellington, it appears, and as you mentioned, there are now a lot of police vehicles there, and also it looks like some city buses have been put there, whether to bring in police or to take away people who've been arrested, we're not sure. A short while ago, we saw an excavator hook up a heavy chain to a truck and tow it out backwards. It was not a regular towing vehicle, but clearly the authorities were using whatever they had at hand to get those last few trucks out of there. And if we can just ask our cameraman Chris to take a look here, we'll look down Kent Street, and I'll show you how much this street has changed over the course of the day. You can see there some Jersey barriers. Beyond that, as of this morning, there were nothing but trucks for at least 5 blocks. And not only trucks, but RVs, tents, campers. This is where a couple of days ago people were roasting a pig, in fact, just about 3 blocks from here on Kent Street. But today, early on, we started to see, as trucks pulled out, the Kent Street encampment also started to clear. Truckers began to dismantle some of the snow barriers that they themselves had put up and their supporters had put up in order to be able to back their trucks up out of there. And as you can see now, Kent Street completely clear. Another street that had a sort of a secondary occupation of big rigs was Metcalfe, and the same thing has happened there. The big rigs were the first to go in most of these places. The people who had the most valuable trucks appeared to be the ones who were in the biggest hurry to leave. And then after them, other supporters, people with pickups, people with campers, began to decamp as well. And now at the end of the day, we're seeing those streets almost completely clear.
Now, that said, this operation is far from over. Any indication whatsoever, Evan, as to how long this may go on for?
Well, there are still hundreds of people in the streets, and just a block from here, these officers from the Durham force are really not facing any opposition at the moment, but there's another line of police just a block away, RCMP, we believe, who have a very large crowd in front of them of probably 400 or 500 people shouting, and there's no pushing or shoving, or at least there wasn't when we were there a few minutes ago, but certainly there are still a crowd. But it's consolidating in that one location, and the rest of downtown doesn't seem to have crowds of that size. So that gives us the impression that there are fewer people. And, you know, night's falling, it's getting colder, the crowd knows there's been a lot of arrests. The big vehicles are gone, so this is not over, but it does appear to be entering into a kind of a mopping up stage at this point. At a certain point this evening, I would imagine a lot of people are going to start to clear the streets, and one of the differences we're going to see is that they won't be able to sleep in those trucks, campers, and RVs because they're just not here anymore. And it's not only here in the downtown area. There was another encampment in a construction site just across the Ottawa River on the Quebec side called Zibi. That also is completely clear. I drove past that a few hours ago, and there's nothing left there either. So we've also seen the Coventry camp, which was one of the biggest in the city, 6 kilometers from downtown, spontaneously packing up and leaving as they saw the downtown camps starting to dismantle and leave as well. We're told there was kind of a rumor at Coventry that police were about to arrive there, and people began to leave from that site as well. So one of the things that's made this protest so long lasting has been the combination of the trucks and the people. It's really, in a way, the people who enabled the trucks to stay, and it's the trucks that enabled the people to be so hard to move. Now that the trucks are gone, it's hard to see the people being able to remain the way that they were in the past. It becomes more like a normal demonstration where you have a crowd of protesters. It's not people who are able to hunker down in the cab of an 18-wheeler and lock the doors and sit it out. It's a different dynamic now. So it's certainly not over, but it's certainly ending.
Evan, I really appreciate that. Thank you. Our Evan Dyer on Kent Street in downtown Ottawa. Now, as we take another look at Wellington, to the left of your screen, that brown building is actually the Prime Minister's office in the Langevin block. And to the right, the hill that leads up to Parliament Hill itself. And it has, as we heard from Evan, been cleared of the protest convoy trucks. And in their place right now are emergency vehicles, police vehicles, claiming the street once again and preventing others from entering it. And as we track this, we want to replay for you a conversation I had earlier today with Zexi Lee. Now, she is an Ottawa resident, and she's also the lead plaintiff in the class action suit against this so-called Freedom Convoy. And in our conversation, I began by asking her how she feels now that police are clearing the protest site.
I'm incredibly grateful that it looks like all of this is finally coming to an end. While I think the response is long overdue, it is definitely a relief either way.
Talk to us about what you have gone through these 3.5 weeks or so, because on social media, many people in the Centertown area of Ottawa describing conditions much like torture.
I think it is lost on a lot of people, the extent of the suffering that was inflicted upon the residents of Centertown, especially in the first 10 days of this occupation, an occupation that has been illegal from the start. The constant sound torture was incredibly distressing for myself, but for many other residents who may suffer from mental illness, who have certain conditions, and even babies and young children.
Okay. And
the suffering that was inflicted was absolutely unacceptable, and it was consistently diminished by all levels of law enforcement and government for far too long.
Well, let's pick up on that point. What do you mean by that? What was it like to be hoping that action would be taken, and for days and weeks, none was?
It was incredibly disheartening every single day to wake up and know that while some police may be on our streets, they were either instructed or refusing to enforce the law that they had committed to uphold. And then in addition to that, hearing the dispassionate response from leadership in our city for the most part. Obviously, there were some shining lights of hope in the form of individuals like Catherine McKenney, but for the most part, those with power, those with the ability to help us, refused to do so.
Why do you think that is?
I am not a mind reader. I can only say so much about the reasoning behind the inaction that we had seen for many, many days. I think part of it is that there were very difficult decisions to make. It was a, like they said, unprecedented situation. However, at the end of the day, we elect our leaders and they are employed to make these difficult decisions and have the information necessary to make the best decision specifically for the residents. And that simply did not happen. There was a clear dereliction of duty from many levels of government, to be quite honest, and it was extremely difficult for the residents of Centretown to have to rely on one another rather than relying on the institutions that are supposed to protect us.
Now, you bravely stepped forward, and because of your actions, an injunction was granted that stopped the constant blaring of horns during this protest and occupation. And to my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong here, your injunction is now being used in terms of the charges being filed against protest organizers. How does that feel?
It's a sense of gratification. Because ultimately, from the very beginning, what these individuals have done to us and what these individuals have incited others to do to us have been completely illegal from the get-go. I think I'm a little sad that it is my injunction that has to be used at this point, considering that the first injunction should have most definitely been from the city, not from a resident who was so desperate that they need to take action by themselves. But I'm grateful, nonetheless, that the charges are being laid and the injunction is being considered as part of these charges, because at the end of the day, they broke the law countless times and many people suffered for it. And I believe very strongly that they must face the consequences for that.
You know, the noise aside, there certainly were many reports these past weeks of people being verbally harassed, in some cases even physically, to my understanding, people being targeted for their sex, their ethnicity, their sexual orientation, gender identity. What has it been like for you? Has it affected your feeling of safety in your own neighborhood?
Without a doubt. I think from day one, for most of us, to be quite honest with you, the feeling of the tension in the air that having these people in our streets have brought upon us, and in addition to that, the blatant disregard for the law, it created an environment in Centretown where anything could go. People were breaking the laws left and right while police watched. And the only thing that begets is more law breaking. And very clearly, it continued to escalate. And yes, violence of many, many kinds were inflicted upon the residents of Centretown. And it's honestly unbelievable how little attention was paid toward this until it was already, quite frankly, too late. And mind you, it wasn't only the individual characteristics that were targeted. Even if you were wearing a mask, just a mask, which was your right to protect your health and safety, and especially with all the diesel fumes in the air, you were an instant target. There are individuals who knowingly took off their masks when in downtown because they would be specifically harassed. People yell at you on the streets to take it off. People honked at you because you were wearing a mask, and they relished in the fear that we felt. They would cheer when we flinched from the honks. And when I say we, I can speak to this personally as well. sorry.
It's okay. It's okay.
It was difficult. It was very difficult, and a lot of the violence that did occur within our streets were unseen, and the narrative that this was a peaceful protest has been utterly untrue from the start, from the noise torture that was the part of the original plan for these individuals, and to the countless individual experiences that people have had just living in downtown. It's completely unacceptable.
You know, it's one of those hard realities that once your safety in your own home is compromised, it's hard to ever feel that safe again. How are you feeling right now, knowing that police are enforcing this abandonment of the camp and criminal charges are being laid?
I can only speak for myself from this perspective, because really I do feel a lot more comfort knowing that finally enforcement is happening and that these individuals have a very clear message being sent by the police, not only through their media releases, but also through their actions now. A very clear difference from what we had seen in the first few weeks. Originally, whenever there was a lull of silence, the fear that the honking or the noise would begin again was constant. But now, I do finally feel that this terrible, terrible month is finally coming to a close, and for that, I'm grateful. But without a doubt, no matter how much gratitude I might feel in this moment, there needs to be accountability for how this could have possibly happened.
And accountability, by that do you mean Ottawa Police, local government, provincial? How far do you need this accountability to be examined?
Personally, I feel that the action or inaction, in a lot of cases, to be quite frank, all of it has to be investigated. The clear inaction from the Ottawa Police Services from the very get-go has, and this can't be argued, it enabled and emboldened these individuals for this entire time. And that inaction and the lack of response from all levels of government from the day this began, that is what created this unprecedented situation, the utter lack of response from anybody.
Now, you know, as you and I have been speaking, in terms of what we've been showing people at home, we continue to see arrests being made along the protest site. We are now looking on the predominant side of the screen on the right, protest tents, vehicles being taken away, torn down. One person to the bottom of the screen being arrested by police involved in today's actions. And part of the strategy today, Lexi, has been to clear the protest away from Wellington Street, which again is on the southern border of the parliamentary precinct. But they're trying to put protesters or lead protesters further away south down streets like O'Connor, Bank, but into more residential areas. Are you concerned about safety for tonight?
I'm very concerned. While we have seen a very significant increase in the police presence in Ottawa as a whole, much of that has been concentrated in the less residential areas. And there is more fear downtown, not necessarily within our homes, but, well, for me personally, but there is fear on the streets because these people who have believed for weeks now that the law doesn't apply to them, that they're exempt from the law, that they can do whatever they want, they are now being faced with the harsh reality that there are consequences to their actions and that, in fact, the law does apply to them. It is frightening on the streets because you can see them. They have illegally occupied our streets for the past few weeks, and now they are all wandering about, and they're not able to do the same actions that they have been doing. So it sort of leads you to wonder, what will they do next? Since they're allowed to roam freely when we've already undergone so much suffering and harassment at a direct hand from them. And everyone is telling, we all tell one another, stay inside, be careful, stay safe, especially now because of the trust that has been broken and the overall handling of the situation. I don't think there's a lot of faith that's left in the city to protect its residents.
And our thanks to Zexi Lee in Ottawa. Well, let's now take a live view of Wellington Street, and you'll notice during our conversation with Lexi, the images that we are showing had daylight in it, and that's because that was a conversation recorded a couple of hours ago, but an important conversation to be had on this day as police reassert themselves on Wellington Street, and that's what we're looking on right now. Protester vehicles taken away, tents torn down, and police vehicles now lining the street to secure the area that they have taken back once again. And to all of this, I did as well speak earlier today to the Ottawa Mayor Jim Watson, and I wanted to get his thoughts on what he thinks of police and how they are currently managing the situation.
Well, on the one hand, very pleased with the professionalism of our police